Authentication is the process of proving that you are who you say you are. This is done by verifying the identity of the person or device. It is sometimes abbreviated to AuthN. The Microsoft Identity Platform uses the OpenID Connect protocol to handle authentication. Authorization is the act of giving an authorized party permission to do something. It determines what data are you allowed to access and what you can do with that data. Authorization is sometimes abbreviated to AuthZ. The Microsoft Identity Platform resource allows owners to use OAuth 2.0 protocol to handle authorization, but the Microsoft Cloud also has other authorization systems such as Entra built-in roles, Azure RBAC access control, and Exchange RBAC. Authentication and authorization are two vital information security processes that administrators use to protect systems and information. Authentication confirms the identity of a user or service, and authorization determines their access rights. While these two terms sound familiar, they play separate but equally important roles in securing applications and data. Understanding the difference is key. Together, they determine the security of the system. You can have a secure solution if you haven't configured both authentication and authorization correctly. So, what is an authentication or AuthN? Authentication is the process of confirming that someone or something is what they say it is. Technology systems typically use form of authentication to provide access to an application or its data. For example, when you need to access a website or service online, you usually need to enter your username and password. Then, behind the scenes, it compares the username and password you entered with the record it has in its database. If the information you submitted matches, the system assumes that you are a valid user and grants your access. System authentication in this example assumes that only you know the correct username and password. Therefore, it authenticates you using the principle of something that you only know. What is the purpose of authentication? The purpose of authentication is to verify that someone or something is who or what they claim to be. There are many forms of authentication. For example, the art world has processes and institutions that certify that a painting or sculpture is the work of a particular artist. Similarly, governments use a variety of authentication techniques to protect their currency from counterfeiting. Typically, authentication protects item from value, and in the information age, it protects system and data. Authentication is the process of verifying the identity of a user or service. Based on this information, the system then gives the user the appropriate access. For example, let's say we have two people who work in coffee shop, Lucia and Raul. Lucia is the manager of the cafe, while Raul is the barista. The cafe uses a point of sale or POS system where waiters and baristas can place orders for preparation. In this example, the point of sale or POS would use some process to verify Lucia or Raul's identity before allowing them access to the system. For example, they may be asked for a username and password, or they may need to scan their thumb or on a fingerprint reader. Since the coffee shop needs to provide access to its POS, employees who use the system must verify their identity through an authentication process. System can use several mechanisms to authenticate users. Typically, to verify your identity, authentication processes use something you know, something you have, and something you are, and password and security questions are two authentication factors that fall into the category of something you know. Because only you know your password or the answer to a specific set of security questions, the system uses this assumption to grant you access. Another common type of authentication factor uses something you have. Physical devices such as USB security tokens and mobile phones fall into this category. For example, when you access the system and it sends a one-time PIN or OTP via SMS or an app, it can verify your identity because it's your device. The last type of authentication factor uses someone that is. Biometric authentication mechanism fall into this category. Because individual physical characteristics such as fingerprints are unique, verifying individuals using these factors is a secure authentication mechanism. What is authorization? Authorization is a security process that determines the level of access of a user or service. In technology, we use authorization to give users or services permission to access certain data or perform a specific action. If we go back to our example of the cafe, Raul and Lucia have different roles in the cafe. Since Raul is the barista, he can only place and review orders. Lucia, on the other hand, in her role as a manager, may also have access to daily total sales. Since Raul and Lucia have different jobs in the cafe, the system would use their verified identities to provide each user with individual permissions. It is important to note the difference between authentication and authorization. So, authentication verifies the user, this is Lucia, before granting them access, and authorization determines what they can do when the system grants them access, in this case, to see sales information. Common type of authorization. Another common type of authentication factor uses something you have. Physical devices such as USB security tokens and mobile phones fall into this category. The last type of authentication factor we already said that is biometric. Then common types of authorization. Authorization system exists in many forms. In a typical technological environment, for example, access control list or ACL can determine which user or devices or services can access particular digital environment. They achieve this access control by applying a permit, a deny or deny policy based on the user authorization level. For example, on any system, there are usually general users and super users or administrators. If a standard user wants to make change that affect their security, the ACL or access control list can deny access. On the other hand, administrators have the authority to make security changes, so the ACL will allow them to do so. Another common type of authorization is data access. In any business environment, you usually have data with varying levels of sensitivity. For example, you may have public information that you find on the company website, internal information that is only available to employees, and confidential information that only a handful of individuals can access. In this example, authorization determines which user can access different types of information. The difference between authentication and authorization. As mentioned earlier, authentication and authorization may sound similar, but each play a different role in securing system and data. Unfortunately, people often use both terms interchangeably because they both refer to access to the system. However, these are different processes. Simply put, one verifies the identity of a user or service before granting them access, while the other determines what they can do once they have access. The best way to illustrate the difference between the two terms is with a simple example. Let's say you decide to go and visit a friend's house. Upon arrival, you knock on the door and your friend opens it. It recognizes you, and that is authentication, and greets you. Since your friend has confirmed you, she is now or he is now comfortable letting you into her or his home. However, based on your relationship, there are certain things you can do that others you can't. For example, that you can enter the kitchen, but you cannot enter her private office. In other words, you have the authority to enter the kitchen, but access to her private office is prohibited. There is a lot of similarities between authorization and authentication. Authentication and authorization are similar in that they are two parts of the basic process that provides access consensually These two terms are often confused in information security because they share the same abbreviation AUTH. Authentication and authorization are also similar in the way they both use identity. For example, one verifies the identity before granting access, while the other uses this verified identity to control access. So, what is authentication and authorization in cloud computing? Security is a vital component of any cloud computing solution. As these services provide a common model of access where everything runs on the same platform, they need to separate and protect user system and data. Cloud service providers use authentication and authorization to achieve these security goals. In fact, cloud computing platforms would not be able to provide economies of scale through their common resource model without authentication and authorization. For example, when a user tries to access a particular cloud service, the system will ask them for some form of authentication. This challenge could ask them to enter a username and password or use another authentication factor, such as accepting in-app notifications. Once the user is successfully authenticated, the cloud platform will use authorization to ensure that the user can only access their systems and data. Without authentication and authorization, separating user environments on the same platform would not be possible. Let's find out which comes first, authentication or authorization. Both authentication and authorization rely on identity. Because you can't authorize a user or service before you identify them, authentication always comes before authorization. Again, we can go back to the example of our cafe to illustrate this point. As mentioned, baristas can only create and view orders, while managers can also access daily sales data. If the POS system or POS system can't identify which user is accessing the system, it can provide the correct level of access. Authentication provides the authenticated authentication required for access control. When Raul and Lucia log into the system, the app knows who has logged in and what role to assign to their identity. People often use the terms access control and authorization interchangeably. Although many authorization policies are part of access control is a component of authorization. Access control uses an authorization process to grant or deny access to systems or data. In other words, authorization defines a policy on what a user or service can access. Access control enforces these guidelines. If we compare authentication and access control, the comparison between authentication and authorization is still valid. Authentication verifies the identity of the user, and access control uses this identity to grant or deny access. Microsoft Entra ID is a cloud-based identity and access management service that your employees can use to access external resources. Examples of resources include Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and thousands of other SaaS applications. Microsoft Entra ID also helps them access internal resources such as apps on your corporate intranet and any cloud apps developed for your organization. Microsoft Entra ID provides various benefits to members of your organization based on their role. IT administrators use the Microsoft Entra ID to control access to applications and applications resources based on business requirements. For example, as an IT administrator, you can use a Microsoft Entra ID to require multi-factor authentication when accessing important organizational resources. You can also use Microsoft Entra ID to automate user agreement or assignment between your existing Windows Server AD and your cloud applications, including Microsoft 365. Finally, Microsoft Entra ID gives you a powerful tool to automatically protect user identities and credentials and to meet access management requirements. Application developers can use Microsoft Entra ID as a standard-based authentication provider that helps them add single SSO or single sign-on to applications that work with existing user credentials. Developers can also use Microsoft Entra APIs to build personalized experiences using organizational data. Subscribers to Microsoft 365 Office 365, Azure, or Dynamics CRM Online already use a Microsoft Entra ID because every Microsoft 365, Office 365, Azure, and Dynamics CRM Online tenant is automatically a Microsoft Entra tenant. You can start managing access to your integrated applications in the cloud right away. In order to better understand the Entra ID service, it's time to get acquainted with the most important terms that we encounter during this and other courses. Identity is a thing that can be verified. The identity can be a user with a username and password. Identities also include applications or other servers that may require authentication through secret keys or certificates. Account is the identity that has the data associated with it. You can have an account without an identity. Microsoft Entra account is an identity created through a Microsoft Entra ID or another Microsoft Cloud service, such as Microsoft 365. Identities are stored in Microsoft Entra ID and are available to subscription to your organization cloud services. This order is sometimes referred to as a work or school order. Account administrator. This classic role of a subscription administrator is conceptually the owner of the subscription billing. This role allows you to manage all subscription in your account. Service administrator. This classic subscription administrator role allows you to manage all Azure resources, including access. This role has equivalent access to a user who has assigned the owner role in the subscription scope. Owner. This role helps you manage all Azure resources, including access. This role is built on a newer authorization system called Azure Role-Based Access Control or Azure RBAC that provides precise management of access to global resources. Then we have Microsoft Entra Global Administrator. This administrator role is automatically assigned to the person who created the Microsoft Entra tenant. You can have multiple accounts with this role, but anyone with the least privileged administrator role can assign administrator roles to users. Azure subscription used to pay for Azure cloud services. You can have many subscriptions and they are linked to a credit card. Tenant is a dedicated and trusted trusted instance of the Microsoft Entra ID. A tenant is automatically created when your organization sign up for a subscription to a Microsoft cloud service. These subscriptions include Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Intune, or Microsoft 365. This tenant represents a single organization and is intended to manage your employees, business application, and other internal resources. For this reason, it is considered a labor tenant configuration. In contrast, you can create a tenant in an external configuration, which is used in user identity and access management solutions for your consumer-facing applications. Single tenant is Azure tenant who accesses other services in a dedicated environment and are considered a single tenant. There is also a multi-tenant when Azure tenants who access other services in a shared environment across multiple organizations are considered multi-tenants. Microsoft Entra directory. Every Azure tenant has a dedicated, trusted Microsoft Entra directory. The Microsoft Entra directory includes tenant users, groups, and applications and is used to perform identity and access management functions for tenant resources. Custom domain. Each new Microsoft Entra directory comes with an initial domain name, such as a domain.onmicrosoft.com name. In addition to the initial name, you can also add your organization's domain names. Your organization's domain names include the names you use for business and the names of your users to access your organization's resources in the list. Adding custom domain names helps you create usernames that are familiar to your users, such as john@contoso.com, for example. Microsoft account, also called MSA, personal accounts that provide access to your consumer-facing Microsoft Cloud products and services. These products and services include Outlook, OneDrive, Xbox Live, or Microsoft 365. Your Microsoft account is created and stored in Microsoft Consumer Identity System. Once that you are familiar with the terms that we listed, it will be much easier for you to find your way around this service. Of course, everything takes time, and with persistent practice, every student will master the technology very quickly. In the next chapters, we will continue to learn about the Entra ID service. In this chapter, we will learn about the difference between Windows Active Directory and the Microsoft Entra ID service. What is Windows Active Directory? Windows Active Directory is a database where an organization can store all the information about a user, such as email address, password, and contact. It runs on Windows Server and allows the administrator to manage user identity and access control to all resources. Active Directory Domain Service, or ADDS, is the most widely used as service. It is part of the Windows OS. It is used to authenticate and authorize users on various resources. Windows AD has three main levels in its structure, which are domains, trees, and forests. A domain is a group of connected users, computers, and other AD objects. When multiple domains are grouped, it is called trees, and when multiple trees are connected, it's called forest. What is Microsoft Entra ID? Microsoft Entra ID is the new name for Azure Active Directory, providing the same functionality as Windows Active Directory, but with a cloud-based environment and more security features. It allows users to identify and provide access to resources regardless of whether the application is in the cloud or on-premises. Let's understand the concept of Entra ID with an example. Suppose you have an account in Microsoft 365, the Azure portal, and the Intune portal. It's hard to remember and type the email ID and password for all apps whenever you try to log in. Entra ID allows users to log into all services with a single click without remembering and typing their email addresses and managing all users' addresses. What is the difference between Active Directory and Entra ID? Compatibility with the environment. Windows Active Directory is compatible with local applications, while Microsoft Entra ID is compatible with cloud environments. It is for cloud application and remote resources. Device management. Windows AD manages devices in the home or connected to a private network. Microsoft Entra ID manages devices internally and externally and provides services globally with an internet connection. Also, there is authentication protocols. Active Directory relies on traditional authentication protocols such as Kerberos version 5, when Entra ID uses more modern authentication protocols such as AuthN 2.0 and OpenID Connect, best for cloud services. Scalability. Entra ID is more scalable than AD due to its hybrid infrastructure capabilities, making it easier to adapt as your organizational needs change. So, there is a lot of benefits for Microsoft Entra ID. First one is identity management. Entra ID simplifies the process of tracking users' ID and enables single sign-on functionality to the cloud and on-premises applications. It provides B2B, business to business, and business to customer to manage and customize how users log in and manage profiles to access an application verified for Entra ID. It also supports multifactor authentication as an additional security layer for verifying identity with other methods. The Entra Admin Center provides various features to protect your identity from suspicious users while implementing an additional layer of security. Then, members of your organization can use Microsoft Entra Connect and Connect Help so they can get authentication and authorization for all resources, no matter if there is application in the cloud or your on-premise location. The benefits of having Windows Active Directory is one of the main advantage of having Windows AD is that it simplifies the management of user accounts by providing a centralized platform, and Windows AD is used in a private network, so it is difficult for hackers to break through security and breach data. It provides security features such as sensitive data protection, groups, and access control policies, as well as role-based permissions. The group policy feature in AD allows administrators to control how systems work and what users can do on those systems. Everything becomes easier with group policies in place, from setting firewall rules to disabling USB ports on endpoints for improved security. When problems arise, having a centralized system such as AD helps diagnose problems more quickly by providing detailed records of user activity and system events. Active Directory is useful for Identity Access Management or IAM, where users can log in with many applications with different credentials without remembering them. Windows AD infrastructure is limited to local networks. To overcome this limitation, Microsoft has introduced Entra ID for cloud environments. Entra ID provides a variety of security features to protect users from suspicious activities. Microsoft Entra ID allows you to create several types of users in your tenant, which provides more flexibility in how you manage your organization users. Before you create or invite a new user, take some time to review the types of users, their authentication methods, and their access within your Microsoft Entra Workforce tenant. The Microsoft Entra Workforce tenant has following type of users. Internal member. These users are most likely full-time employees of your organization. Internal guests. These users have an account in your tenant, but they have guest-level privileges. It is possible that they were created within your tenant before the availability of B2B Collaboration. External member. These users authenticate with an external account, but have access to the member to your tenant. These types of users are common in organizations with multiple tenants. External guests. These users are your tenant's real guests who authenticate using an external method and who have guest-level privileges. Authentication methods vary depending on the type of user you are creating. Internal guests and members have credentials in your Microsoft Entra tenant that can be managed by administrators. Users can also reset their own passwords. External members are verified with their home Microsoft Entra tenant, and your Microsoft Entra tenant authenticates the user through federated sign-in with the external member's Microsoft Entra tenant. If external members forget their password, an administrator in their Microsoft Entra tenant can't reset their password. External guests set their own passwords using the link they received in the email when their account is opened. The least privileged role varies depending on the type of users you are adding and whether you need to assign Microsoft Entra roles at the same time. Whenever possible, you should use the least privileged role. Let's create a new user in our portal. We are in our Azure portal and let's create a new user. Let's go to Microsoft Entra ID service. You can simply search for Microsoft Entra ID or click on this menu and choose Microsoft Entra from your favorites. Then when you are in Microsoft Entra ID, there is some additional information in overview blade, like basic information, what is the name, tenant ID, primary domain, license. For now I am using Microsoft Entra ID free license, then the number of users, groups, applications and devices. There is a license that you can activate for Microsoft Entra ID, like P1 or P2, and then you will have some premium features that others don't have in Microsoft Entra ID free. But for now, let's stick with Microsoft Entra ID free. As I already mentioned, you can see the number of groups, users, groups, applications and devices. Also, you can add a new user to create a new user and invite a new user, create a new group, enterprise application or app registration. You can manage tenants, see what is new, preview some feature and so on. let's go to our user blade. And then I will click on users to see how can we create a first user. I have some users already created here, as you can see, and this is our cloud users. The last one is me, and I'm a global administrator. So if I want to create a new user, click on new user and click on create a new user. You can create a new internal user. Then we need to add a user principal name. You can choose your own name, and this is my, let me show you this. If you go to our overview section, you can see that this is our primary domain. So let's again create our new user. Let's add a user principal name or UPN, and then I will choose my mail nickname. You can uncheck this box and simply add a name for if you want, or if you check this, there is an automatic name from inherited from user principal name. Then I will add my display name, choose my password. If you want, you can see this is a auto-generated password by Azure. If you uncheck this auto-generated password, you can add your own password. I will now check this auto-generated password and simply copy this password. You can uncheck this box if you want to account be enabled, but let's check this box to see that our account is enabled. Then in identity option, you can add the first name, last name. This is our basic, this is our properties. Then you can choose user type as member or guest. I will choose a member. And in other information, you can add the job title, company name, department, employee ID. Let's, for example, add company A, name for our company. Then choose our office location. Add a name for employee hire date. From this calendar. Add some contact information like street address, city, state or province, business phone, mobile phone, email, and so on. I can add some city, for example, Los Angeles. And in the parental control, you can add age to this group, provide consent provided minor, and so on. This is all optional features, so it really doesn't matter if you add this or not. In the settings option, you can choose usage location. I will choose USA or United States. Next is assignments. If you go to our assignment, you can choose to add a group or add a role for this user. You can make up to 20 roles or role assignments, and you can only add the user to maximum to 1 administrative units. In the next chapter, we'll learn about administrative units, but for now let's click on review and create, and then create. And if you can see, we have this notification that our user is successfully created. If we hit on refresh, we have this user. This is his user principal name, user type is member, and this is a cloud user, and company A is his company. Also, if we go to our users, you can edit this user and add something that you forgot when you creating this user. And this is you can also delete this user, reset a password for this user, revoke session, manage view, and there is also some basic information like user principal name, object ID, date and time of creation, user type, identities, group membership, application, assigned role or assigned license. So you can track every information in detail for your every user in your Microsoft Entra ID. Also you can track his audit logs, sign-in logs, every time that this user assigned to some kind of, for example, Azure portal or some app, it will show here. Then in manage, you can see if this user has some assigned role or assigned or Azure role assignment, and you can track device, application. You can add this user to administrative units, add a license to this user, and simply in the next chapters, one of the next chapter, we will get to know Azure role assignment. And then there is authentication methods. You can choose a way to sign into a Microsoft Entra ID for your users. You can add authentication methods and so on. But for now, let's stick with the basics, and you can see how you can create a new user. Microsoft Entra ID includes collaboration capabilities that enable your workforce to work securely with business partners and guests. In your workforce tenant, you can use B2B Collaboration to share your company's apps and services with guests while maintaining control over your own corporate data. A simple calling and redemption process allows partners to use their own credentials to access your company's resources. You can also enable self-service user sign-up flows to allow guests to sign up for apps or resources on their own. When a guest redeems their invitation or completes the registration, they are represented in your directory as a user object. The user type for these B2B collaboration users is usually set to guests, and their user principal name contains the identifier X. Microsoft Entra External ID support external identity providers such as Facebook, Microsoft Account, Google, and Enterprise Identity providers. You can set up federation with identity providers. This way, your guest can sign in with their existing social or business account instead of creating a new account just for your app. Let's go to Portal to create a new external user. We are again in our Azure portal, and as you can see, this is our users that we already saw in the previous chapter. I will now click on new user, and instead of creating a new user, I will use this other option to invite new external user. But first, let's go to our main page, and you can go to Microsoft Entra from your favorites bar, go to users, and go to new users, and choose invite external user to collaborate with our organization. I will add an email for my user, the user that you want to invite. So for example, I will use my Yahoo account. Then we need to display a name here. This is different me, for example. Then you can uncheck this option or check this box to send invite message. Then you need to write a message. Let's write test. Also, this is an optional CC, and there is recipient, and this is invite redirect URL. As you can see, this is the number of our tenant ID. Then in the identity, I can add the full name and last name, and user type I can choose guest or member. Just like in the previous chapter, you can add your job information or some contact information, but here you can add manager, for example, and add a sponsor if you want. Let's add a company name, just like in our previous chapter. This is company A, and then you can add some contact information if you want. I will add a state or province, and usage location. I will add my country, Serbia. Let's go to assignment. I will not add this user to any group or role. Then simply click on review and invite. After we click this, let's click on invite, and user invitation is in progress. We are successfully invited our user. If we refresh this, you can see that we don't have nothing, but there is an option, and now we have our user with external identifier, and user type is guest, on-premises system is no, and there is in company address. As you can see, if I scroll this on our right side, you can see the creation type is invitation. So this is how can you invite a user, external user, to your organization. Let me check my inbox account on my Yahoo email. As you can see, our organization, our domain name, message from default directory, and the link if you want to accept this invitation, and simply click to accept invitation, and you will be able to log in to our apps. Simple as that. So this is how can you work with this. One of the basic offers of the Entra ID service is a free offer in which you can do a lot of things, but as a subscription owner you are quite limited when it comes to some more advanced features. Microsoft has introduced several types of subscription in its offer, thus allowing users to choose a plan that suits their needs or the needs of their company or organization. In addition to the free plan, there are two that have been around for several years, P1 and P2, while the Entra suite was recently introduced. As I said, Entra ID is a cloud-based customer management platform that is often introduced in organization through the purchase of an Office 365 license or an Azure subscription. IT teams start their organization with Entra ID free or Microsoft 365 apps, since they are included in the subscription to any service. But the SKU has limited functionality. It's not uncommon for organizations to upgrade other Microsoft services, their Entra ID instances to P2 license just to get the one thing they need, or to be able to deploy other Microsoft services that require premium SKUs. Microsoft Entra ID Free is included with Microsoft Cloud subscription, such as Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365. It supports multi-factor authentication, unlimited single sign-on in any SaaS application, basic reports, and self-service password change for cloud users. You can manage users in groups in the cloud, synchronize your local directory with your Microsoft Entra ID. Microsoft Entra ID P1, formerly known as Azure Active Directory P1, is available as standalone or included in Microsoft 365 E3 for business and Microsoft 365 Business Premium for small and medium-sized businesses. It includes Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft Entra ID Governance, and Microsoft Entra Verified ID packages, and it's priced at $6 per month. The most common package that been used by users so far is the P2 version, and it includes everything the same as P1, with the addition that Microsoft Entra ID Protection is a package that includes a large number of identity-related options. Its monthly price is $9, and it is recommended for business users. The latest plan that was recently introduced is the most expensive one, which costs $12 per month and includes everything that the previous two, plus an add-on with Microsoft Entra Internet Access and Microsoft Entra Private Access. Microsoft Entra Suite combines solutions for network access, identity protection, management, and identity verification. A subscription to Microsoft Entra ID P1 or a package that includes Microsoft Entra ID P1 is required. Special pricing is available for Microsoft Entra ID P2 or Microsoft 365 E5 customers. What we haven't mentioned in the previous chapters is that there is a special portal for Microsoft Entra ID, and it is located at entra.microsoft.com. So if you want, you can also practice as a free user. In the Microsoft.com, you can see all Microsoft Entra ID plans and pricing. Also, there is a lot of features for Microsoft Entra ID, so you can try for free all of these services. Also, if you compare these three services, Microsoft Entra ID P1 is the most, it costs $6 per month, and it includes already, we already told in our theoretical part what it includes, but if you check all these functions for Entra P1, P2 and Suite, you can compare these three offers. So in the P1 and P2 you have Microsoft Entra ID, but Microsoft Entra ID protection is available for all three offers. Microsoft Entra IT governance is also available for all three offers, for example. And the most used version is Microsoft Entra ID P2. So it for $9 per month, you can see that you can also include Microsoft 365 E5 for enterprise customers. If you scroll down and look in details in our offers, for example, Microsoft Entra ID, you have an option for advanced group management, cross-tenant user synchronization, multi-tenant organization, SharePoint limited access, session lifetime management, global password protection, application launch portal, and so on. You can see for yourself and check other offers. In Microsoft Entra ID protection, you have risk-based conditional access, for example, for P2 and Suite. In Microsoft Entra governance, then Microsoft Entra verified ID, verify credential issuance and credential verifications are available for all three offers. But when you look at Microsoft Entra Suite, for $12 a month, you get some additional features like Microsoft Entra Internet Access and Microsoft Entra Private Access. If we take a close look, you have something called Universal Conditional Access, Traffic Logging and Policy Monitoring, Web Category Filtering, and fully qualified domain name access. Then, in the Entra Private Access, there is something called Zero Trust Network Access, conditional access across all private apps and resources, adaptive multi-factor authentication, seamless sign-on access, and fast and easy access at global scale. So it really depends on your needs, but P2 is the most used, as I already said. There is a Microsoft Entra ID Free, which is solid for practicing and learning. So in this offer, you have support for multi-factor authentication, unlimited single sign-on across any SaaS apps, basic report and self-service password change for cloud users, manage users and groups in the cloud, and secure on-premises directory with Microsoft Entra ID. Then Entra Free ID is included in Microsoft Cloud subscription for your M365 and Azure portal. So this is difference between premium licenses and offers from Microsoft. Microsoft Entra ID provides several ways to manage access to resources, apps, and tasks. With Microsoft Entra Groups, you can assign access and permissions to a group of users instead of each individual users, restricting access to Microsoft Entra resources to only those users who need access is one of the core security principles of Zero Trust. Microsoft Entra ID allows you to use groups to manage access to applications, data, and resources. Resources can be part of the Microsoft Entra organization, such as role-based object management permissions in Microsoft Entra ID, external to the organization, for example, software as a service application, Azure Services, SharePoint sites, local resources. Some groups can't be managed in Azure portal. Groups synchronized from the local Active Directory can only be managed in the local Active Directory. Mail-enabled distribution list and security groups are managed only in the Exchange Admin Center or the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. You must sign in to the Exchange Admin Center or the Microsoft 365 Admin Center to manage this group. There are 2 types of groups and 3 types of group membership. Security, used to manage users and computer access to shared resources. For example, you can create a security group so that all members of the group have the same set of security permissions. Security group members can include users, devices, service principals, and other groups, also known as nested groups, that define access policies and permissions. Security groups owner can include users and service principals. Microsoft 365 Groups provides collaboration capabilities by giving group members access to a shared mailbox, calendar, files, SharePoint sites, and more. These options also allows you to give people outside of your organization access to the group. Members of a Microsoft 365 group can only include users. Microsoft 365 group owners can include users and service directors. When you nest an existing security group into another security group, only members of the parent group will have access to shared resources and apps. Members of a nested group do not have the same assigned membership as members of the parent group. Assigned group or allows you to add specific users as members of the group and have unique permissions. Dynamic user membership group allows users to use user rules to automatically add and remove user as members. If the attributes of a member change, the system looks at your dynamic membership group rules for the directory. The system checks whether a member meets the requirement of the rule which is added or no longer meets the requirement of the rule removed. Dynamic membership group for devices allows you to use devices or device rules to automatically add and remove devices as members. If the device attributes change, the system reviews your dynamic group membership rules for the directory to see if the device meets the policy requirements or no longer meets the policy requirements. You can create a dynamic group for devices or users, but not both. You can create a device group based on the device owner attribute. Device membership policies can only refer to device attributions. Then, after creating a group, you need to decide how to assign access rights. You can explore ways to assign access rights to determine the best protect for your scenario. There is a direct assignment. The owner of the resource directly assigns the user to the resource, or group assignment. A resource owner assigns a Microsoft Entra group to a resource, which automatically gives all members access to the resource. Both the group owner and the resource owner manage the group's membership, allowing any owner to add or remove members from the group. Rule-based assignment is a resource owner creates a group and uses the rule to define which users are assigned to a particular resource. The rule is based on attributes that are assigned to individual users. The resource owner manages the rule, specifying what attributes and values are required to provide access to the resource. External authority assignment. Access comes from an external source such as local directory or SaaS application. In this situation, the resource owner assigns a group to provide access to the resource, and then external resource manage the group members. The group owner can allow user to find their own group to join instead of assigning them. The owner can also set up a group to automatically accept all users who join or to request approval. After a user requests to join the group, the request is forwarded to the owner of the group. If necessary, the owner can approve request and the user will be notified of the group membership. If you have multiple owners and one of them doesn't approve, the user will be notified but not added to the group. For more information and instruction on how to allow users to ask to join a group, you can check official documentation on Microsoft pages. And now I will show you how can you create a group. Let's go to groups in our Microsoft Entra tenant. If I go to groups, you can see I have a few groups that I already create for this in my earlier work. Group type is security, membership type is assigned, and then you can add this search mode and so on. But you can create a new group right from here. You can choose from group type, as I already said, security or Microsoft 365. We need to choose security. Then I will add a group name. This is required. Then in the group description, you can enter a description for this group, for example. And because we don't have any license, we can only work with assigned membership type. For example, group for testing. As I already told you, we need to have some Microsoft Entra license to work with other two options, dynamic group for users and dynamic group for devices. But for now, let's stick with our assigned group. And then we have options to add some owners or members to this group. You can simply choose, click on this no owner selected or no member selected link, and you will have an option to add an owner for this group or simply to add a members to this group. Let's see how can we do that. And as I already told you, we are now using this assigned membership type, and after that we will choose our owner and member. And finally, if I click on add owner, I can choose to add some owners to this group. I will choose our user that we created in the first demo for this section, and then I can click on no member selected link and choose my users or groups, devices or enterprise applications. I can add whenever I want to this group. So let's choose some user, for example, Braden Fisk, Cooper Cup, for example, Matthew Stafford, and click on select. So you can even add a group. Let's add IT Cloud Administrators, and then finally I will click on create. So we're creating our group, and we successfully created our group. Let's click on refresh, and this is our test group 1. If you go to our group, you can see some details like membership type, source type, object ID, when it's created, total members, users, groups, device, and others. If I go to manage, you can go to members and see that we have 3 members and 1 group in our group. Also, you can add members from here, and you can remove members, and so on. You can even do a bulk operation from here to import members, remove members, or simply download members. And then, if you go to columns, you can add some additional columns like source, object ID, or device. If you check one of them, you will see the source is cloud, for example. But let's stick to our basics, and then I can add a member directly from here. I can add our external user and click on select to add our member. And if I go to, for example, refresh and add a source, check this checkbox source, click on save, you can see that our user type is guest and source is cloud. And we are getting this email address because this is an external user. Also, you can check your licensing here, you can check your owners. We are added our owners when we created our group. You can add more owners if you want. Let's add Stetson Bennett, for example, and now we have 2 owners for this group. Let's click on refresh. Then we have something called roles administrators, administrative units, group membership, and so on. You can even add a membership right from here and choose to add a new group. You can also see your application and add a license for this group. But we need to go to M365 Admin Center. Also in the activity you have some other options. For example, you have audit logs, and you can track all your actions or activity. What are you doing with this group? Or if someone else working with this group, you can track in the audit log. Also, you have option to delete this group or edit properties, and this is how can you create simple group in Microsoft Entra ID. Also, there is something called naming policy. You can enable custom block words list, download the CSV file, add the blocked words, and simply upload here. And this is how can you prevent for your members to add some bad words in the when they're creating or give a name to a group. Also, you can check an expiration for your group, and in general settings you can, as you can see, you can choose 30 days, 15 days, or 1 day prior to group expiration. Then in general option, you can choose your self-service group management. You can create security groups in Azure portal. In Microsoft 365 as an admin, you can prevent this by clicking no. And finally click on save. So the users will not be able to create a new group in your security groups in your Microsoft Entra ID or M365 portal. You can create a new group, download the group, and so on. This is how can you work with groups. I will now delete my group, and our group is successfully deleted. Let's click on refresh, and after some time our test group will be vanished from here. Thank you for watching. There are about 60 Microsoft Entra built-in roles, which are roles with a fixed set of role permissions. To complement built-in roles, Microsoft Entra ID also supports custom roles. You can use custom roles to choose the permission for the roles you want. For example, you can create one to manage specific Microsoft Entra resources, such as applications or service principals. There are many different services in Microsoft 365, such as Microsoft Entra ID and Intune. Some of these services have their own role-based access control systems, in particular Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft Exchange, Microsoft Intune, Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps, Microsoft 365 Defender for Portal, Compliance Portal, Expense Management plus Billing. Other services such as Teams, SharePoint, and Managed Desktops do not have separate role-based access control systems. They use Microsoft Entra roles for their administrative access. Azure has its own role-based access control system for Azure resources such as virtual machines, and this system is not the same as Microsoft Entra roles. To better understand roles in Azure, it helps to know a piece of history. When Azure was initially released, access to resources was managed by three administrator roles: account administrator, service administrator, and co-administrator. Later, Azure Role-Based Access Control, or Azure RBAC, was added. Azure Role-Based Access Control is a newer authorization system that provides fine-grained management of access to Azure resources. Azure RBAC includes many built-in roles that can be assigned at different scales and allows you to create your custom roles to manage resources in Microsoft Entra ID, such as users, groups, and domains. There are several Microsoft Entra roles. Microsoft Entra roles are used to manage Microsoft Entra resource in a directory, such as creating or editing users, assigning administrative roles to others, resetting user passwords, managing user license, and managing domains. For example, global administrators manage access to all administrative functions in Microsoft Entra ID, as well as services that connect to Microsoft Entra ID, assign administrator roles to others, reset passwords for any other users, and all other administrators. A person who signs up for Microsoft Entra tenant becomes a global administrator. User administrator can create and manage all aspects of users and groups, manage support tickets, monitor service help, change password for users, help desk administrators, and other user administrators. Billing administrators make purchases, manage subscriptions, manage support tickets, monitor service health. If we click on roles and administrators in Entra ID, we can see a large number of roles that we can give to a user. In the next chapter, I will explain the difference between Azure roles and RBAC roles. By default, Azure roles and Microsoft Entra roles don't include Azure and Microsoft Entra IDs. However, if a global administrator increases their access by selecting the toggle to manage access for Azure resources in the Azure portal, the global administrator will be assigned the user access administrator role. This is Azure role on all subscription for a specific tenant. The user access administrator role allows a user to grant other users access to Azure resources. This toggle can be helpful to regain access to your subscription. Several Microsoft Entra roles include Microsoft Entra ID and Microsoft 365, such as Global Administrator and Custom Administrator roles. For example, if you are a member of the Global Administrator role, you have global administrator capabilities in Microsoft Entra ID and Microsoft 365, such as making changes to Microsoft Exchange and Microsoft SharePoint. However, by default, the global administrator does not have access to Azure resources. In the intricate world of Azure, understanding role is critical to efficiently and securely manage resources and identity objects. But there are two concepts that are often confused about what they are and what can they do: Azure roles and Microsoft Entra role IDs. What is role-based access control? Before we dive into Azure roles, let's first understand role-based access control and its benefits. Role-based access control, or RBAC, is a security methodology that assigns different levels of access to users based on their roles or function within an organization. RBAC can help protect resources such as data, application, and systems from unauthorized or improper access, modification, additions, or deletion. There are several advantages of Azure role-based access control. Simplify the management of user permissions. You only need to assign a role to a user, not multiple individual permissions. Reduce the risk of human error. Users only have access to the resources they need to perform their task, nothing more. It improves security and compliance because users can access sensitive and confidential information that isn't relevant to their roles. You can easily maintain audit trails. Azure Role-Based Access Control is an authorization system built on top of Azure Resource Manager. Its goal is to provide accurate management of access to Azure resources. Here's how it works. A user assigned a role definition to an identity object. This role determines the action to identity object can perform in a specific scope. This creates a waterfall effect in which permissions are lowered from the assigned level to all basic levels. Another way to put it is that Azure Role-Based Access Control works based on a fundamental equation. Who can do what where? So, who is identify objects or security principle, what role definitions and task, and where the extent to which these roles are applicable. There are over 100 built-in Azure roles, each designed to provide specific permission to manage Azure resources. There are several roles that apply to all types of resources that are worth highlighting. The first one is owner, provides full access to resources with delegation rights. Reader allows you to view resources without the right to modify. Contributor allows resource management excluding user management access. And user access administrator allows you to manage user access without the ability to manage resources. While there is a large and growing selection of built-in roles, there is also the option to create custom roles to meet specific criteria. Now we have an understanding of Azure roles. But before we can understand the roles of Microsoft Entra ID roles, we need to make a step back and understand the relationship between Microsoft Entra ID and Azure subscription. Entra ID is a cloud-based identity and access management service that provides authentication and authorization for users and devices accessing Azure resources. An Entra ID tenant is an instance of Microsoft Entra ID that represents an organization. The tenant has a unique ID and domain name, such as, for example, vlada.onmicrosoft.com. How are Azure subscription and Entra ID tenant related? Each Azure subscription has a trust relationship with the tenant of the Microsoft Entra ID. This means that the subscription relies on that tenant to authenticate and authorize users and devices to access Azure resources. A subscription can only trust one tenant at a time, but a tenant can trust multiple subscriptions. This allows an organization to manage access to different Azure resources using a single Entra ID. Unlike Azure Role-Based Access Control, Microsoft Entra ID roles focuses only on managing identity objects within the Entra ID tenant itself. It doesn't include resources within Azure subscription. These identity objects would be things like users, groups, and applications. Implementing Entra ID roles uses the same equation as what we can done where. The primary difference between these two, Azure roles and Microsoft Entra ID roles, lies in the resource they manage. Azure roles primarily manage access to resources deployed within the cloud, including virtual networks, machines, and resource group with the possibility of assigning roles at different scales. On the other hand, Microsoft Entra ID roles operate on tenant level identity objects and affect the capability of users within the particular tenant. Although Microsoft Entra ID roles are typically set at the tenant level, you can make scope customizations and administrative units. They are used as logical containers that give you more precise control over access permission. Understanding the difference between Azure roles and Microsoft Entra ID roles is critical to effectively implementing role-based access control in Azure environments. While both roles play a vital role in access management, they serve different purposes and manage different types of resources. By using both types of roles appropriately, you provide the right level of access to users and improve security and operational efficiency. In the table in front of you on your screen, You can see the difference between Azure roles and Microsoft Entra roles. Azure roles can manage access to Azure resource, support custom roles, scope can be specific at multiple levels, management group, subscription, resource group or resource. Role information can be accessed in Azure Portal, Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, Azure Resource Manager templates or REST API. Microsoft Entra roles can manage access to Microsoft Entra roles. It also supports custom roles, and scope can be specified at the tenant level, like organization-wide, administrator units, or on a local object, for example, a specific application. Role information can be accessed in the Azure Portal, Entra Admin Center, 365 Admin Center, Microsoft Graph, and Microsoft Graph PowerShell. Also, you can see how this looks in Microsoft Entra tenant in this picture. Once again, we are in our Microsoft Entra ID. If I go to Role and Administrators Blade, you can see that we have various roles, and as you can see, this is our roles and administrators. This is Microsoft AD roles. You can choose from various roles. For example, you have global reader, help desk administrators. Let's check. He can reset passwords to non-administrators and help desk administrators. If you click on this role, you have the description of the role. Also, there is a role permission with granular explanation of every role that this role has or have. Then, if you go to activity, if we go to assignment, I can add an assignment to one of my user. I will choose Pukanako, for example, and add a role assignment. And if we go back to our users blade and go to our user Pukanako, let's go to assigned roles. You can see that Pukanako is now have this Azure role, Microsoft Entra ID role, which is he can reset password for non-administrators and help desk administrators. This role is built-in role. And assignment is direct. Also, if you click on remove assignment, you will remove this assignment that we add to our user. Also, if I open a new tab and go to, for example, storage account, I will create a storage account. I will create a new resource group. Add a name for my storage account. Choose my region. This name must be unique, of course. Choose my primary service as blob storage and data lake storage Gen 2. Choose my performance as a standard and choose redundancy as LRS. Let's go to review and create. And after our validation, let's click on create to create our storage account. Our resource is created. Let's go to resource. Let's go to access control IAM, and I will now add role-based assignment RBAC role. Then I will choose this job function role, for example, storage data. Let me find this role. Then I will select a member, choose my Pukanako, select him, go to add and click on review and assign, and again review and assign. So we are adding role-based access control to our user. If you go to role assignment, you will see that we have our Puka as a reader, and if you go to reader, you can see all permissions and description for this role. So we have added a reader role as a rollback access role and Microsoft Entra ID role as a help desk administrator to our one user. As you can see how many permissions this role had, and if I refresh now this, you can see that we have added help desk administrator, and if you go to Azure role assignment, we have reader role that we added for our Puka. This is a reader role for this storage account. So this is how can you combine Microsoft Entra ID role and Azure RBAC role. Single sign-on or SSO is an authentication method that allows users to log in using a single set of credentials on multiple independent software systems. Using SSO means that the user doesn't have to log into every application they use. With SSO, user can access all the necessary applications without the need for authentication using different credentials. Many apps already exist in Microsoft Entra ID that you can use with SSO. You have several options for SSO depending on the needs of the application on how it is deployed. Take the time to plan your SSO deployment before you create apps in Microsoft Entra ID. Managing applications can be made easier by using the My Apps portal or the My Apps portal. The choice of using single sign-on method depends on how the application is configured for authentication. Cloud application can use federated-based options such as OpenID Connect, Auth, and SAML. The app can also use password-based single sign-on, connection-based single sign-on, or simply single sign-on can be disabled. When you set up single sign-on to work between multiple identities or multiple identity providers, it's called federation. And single sign-on deployment based on federation protocols improves security, reliability, and user experience and deployment. With federated single sign-on, Microsoft Entra authenticates user to the app using their Microsoft Entra account. This method is supported for SAML 2.0, VS Federation, or OpenID Connect applications. Federal SSO is the richest form of SSO. You can use federated SSO with Microsoft Entra ID when the application supports it, instead of password-based SSO and Microsoft Entra Federation Services. Active Directory Federation Services. Password. Local applications can use a password-based method for SSO. These selections work when applications are configured for application proxy. With password-based SSO, users log into the app using a username and password, where they can first access in. After the first sign-in, Microsoft Entra ID provides a username and password for the application. Password-based SSO allows you to securely store your app password and replay it using a web browser extension on mobile app. This option uses the existing login process provided by the application, allows the administrator to manage passwords, and does not require the user to know the password. Linked sign-in can provide a consistent user experience as you migrate applications over a period of time. If you are migrating apps to a Microsoft Entra ID, you can use connection-based SSO to quickly publish links to all the apps that you intend to migrate. After the user authenticates using the connected application, all accounts must be created before the user can be granted access with single sign-on. The assignment of this account can happen automatically, or it can happen manually by the administrator. You can apply conditional access policy or multi-factor authentication to a connected app because the connected app doesn't provide single sign-on capabilities with a Microsoft Entra ID. When you configure a connected app, you simply add a link that appears to launch the app. And disabled, when single sign-on is disabled, it's not available for the app. When single sign-on is disabled, user may need to authenticate twice. First, user authenticates to Microsoft Entra ID and then sign in to the app. If you go to our Azure portal and go to our Microsoft Entra ID service, there is something called Enterprise Application. If you click on New Application, you have option to browse for Microsoft Entra ID Gallery or to create your own app. You can choose from various options, but let's create our own app. We need to add the name of our app, and you can use application proxy, or if you want to integrate an application that is not in the gallery, then you have this option to create a new app. First, I will add a name for my app, and then I will integrate and add the other application. You don't find this is a non-gallery application. Let's click on Create, and we are adding our application. This is our enterprise application. After some time, you can see the overview of our application. There is a name, application ID, and object ID. Also, you can assign users and groups to this application, set up a single sign-on, provision user accounts, then add a conditional access or enable users to request access to the application using their Microsoft Entra ID credentials. Also, in this chapter, I will show you how can you set up a single sign-on. This option enables users to sign in with their credential, as I already told you, using their Microsoft Entra credentials. If you go to single sign-on blade in the Manage blade, there is a method disabled, SAML, password-based, and linked. If you choose disable, then single sign-on is not enabled. With SAML, this is Security Assertion Market Language Protocol. You can use password storage and replay using a web browser extension or mobile app, and linked, you can use an application in your My Apps portal or Office 365 application. And as you can see, single sign-on adds security and convention when users sign in to the application by enabling user to sign in every application they use with one account. We are using this SAML option, and in this SAML option you need to add some features to enable this single sign-on method. As you see, the first step is to edit this basic SAML configuration. First, you will need to add your identity ID. Then you need to add your assertion consumer service URL. This is where the application, this is our, for example, our identifier. This is the name of our app. I will click on add my name here, then replay URL. As you can see, this is our replay URL, and it used for generating unique URL address for SSO sign-in for our users. We are add reply here, copy just, and we need to add our company name. Our company name is the name of our app, and signing URL optional. You will add this link if you want to your users to use Microsoft Entra ID credential. This is almost the same link URL address for sign in like SSO from the previous chapter, but again we need to change our company name. I will copy this here, but this is optional, and then we will change this our company name. And there is relay state, which is also optional, and logout URL. This URL used to send SAML logout response back to the application. And finally, let's click on Save to save this configuration. This is basic SAML configuration, as you can see. And Save Single Sign-On is added. Then you can test your single sign-on on this app. And then if you go to Attributes and Claims, if you edit this option, you have some additional tweaks. You can claim your username, reclaim claim, or add this additional claim. You can add a new claim or group claim. Also, there is some advanced SAML claims option, so you can add all of this to your app. As you can see, I have my unique identifier. This is our user.user principal name, first name user.given name, last name user.surname, and email user.user principal name. So all of this is already listed, and you can manage your claim, choose your name, namespace, then choose your name identifier format, source, and source attribute. This is already added by default. I just wanted to show you how can you add some different source and source attributes. And once that you're ready, simply click on Save. In this chapter, I just want to show you how can you work with applications in Microsoft Entra ID. So I choose this demo, this simple single sign-on with our enterprise app. Then you have this verification optional, certificates, which is optional, and then you need to configure the application link to Microsoft Entra ID. There is a login URL, Microsoft Entra identifier, and logout URL. Also, there is a token signature, our notification email, app federation metadata URL. You can download the certificates. And finally, this fourth step is also required, but all of these links are already added, so we don't have to do basically anything. Also, there is a sign-in option or certificate. You can choose between SAML response assertion or both response and assertion. Then signing algorithm SHA or SHA-256 is default. And finally, when you're ready, you can click on Test Single Sign-On with this our enterprise app, but we need to add our users and groups. You can add a group or a user. Simply click Selected to select some user, and you will add your user here. And after you add your user, then that user will be able to use single sign-on to our enterprise app. So you need to set up various things to make this application work. And as you can see, we now have two objects. And now if you test this, there is a login URL to our application. You can simply go and add. But I didn't specify this HTTP request for SAML binding. Just wanted to show you how can you work with app in Entra ID. Multifactor authentication is a process in which users are asked for an additional form of identification during the login process, such as a code on their mobile phone or a fingerprint scan. If you only use a password to authenticate to users, it leaves an insecure attack vector. Multifactor authentication is a process in which users are asked for an additional form of identification during the login process, such as a code on their mobile phone or a fingerprint scan. If you only use a password to authenticate the user, it leaves an insecure attack vector. If the password is weak or has been discovered elsewhere, an attacker could use it to gain access. When you need another form of authentication, security is increased because this additional factor is not something that an attacker can easily obtain or duplicate. Microsoft Entra Multifactor Authentication works by requiring two or more of the following authentication methods. Something you know, it's usually a password. Something you have, such as a reliable device that is not easy to duplicate, such as a phone or dongle. Something that is biometrics like a fingerprint or a face scan. Microsoft Entra ID multi-factor authentication can also be used to securely reset your password. When users register for Microsoft Entra multi-factor authentication, they also register for a one-step self-service password reset. Administrators can choose form of secondary authentication and configure MFA challenges based on configuration decisions. You don't need to change apps or services to use Microsoft Entra multi-factor authentication. Verification queries are part of the Microsoft Entra login, which automatically requests and handles an MFA challenge when needed. When users sign in to an app or service and receive an MFA prompt, they can choose one of their registered forms of additional verification. Users can access your profile to edit or add verification methods. The following additional forms of verification can be used of Microsoft Entra multi-factor authentication. Microsoft Authenticator, Authenticator Lite in Outlook, Windows Hello for Business, Access Key 5.2, Password in Microsoft Authenticator, Certificate-based authentication when configured for multi-factor authentication, external authentication methods, Temporary Access Pass or TAP or TAP, Auth hardware token, Auth software token, SMS and voice call. You can use default security settings in Microsoft Entra tenant to quickly enable Microsoft Authentication for all users. You can enable Microsoft Entra multi-factor authentication to ask users and groups for additional verification during sign-in. For more granular controls, you can use conditional access policies to define events or applications that require MFA. These policies may allow regular sign-in when the user is on a corporate network or registered device, but require additional verification factors when the user is remote or on a personal device. In addition to configuring authentication method policy settings to be enabled or disabled. IT administrators can configure some settings in the authentication method policy that Microsoft manages. A setting that is configured as managed by Microsoft allows the Microsoft Entra ID to enable or disable the setting. The option or to let the Microsoft Entra ID manage the setting is a handy way for an organization to allow Microsoft to enable or disable the feature by default. Organizations can more easily improve their security posture by trusting Microsoft will manage when a feature is enabled by default. By configuring how Microsoft manages settings, you can call the default in the graphic APIs, IT administrators can trust Microsoft to enable a security feature that they haven't explicitly disabled. For example, an administrator can enable the name of the site and app in push notifications to provide users with more context when they approve MFA request using Microsoft Authenticator. Additional context can be explicitly disabled or set as managed by Microsoft, and today Microsoft Managed configuration for the location and name of the app is disabled. Effectively disable the option for any environment where the administrator chooses to allow the Microsoft Entra ID to manage the setting. Let's see how can we set our multi-factor authentication. I will go to my default directory in my Microsoft Entra ID. Let's go to users, and then we need to go to per user MFA. Then we have a list of our UPNs, user principal names, and status. As you can see, all status is enabled, and you can simply select all names or all users and then take an action. Or you can simply choose your disabled users and click Enable MFA. And now multi-factor authentication is enabled. I will also choose the last three and disable this MFA, and our MFA is disabled for selected members, as you can see in our status. Then our CARTI, I will enable this especially for this, enable multi-factor authentication for this CARTI member, and in our status you can see that this MFA is now enabled. Then I will again disable this MFA and copy this user principal name, go to my browser in new private window, copy this user principal name, and I need to enter temporary access pass. As you can see, I want to log in to my portal, and then I will choose my password. Let's click on sign in, and I don't have any multi-factor authentication, so it's very easy for me to sign in or log in to my Azure portal. I will now sign out and forget this CARTI. Then I will enable this MFA for CARTI, for our user, and then if I go to our users and go inside my CARTI profile, click on Authentication Methods, I have an option to choose or add authentication methods. Let's click on that, and I will choose my method. You can choose from email, you can add your email, phone number, you can add your phone number here, or temporary access pass or tap. You can choose by primary, alternate or office phone here. Then I will choose my temporary access pass, and I will create this pass for CARTI. You can choose delayed start time, you can choose your start time, activate duration from 1 hour or one-time use. Let's set this to, for example, 8 hours or 1, and then click on add. So we are adding our authentication method, but we need to, before that, to go to our default directory, and we will go to security and go to authentication methods, and I will add, this is built-in authentication methods. As you can see, we have passkey FIDO, authenticator, SMS, temporary access pass, and I need to enable this feature. You can view all other methods. Let's go to temporary access pass, and then I will enable and target my user. You can choose that include all users or selected groups, or exclude all users or selected group. You can add your group here if you want to, and click on select, and this group, IT Cloud Administrator, will be included in this temporary access pass settings. Also, you can exactly do the same thing to exclude your group. If you go to configure, you can edit this for minimum and maximum lifetime, default lifetime, one time, or length. You can edit these general options. And let's go and save this temporary access pass settings. will successfully save this, as you can see in your screen, and then I will go back to my users. Let's go to our Carty and go to Authentication Methods. Click to add our authentication methods. I will then choose my temporary access pass and simply click on add. And then this will provide my temporary access pass so that our Carty user can set their strong credentials. Let me copy this into my notepad, and you have option to register your credential. Copy this in your browser, and then you need to add your user principal name. We will copy this user principal name of our user. Go to user per MFA. You can copy it from here if you want. I will copy this to sign in, enter my password. Click to sign in, and then I will copy this temporary access pass that we just saved in our notepad. Let me copy this here and click on next. You can show temporary access pass. Click on next. I will choose no to stay signed in, and as you can see, we are able to log into my signings to our Microsoft. You can see when your temporary code are available, and then I can check my username. I can check my password. If I want to change my password, I can see my activity, privacy, and that's it. And then if you try to log into your Azure portal, you will be able to access your Azure portal with a temporary access key, a temporary access pass. You can do sign out and forget. And try again to log in with your Carty. Let me disable this MFA. Our MFA is disabled. I will now go to my users. Let's go to Carty again. Let's go to Authentication Methods. And then I can click on these three dots and delete my authentication methods. Yes, I'm sure I want to delete this method. And if I go to directory and go to users, let me choose my per MFA service settings, and then you can see some additional information here like app passwords. You have option to allow users to create app passwords to sign in to non-browser apps. You can set this for trusted IP. To skip multi-factor authentication, you need to add your IP addresses, list of your IP addresses here or subnets, and then there is a method available to users, text to phone notification, and so on. And you need you have options to remember multi-factor authentication on trusted devices, number of days, and there is some additional service settings. If you click here, you will go back to old way for multi-factor authentication. This is an old window, but you can do exactly the same thing that I already showed you. You have the list of display names of your users. So if you click on Carty, you can manage user settings. For example, to require multi-factor authentication, you can enable or disable MFA, and in service settings you can also specify write the verification options, app password, remember multi-factor authentication on trusted devices, and so on. This is exactly the same. If you go to users, you can see that in the previous chapter we were introduced to the term multi-factor authentication, which in combination with conditional access makes a great solution when it comes to security. So let's talk more about conditional access. The modern security perimeter extends beyond an organization network perimeter and includes user and device identities. Organizations are now using identity-driven signals as part of their access control decisions. Microsoft Entra Conditional Access brings together signals for decision-making and enforcing and organization policies. Conditional access is Microsoft's zero-trust policy mechanism that takes into account signals from a variety of sources when making policy decisions. Conditional access policies in the simple case are if-then statement. If the user wants to access the resource, then he must perform an action. For example, if a user wants to access an app or service, such as Microsoft 365, they need to perform multi-factor authentication to gain access. Administrators have two main objectives: to empower user to be productive whenever and whenever, and protect organizational assets. You can use conditional access policies to apply the right access control when needed to keep your organization secure. Conditional access policies are implemented after the authentication of the first factor is completed. Conditional access isn't intended to be an organization's first line of defense for scenarios such as denial of service or DDoS attacks, but it can use signals from these events to determine access. Many organizations have common access issues that conditional access policies can help with, such as requires multi-factor authentication for users with administrative roles, require multi-factor authentication for Azure management tasks, blocking logins for users who try to use outdated authentication protocols, trusted locations are needed to register security information, block or grant access from specific location, blocking risky reporting behaviors. Certain apps require organization-managed devices. Administrators can create policies from scratch or start from a template policy in the portal or by using the Microsoft Graph. Common decisions and common signals we encounter when using this option. There is a block access is the most restrictive decisions. Then you have grant access. A less restricted decision may require one or more of the following options: require multi-factor authentication, require strength of authentication, require device to be marked as compliant, require Microsoft Entra hybrid connected device, require approved client application, require application protection policy, request password change, request terms of use. Conditional access take into account signals from a variety of sources when making access decisions. These signals include users or group membership. Policies can be targeted at specific users and groups, giving administrators fine-grained control over access. IP location information. Organization can create trusted IP address ranges that can be used when making policy decisions. Administrators can designate entire country region IP ranges to block or allow traffic. Device. User with devices on specific platforms or marked with a specific state can be used when conditional access policies are applied. You can use device filters to target policies to specific devices, such as privileged access workstation. App. Users who try to access certain apps can trigger different conditional access policies. Real-time and calculated risk detection. Signal integration with Microsoft Entra ID protection allows conditional access policies to identify and remediate risky users and signal in behavior. Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps allows you to monitor and control access to user apps and sessions in real time. This integration increases visibility and control over access and activities performed in your cloud environment. Administrators with the conditional access administrator role can manage policies. Use of this feature requires a Microsoft Entra ID P1 license, and risk-based policies require a Microsoft Entra ID protection, which requires P2 licenses. In my second tenant, I have Microsoft Entra P2 license, and if I scroll down, I will go to security, and let's go to protect and click on conditional access. Then I have an option to create a new policy or create new policy from template. For example, I will create a new policy. And then, as you can see, control-based policy, we need first to add a name, then set other settings. So let's go step by step. First, I will add a name for this conditional access policy. For example, user policy. Then in the assignment, I will click on users to include my users, and this policy will apply to users and groups, workload identities, directory roles, or external guest. You can include or exclude guest or external users, directory roles, or groups. Also, if you click on select users and groups, you can check, for example, users and groups, and then I can add my group or user. Let's add user A2, for example. Let's click on select, and we have one user selected. You can also, if you click on these three dots, you can remove your user. Then in the target resources, I can select my specific app, internet resources, and so on. So we need to select what this policy applies to. For example, you can also include or exclude. You can choose from resources, user actions, or authentication contexts. Let's check these resources, and if I go to select resources, I can edit a filter or select some action. As you can see, I will select, for example, my Azure portal. Let's find Microsoft admin portal. Here it is, and then I will click on select. Then, as you can see, we added a name to our policy, we selected our user, we selected our target resources, which is Microsoft Entra portal, and then there is a new option to network. You can create access based on their network or physical location. You can choose any network or location, all trusted network and location, or selected network or location. I will choose no for this policy. Then in the condition, in the condition option, we will add some option and control based on signals from conditions like risk, device platform, and so on. You can choose, for example, user risk, sign-in risk, or insider risk. Let me configure my user risk. You can configure user risk level needed for policy to be enforced from high, medium, or level. You will need to add a yes to configure this, and then you can choose from these three options. Also, there is a signing risk. You can configure access level, and then you can add this signing risk to this policy, and will apply to high, medium, low, and no risk at all. And inside the risk, access the use case data, related activity in Microsoft Purview, for example. You can choose your device platform, to allow policy to select a device platform from any device or Android, iOS, Windows Phone, Windows, macOS or Linux. So there is a large number of policy to select device platform. As you can see, or you can choose any device, and then you can choose your location. Your location exactly the same like this network option that we already showed, that I already show you. And then you can add your client tab. As you can see, browser, mobile app and desktop clients, legacy authentication clients, and so on. It controls user access to target specific client application and not using modern authentication. So there is a various option that you can select to configure your conditional access, as you can see, and there is also filter for devices and authentication flow, which is still in preview. Then in the access control, you need to grant this control access enforcements to block or grant access. Then if you choose block access, you have nothing else to add. If you choose grant access, you can choose between require multi-factor authentication, require authentication strength, require device to be marked as compliant, require Microsoft Entra hybrid join device, require approved client tab, require password change, and there is also option for require approved client tab. For require multiple controls, it requires all the selected controls, require one of selected controls, and so on. This is when you choose grant access. If you, for example, choose block access, or if we select this to grant access and multi-factor authentication, as you can see, our user A wants to connect, to sign in to our Azure portal. He needs to add some additional information. So we are requesting for him to add MFA to when he wants to sign in. Then in the session option, you can control based on session controls and so on. Then when you're satisfied with your policy, you can choose to enable policy for report only. Then you can choose to on and create your policy, or you can choose off to your policy not to be active. I want my policy to be active, and I will click on create. So we are creating our policy, and after some time we successfully created our user policy. If I click on refresh, you can see that we have one policy snapshot enabled. If I go to policy blade, you can see that we have our policy defined. If I go to my users and go to my to copy user A to user principal name, I will open a new private window, choose my portal Azure, then I will copy my username for my user, go to next, I will enter my password, choose to sign in, and you have this information that more information required. And I need to download my Microsoft Authenticator, for example, and for start I need to download my Authenticator, then go to next, scan this QR code, choose my work or school account, and add some additional information if I want to log in with my password, thanks to conditional access and MFA policy. Features like Multifactor Authentication or MFA are a great way to protect your organization, but users often get frustrated with the extra layer of security in addition to having to remember their passwords. Passwordless authentication methods are more convenient because the password is removed and replaced with something you have or something you are or know. Every organization has different needs when it comes to authentication. Microsoft Entra ID and Azure Government integrate the following passwordless authentication options: Windows Hello for Business, Platform Credential for macOS, Single Sign-On Platform, or PSSO for macOS with Smart Card Authentication, Microsoft Authenticator, Access Keys FIDO2, and Certificate-Based Authentication. Passwordless authentication is a method of verifying someone's identity in order to log in to an account or app without having to enter a password. Passwordless authentication enables secure login by identifying that the account belongs to the user using other factors such as biometrics. Biometrics include anything related to a person's physical or behavioral characteristics such as fingerprints, facial recognition, and voice patterns, to name a few, like biometrics, magic links, and passkeys. The biggest difference between passwordless authentication and multi-factor authentication is that passwordless authentication eliminates the use of password. This is different from MFA, which is used in conjunction with the username and password. When MFA is enabled on an account, users still need to either enter their username and password. If a username and password are associated with an account, the user will be then prompted to verify their identity using a different authentication method. When it comes to the login experience, passwordless authentication has the simplest login experience because there is no need for users to enter a password. On the other hand, when using MFA, some users may find that their login experience is more time-consuming and adds more friction. This is especially true for users who choose to use an authentication app as MFA method. Authentication apps are usually downloaded to the user's phone, so the user will always need to have the phone with them when verifying their identity. For the organization, implementing passwordless authentication for employees isn't as easy as it seems because it requires that the account applications and software use support passwordless authentication. Investing in software that support passwordless authentication can also be costly for organization. Multi-factor authentication isn't that difficult to implement because it can be as simple as having employees download an authentication app and use it to authenticate when logging into an account. Most authentication apps are free, so they don't require organization to increase their spending. While both passwordless authentication and MFA increase the security of your account, passwordless authentication is considered to be more secure because it removes the use of password entirely. Any account that uses password is subject to compromise as a result of password attacks and social engineering. Since passwordless authentication removes the use of password, password-related attacks are no longer relevant. In terms of social engineering, cyber criminals can trick users into handing over their biometrics like they can with password. Let's take access key for example. Passkey are a new passwordless authentication technology that allow users to log into their own online accounts without having to enter a password. Instead, users authenticate in the same way they log in to their devices or password management apps. Most users will choose to sign up in using biometrics for convenience. Passwords are tied to the device or password manager on which they were created, so that password or password manager is always required to log in with it. Passwords are more secure to use than password in combination with MFA as they are phishing resistant, so they can be compromised as easily as passwords. Not all websites and apps support the use of passwordless authentication, so users will still need to use strong password and MFAs for some accounts, systems, and apps. Enabling MFA still greatly increases account security by adding an additional layer of authentication, so it should be enabled whenever it's an option. Role-based access control or Azure role-based or Azure RBAC helps you manage who has access to Azure resources, what they can do with those resources, and which areas they have to access to. Azure RBAC is an authorization system built on top of Azure Resource Manager that provides precise management of access to Azure resources, a role-based access control service for managing users' access to Azure resources, including what they can do with those resources and what areas they can access. It is an authorization system based on Azure Resource Manager, which provides precise management of access to Azure resources, assigning a role of security principal, a role definition, and a scope. Security principal is an object that represents user, group, service principal, and managed identity that requires access to Azure resources. Role definition, a list of permissions that can be executed, such as read, write, and delete. Scope is a set of resources to which access related. Appending a role definition to user, a group, service principal, and managed identity to grant access to a specific scope is called role assignment. You can attach multiple role assignment, as role-based access control is an additive model. Azure role-based access control supports both allowing and denying allocation. You can use Azure role-based access control to separate duties within your team and grant access only to your users. Limit the number of subscription owners, maximum is 3, to reduce the possibility of infringement by the compromised owner. You can use Microsoft Entra PIM to protect privileged accounts from malicious cyber attacks. Role definitions, role assignment, and are stored globally to ensure that you have access to your resource regardless of the region in which you created the resource. When a role assignment or any other Azure role-based access control data is deleted, the data is deleted globally. Directors who had access to the resource through Azure role-based access control data will lose access. Azure role-based access control data is global to ensure that customers can access resources in a timely manner no matter where they are accessing from. Azure RBAC is implemented by Azure Resource Manager, which has a global endpoint and requests are routed to the nearest region for speed and resiliency. Therefore, Azure role-based access control must be deployed in all regions and the data is replicated to all regions. This feature is free to use and is included in your Azure subscription. If I go to my storage, Enter ID, to my Azure portal and click on create a storage account, I have an option to add a new resource group, to add a name for my storage account. I will choose my region, choose my primary service, Azure Blob Storage and Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Then I can choose my locally redundant storage and choose my LRS. Let's click on Create, and I will now wait and again click on Create to create our storage account. Then, if I go to my Microsoft Entra, go to Users, go to User per MFA, let me click on Karti. I will disable my Multifactor Authentication, and as you can see, our status is disabled. Let me copy my user principal name, and then our deployment is complete. I will go to my resource, and then I will go to my new window and sign out and forget, and then log in again with my Karti. I will choose to add my password, click on sign in and choose no to stay signed in, and we are now again logged in or signed in with our Karti. And then if I go to our virtual machine, I can create this resource or any other resource because I don't have the privilege to do such kind of action. Then if I go to my other browser, as you can see, I am logged in as a global administrator. Then I can go to access control IAM, go to add, and I can choose to add new role assignment. You can also download role assignment if you want. You can choose your roles. A role definition is a set of permission, as you can see, and this is our role that you can assign to all users that you have in your tenant. There is 608 roles, as you can see. Then there is something called check access. You can view your access, and me as a global administrator, I have 3 roles, as you can see: Key Vault administrator, owner, and user account administrators. Also, I don't have eligible assignment because right now I don't have my P2 license. Then I will go to deny assignment, and there is a classic administrator, and you can add a deny assignment also. Let's finally go to add role assignment. In job function role, I will choose, for example, data owner, storage block data owner. I will choose that role, click on next. It allows full access to our Azure storage blob container, and there is a list of our permission, and there is also a description for every role, for every action that is listed here. Then I will click on next, choose my user group or service principal, select my member, and then I will add my CARTI user, click on select, click on review and assign, or go to next. Also, you have option to add a condition. If you click to add a condition, you can add some action or build expression, and that's it. Then finally I will click on review and assign, and finally again on review and assign, and we are adding this storage blob data owner to our CARTI, and we need to wait a little, and after some time this storage blob data owner will be added to our CARTI user. Finally, if we check this option, check our notification, and after that go to our role assignment, you can see that we have storage blob data owner, and CARTI is our storage blob data owner. If we for this resource, of course. Then if I go back to our second window, I will now sign out and sign in again with our CARTI. And after that, if I go to our storage account, I can click on create, and after that let's see if CARTI can create a new storage account. Let me try again to log in. Something isn't working right now, but let's try again. And finally, if I go to storage account, click on create, and let's see if we can create a new storage account. I will create a new resource group or choose existing one. You can see that we don't have permission to create resource group under this subscription. So Carty still don't have appropriate role for this, but we need to sign in, and I will go to my other browser. I will go to my resource group, and in the resource group level I will add a new role assignment or create a custom role. Only you can create custom role on Azure resource level, but for now let's add our job function role, and I will add some of these listed roles. Let's find owner, and let me choose, and let me find my storage blob data owner. But this is on resource group level, as you remember, or simply reader. I will choose a reader. I can view all resources. Let me select my member. Again, I will choose my Carty. Let's click on select. Let's click on review and assign. And we are adding this role assignment. So if I go to role assignment, you can see that we have our Carty role for this resource group. And then if I go to our storage account and go to our Access IAM, go to role assignment, you can see that I have two roles now. One is reader, and this is inherit from resource group, and the second one is storage blob data owner that we already assigned to the Carty for this storage account. Let's now go back to our second browser window. I will now log in again with my Carty. I will enter my password, click on sign in. I will choose no to stay signed in, and then if I go to storage account, I can see our storage account that we created in our first browser. And then if I go to containers and try to create a new container, let's add some name, click on create. I successfully created a storage container, and then if I click on upload, click on browse, I will choose some object, click on upload. I successfully uploaded some objects to this storage account, and also I have option to generate SAS, for example, but I don't have appropriate role, and you can see that we are getting an error for generating SAS failed. We don't have authorization to perform this action because we have a reader role and storage blob data owner, if you remember, for this resource. So this is how can you work with Azure role-based access control. Finally, just to remind you that we need to go back to our first window. I will now go back. I'm logged in with my with my global administrator. I will go back to my Entra ID, go to Carty, go to assigned roles, and you can see that we don't have any Entra ID role. But if you go to Azure role assignment, we have two roles. One is storage blob data owner. Resource type is storage account. This is on the resource level, and in the reader we have reader role in our resource group level. This is on the resource group level, and there is no condition, and both roles are assigned to Carty. So this is how you can check if you have some additional role-based access control or Entra ID role added to our Carty. Then I will go back to my resource group. I will go to add role, go to role assignment, to access control, click on reader, and go. You can see all this in JSON files. Go to assignment, and simply I can remove this role-based access control, and Carty was removed for reader role for this resource group. And then if I go now to my Entra ID, go to my user and go to Azure role assignment, you can see after some period we will have only storage row data owner, and this reader group is no longer this reader role is no longer assigned to our user. As you can see, we don't have our Carty listed here in our role assignment. And then if I go back to our and refresh this page, we are logged in as a Carty. I am not authorized to work with these containers. Zero Trust is a new security model that assumes a breach and checks every request as it is originated from an uncontrolled network. Zero Trust is a model, an approach to cybersecurity that assumes that threats can come from both external and internal sources. The security has been around since the mid-2000s and remains one of the most effective means of ensuring the security of your resource on cloud infrastructure platforms such as Microsoft Azure and AWS. While Microsoft invests billions of dollars in the cybersecurity on its platforms, individuals and organizations also play a critical role in ensuring the security for their resources and data on these platforms. One effective approach to achieving this security is to use a trustless security model. In today's chapter, I will walk you through everything you need to know about the Zero Trust model and how to implement it if you're using Microsoft Azure platform. Let's dive right in. Zero Trust is a high-level cybersecurity strategy that challenges the conventional notion of most within corporate network. In a traditional model, when individuals' devices or services were within the perimeter of the network, they were often assigned a high degree of implicit trust, which proved to be a risky model. However, Zero Trust takes a fundamentally different approach. It is assumed that regardless of their location inside or outside the network, individuals, devices, and services cannot be automatically trusted. All of them must be authenticated before they can gain access to the network and other resources on the organization IT infrastructure, including the cloud. The 5 principles of Zero Trust model. Suppose networks are not secure. Zero Trust does not trust any network, treating both internal and external network as potentially insecure. Security measures are applied consistently, regardless of the location of the network. They recognize internal and external threats. Zero Trust recognizes the threats that come from both inside and outside the organization. It treats all traffic as untrustworthy, eliminating the distinction between internal and external threats. Trust should not be based on network location. Zero Trust abandons trust based on network location or IP addresses. Instead, it verifies and validates user, devices, and network streams based on behavior, context, and other factors, regardless of the origin of the connection. Authenticate and authorize per session. Zero Trust gives access per session, avoiding general trust. Any interaction with the device, user, or network is authenticated and authorized with the minimum necessary access to limit potential damage by threat actors. Dynamic policies from different data sources. Zero Trust uses continuous monitoring and dynamic policies. It uses extensive data sources, including behavioral analysis, threat intelligence, and contextual information to make real-time access decisions. This approach provides visibility and detects anomalies across the network, including cloud environment. Let's talk about advantages of the Zero Trust. If you're still concerned about Zero Trust, here are some reasons why you should consider using this model. Enhanced security. Zero Trust provides a more robust security posture through continuous verification and authentication of users and devices. This approach reduces the risk of unauthorized access and data breaches. By treating internal and external entities as untrustworthy, Zero Trust helps mitigate the risk of insider threats, including compromised employees or devices. Microsegmentation of the network improves security by dividing the network into smaller, isolated segments. This restricts lateral movement for threat actors within the network. Customizable access control. Zero Trust provides customizable access control based on various factors such as behavior, device health, location, and context. Access policy can be dynamically adjusted in real time. Reduced attack surface. By restricting access privileges, reducing network exposure, and verifying all access requests, Zero Trust reduces the attack surface and potential for exploitation. Improved compliance. Zero Trust helps organizations to meet compliance requirements by implementing strict access audit and monitoring controls, which are often mandated by regulation such as GDPR or HIPAA or HIPAA. As organizations move to cloud, Zero Trust provides a scalable security model that aligns with the dynamic nature of cloud environments. By preventing unauthorized access and containing threats, Zero Trust improves business continuity by reducing the impact of security incidents. Microsoft Entra ID is the cornerstone of identity and access management within the Microsoft Azure platform. It provides a comprehensive set of tools and services for secure identity management. Microsoft Entra ID plays a key role in maintaining or managing user identities, authenticating users, and authorizing their access to Azure resources. It maintains a directory of user accounts and provides authentication mechanism to ensure that only authorized individuals can access resources. One of the key security features in Microsoft Entra ID is Multifactor Authentication or MFA. With MFA, all users are required to provide multiple forms of identification, such as a password and one-time code sent to their mobile devices, to verify their identity. This adds an extra layer of security to your resources, reducing the risk of unauthorized access even if some users' passwords are compromised. What's more, Entra ID simplifies users' access with single sign-on or SSO, allowing users to sign in once and access multiple applications without constantly entering credentials. Finally, Microsoft Entra ID supports conditional access policy that allow organizations to apply context-based access controls, ensuring that users meet certain criteria before gaining access to certain resources. There are some of the key Azure tools and features you can use when implementing the Zero Trust principle. Azure Security Center. This tool provides threat detection, monitoring, and response capabilities. It also allows you to gain visibility into security posture in hybrid cloud workloads. In addition, the Azure Security Center, or now Microsoft Defender for Cloud, continuously evaluates the security posture of Azure resources and offers recommendations for improving security. Azure Firewall enables micro-segmentation and network security by allowing organizations to define access control and filter traffic between different segments of their Azure networks. Azure Sentinel serves as a security information and event management or SIAM solution, SIEM solution. This tool combines security data from different sources, analyzes it, and also uses artificial intelligence to provide insight into potential security threats and incidents. Azure Information Protection. This tool helps classify and encrypt data, helping organizations protect their sensitive data by implementing encryption and access control based on context sensitivity. Azure Bastion provides secure remote access to virtual machines in Azure, Using this tool will eliminate the need to expose the VM to the public internet, increasing security for remote administration. When all of the above tools are used in combination, they provide a comprehensive security framework aligned with the Zero Trust model. These tools help organizations implement least privilege access, monitor anomalies, protect data, and provide remote access, ultimately improving security in their Azure environment. In summary, using the Zero Trust cybersecurity model is one of the most effective methods to improve the security of your computing resources and data on cloud platforms such as Azure. This chapter covers the implementation of this model on Azure and the tools available to facilitate its implementation. In today's world, security is a key factor that determines an organization's growth process or prospect. A company with a powerful security system is obligated to gain the trust and satisfaction of its customers. On the contrary, a company that doesn't invest enough in security system cloud disappoint customers and degrade its core clientele. Microsoft Azure has a multitude of plans and strategies that enable its customers to protect information and authenticate access. The strategy we are talking about here is a defense strategy. This could be very useful for students or working professionals applying for the Azure Fundamental certification. The Zero Trust model. A Zero Trust model is a strategy that eliminates the idea in an organization network framework, as we already learned in the previous chapter. This reduces the risk of data breaches by authenticating at every step. Zero Trust was created by John Kinderwag for Forrester Research based on the understanding that conventional security models work under the assumption that everything within an organization network architecture is trustworthy. The Zero Trust model believes that every individual, regardless of his or her organization, possesses a potential security threat unless he or she can verify and prove otherwise. Trust is not taken for granted based on the perimeter of the organization. This concludes that the traditional castle and ditch network model that prohibits external access to data has been revamped into a resilient model that provides a segmentation gateway that allows only authenticate access regardless of whether the client is from organization or not. This gateway, achieved by creating a mobile microperimeter that protected a protective surface like confidential data, assets, application and services. The Zero Trust model in this way paves the way for a layered security system that allows validation at step to avoid data breaches. So what's the difference in the depth? Defense in depth is a security strategy that prevents data breaches and slows down attempts to access data without authentication by implementing an intensive environment with 7 layers of protection and validation. As the CSO of Devolution, Martin Lemay, already said, just like an onion, a striker would have to peel his way to the heart. This means that even in one layer of the security system is compromised, there will be 6 other lines of defense. Microsoft is implementing a defense-in-depth strategy in its on-premises data center and Azure Cloud Services. The principles that help define a security posture and confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality, this pillar ensures that the protective surface can only be accessed by those who have been given direct or explicit permission. Integrity, a unique fingerprint of the data is created using a one-way hashing algorithm. A hash is then sent to the recipient. The goal of the integrity is to preserve data during transmission. Therefore, after the recipient receives the hash, he or she can recalculate the original hash value and compare the values to discover the consistency of the data. Availability, data should only be available to authentic users. Authentic users should not be denied access. This happens in a DDoS or distributed denial of service attack, whereby even loyal users are denied access. Layers in defense in depth. Security in defense in depth is multi-layered. The protective surface is located at the core of this arrangement. This approach removes the dependency on only one layer of security. Each layer is said to signify an individual safety principle. The first one is physical security. This is the outermost security shell that governs physical access to the cloud data center infrastructure. Microsoft Azure adheres to a well-designed security pipeline with data center distributed around the world. It adopts a layer approach to minimize the risk of physical intrusion and customer data. Eligible personnel with legitimate reasons like audit, compliance, etc., and only official identification are given permission to enter the facility. Permits are granted only for the fixed portal, after which they expire and a new license order must be issued. The perimeter of the data center is under resilient CCTV surveillance. Visiting staff must arrive at a predefined access point to qualify for entry. Heavily armed and rigorously trained security personnel were stationed at each access point to carry out background checks on visitors. Passing two-factor authentication via biometric is mandatory in order to allow the visitor access only to the part of the data center to which he is entitled. A full-body metal scan is carried out on the visitor before he or she can visit a specific floor that is heavily equipped with video cameras. All of these security measures are designed to ensure that the data is protected from unauthorized access. The second one is identity and access. This is the second layer of Azure defensive depth strategy. Data, applications, and software at the front gate are protected by Azure identity and access management solutions. This layer ensures that authentic users are granted access only for what is needed, and login attempts are saved and validated. This is used to protect against malicious login attempts and to protect credentials with risk-based access controls. Multifactor authentication, single sign-on, and event audits are the dynamic characteristics of this layer. One of the key parts of managing this many users is Azure Active Directory, now called Microsoft Entra ID. A service such as Azure Privileged Identity Management, or PIM, can be used to restrict or grant access to various resources across the Azure ecosystem and more. The perimeter is the third layer of the defense strategy. A perimeter is used to protect data from large-scale network attacks. It is something referred to as demilitarized zone or DMZ. The perimeter is responsible for identifying network threats or attacks, alerting customers to a probable breach, and eliminating risk or threats like DDoS or distributed denial of service protection is used to filter out large-scale attacks. Firewalls are placed on the perimeter to detect malicious activity. They ensure that only the desired traffic is routed to the network. Networking is the fourth layer of strategy. This aims to limit network connectivity across all resources to allow only what is needed. This layer seeks to limit communication between resources to prevent the transmission of malware. Inbound and outbound access is restricted and visitors are denied by default. Azure Virtual Networks also provide network isolation and security controls that can be leveraged on on-premises network. Computation or compute is the fifth layer of a deep defense strategy. This layer ensures that all computers resources are protected and the user has complete control to minimize security issues. Azure also provides a confidential computing service to its users, and this provides a multitude of tools, services, and applications that the user can take advantage of in a virtualized environment. This prevents unauthorized access, regulatory compliance, and unreliable blind processing collaboration. The sixth layer of defense strategy aims to reduce the risk of vulnerabilities access with the application development lifecycle. This also seeks to integrate security features with application development. Confidential information used or obtained from applications should be stored in a secure endpoint for storage. And the last one, or in our table the first one, it really doesn't matter, is data. This is the deepest layer of strategy. Attackers pose a threat to data stored in databases, disk within virtual machines, software as a service application, and data can be managed through the Azure cloud. The personnel who safeguard and control access to the data are responsible for ensuring that it is properly secured. Regulatory requirements govern the processes that must be ordered to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a cloud-based application platform or CN app that consists of security measures and practices that are designed to protect cloud-based applications from a variety of cyber threats and vulnerabilities. Defender for Cloud combines the capabilities of DevSecOps solutions that integrates code-level security management in multi-cloud and multi-pipeline environments, a cloud-based security posture management or CSPM solution that shows the action that you can take to prevent breaches, and cloud workload protection or CVPP with specific protection for servers, containers, storage, databases, and other workloads. When you enable Defender for Cloud, you automatically get access to Microsoft Defender XDR. The Microsoft 365 Defender portal helps security teams investigate attacks on cloud resources, devices, and identities. Microsoft 365 Defender provides an overview of attacks including suspicious and malicious events that occur in cloud environment. Microsoft 365 Defender achieved this goal by connecting all alerts and incidents, including cloud alerts and incidents. The security of your cloud and on-premise resources depends on proper configuration and deployment. Defender for Cloud recommendations identify steps that you can take to protect your environment. Defender for Cloud includes foundational CSPM capabilities for free. You can also enable advanced CSPM capabilities by enabling the Defender CSPM plan. Centralized policy management define the security requirement that you want to maintain in your environment. The policy translates into recommendations that identify a resource configuration that violate your security policy. The Microsoft Cloud Security Standard is built-in standard that applies security principles with detailed technical implementation guide for Azure and other cloud providers such as AWS or GCP. Security Score summarizes your security posture based on security recommendations. As you fix the recommendations, your secure score improves. Multi-cloud coverage connects to your multi-cloud environments using agentless methods for CSPM insight and CVP protection. Cloud Posture Management or CSPM use the dashboard to see weaknesses in your security posture. Advanced Cloud Posture Management get advanced tools to identify weakness in your security posture, including management to initiate action to improve your security posture, compliance with regulations to verify compliance with safety standards, Cloud Security Researcher to build a comprehensive view of your environment. Data Posture Management automatically detects data warehouses that contain sensitive data and helps you reduce the risk of data breaches. Attack path analysis is model traffic on your network to identify potential risk before implementing changes to your environment. Cloud Security Explorer, a map of your cloud environment that allows you to make queries to find security risk. Security Management drives security improvements in your organization by assigning tasks to resource owners and tracking progress in alignment your security posture with your security policy. Microsoft Entra Permission Management provides comprehensive visibility and control over permission for any identity and any resource in Azure, Amazon, and Google Cloud provider. Proactive security principles require you to implement security practices that protects your workload from threats. Cloud Work Protection or CFP workload-specific surface recommendation that guide you to the right safety to protect your workloads. When your environment is compromised, security alerts are immediately indicate the nature of severity and the threat so you can plan your response. Once you identify the threat in your environment, you need to act quickly to limit the risk to your resources. There are a number of options that you can use to secure resources: server protection in the cloud, identification of threats to storage resources, database protection, container protection, insight into the service infrastructure, security notifications, and security incidents. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is free for the first 30 days. If you want to use a premium, as a premium user, you have to pay a monthly subscription while a special price is included for each of the services that we activate or want to protect. We are again in our Azure portal, and if I go to Microsoft Defender for Cloud icon, we will now, or simply you can search from this bar or choose from our favorite menu. And if you click to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, there is an overview menu which show your subscription, assessed resources, attack paths, and security alert. Also, there is an option to activate your free trial, for your 30 days free trial, so you can track your security posture, or if you click to get started, you can upgrade this, as I already told you, to 30 days Defender for Cloud, and then after that your trial will be, when it's 30 days free trial ends, you will be again, you'll not have to pay anything. In the total resources, there is some option when you can activate to protect your servers and so on. If I go to recommendation, I have one virtual machine, and then Microsoft Defender for Cloud add this recommendation for your resources. For example, you can see that risk factors are grayed out because we are using free version. If I go, for example, Microsoft Defender for Storage, plan should be enabled with malware scanning and sensitive data threat protection. There is an explanation, and there is an action that you need to take to make this action enable. So you can simply use one of these recommendations and you will protect your storage account. Then Microsoft Defender CSPM should be enabled. As you can see, there is a description for our problem, and then also you can take action to activate this Defender CSPM. Also, if I go to attack path analysis, security, alerts, inventory, workbooks, you can track all of this in Microsoft Defender for Cloud, just like in our monitor service. When you use workbooks, you can use it right from here. Also, there is something called Firewall Manager. In this Microsoft Defender for Cloud gallery, you can track your virtual everything that your Azure Firewall Manager. This is a central security policy that you can see every policy that you add to your Firewall Manager. Then if you go to management, in the environment settings, if you go to Azure, our tenant root group, we have one subscription, and if you click on this subscription, you can choose your Defender plans. If you click on enable all plans, then 30 days free trial is available for some of your plan. As you can see, we are now using this foundational CSPM. It is free and it has full monitoring coverage. If you want to add some Defender CSPM, there is a $5 billable resource per month, and you can turn this on. If we click on foundational free pricing, you can see what are we are protected from: continuous assessment, security recommendations, secure score summary, and so on. So you can see what is covered with this foundational CSPM, but as I already tell you, this paid version, if you click on details, you can see what is included in this pricing, and there is a full list of protected resources. But you need to turn this status on. Also, there is something called Cloud Workload Protection. This protection are runtime multi-cloud environments. Like as you can see, we have servers, app services, databases, storage, containers, Key Vault, resource managers, and APIs. Depending on what you use, if you have some server, for example, then if you turn on the status, $15 per month will be included to your servers. If you go to app service with a $15 per instance per month, you can see what is included in this app service that protects application running over Azure App Service, assess resources, monitoring the VM host, monitoring underlying sandboxes, monitor app service internal logs, and so on. Also, there is resource quantity of how much, for example, databases you have. You can protect Azure SQL databases, SQL Server on machine, open source relational databases, or Azure Cosmos DB. The first three, you are paying $15 per month per database, but in Azure Cosmos DB you are paying per 100 request units per hour. Request unit is some kind of tariff that uses when we use request unit when we work with our Cosmos DB, and request units are compute plus storage plus memory. Then in the storage option you have this $10 storage account per month, or 0.15 gigabytes scanned for an upload malware scanning, and there is a plan. What is included in this plan? You can also check this for all other offers, but you must activate this plan and see for yourself what do you need and what do you want to protect. So there is an Azure subscription. If you go to entra.microsoft.home, you will open a portal called Microsoft Entra Admin Center. This Microsoft Entra Admin Center portal is exactly the same that we already saw in our Azure portal, and the service called Microsoft Entra ID. If you go to our portal, Azure portal, and click on Microsoft Entra ID, you see that we have almost everything the same. If I click on users, I'm logged in with my global admin, as you can see. If I go to identity and then go to users, and in the my portal go to user blade, you can see that we have all the same. All users are listed here are exactly the same users that I have in my Azure portal. If I go to new user and try to create a new user, let's try to add some principal name. We are now in Microsoft Entra Admin Center, just to remind you. You can add your principal name for your new user, and then let me add some, for example, limmer. I will add this exactly the same display name, but this time with the first name, and then go to properties. You can also add your first name, or add first name for this user and last name. You can choose membership types. We can add our job title, department, exactly the same, just like in our Azure portal. I will add a city, for example Los Angeles, and then I will choose this user location, which is United States. Let's go to assignment. You can add a group or some role to this user and click on create, and finally if I go to refresh, you can see that we have our new user here that we created in Microsoft Entra Admin Center. Also there is exactly the same notification, and if I refresh this user blade in our Microsoft Entra portal, Microsoft portal, sorry, you will have exactly the same user. If you go to deleted users or user settings, there is also exactly the same option for your users. Exactly the same thing we have with groups. You can see how many groups we have here, and if I go to all groups, group settings, you can add some settings for your group in Entra portal. So if we create a new group here, this group will be added to our Microsoft. We can see this group in Microsoft in Azure portal in our Entra ID. So everything that you have in Azure portal in this Microsoft Entra ID, you have with Microsoft Entra ID portal. We need to activate this P2 license, and then you will have this option to work with all other options like MFA or conditional access, identity, government, and you can see what we have in identity. You can, if you go to applications, you can also register your application, and I'm just showing you how it looks like, and you can compare this Microsoft Entra Admin Center with our Azure portal. Just be aware when you go to your exam. So this is how can you enable password reset, self-service password reset for your users. You can check selected or all, but for these settings you need to have one of the licenses and then click on save. Exactly the same thing we have in our Entra ID service in Azure portal. Also there is permission management, and the new features like global secure access are available here, and this is in preview. So this was just a little tour for you to see how it looks like to work in Microsoft Entra portal, and we just compare these two services, and you can see that all services are exactly the same. Microsoft Entra portal, Azure portal, Microsoft Entra ID service, and Microsoft Entra ID Center is basically the same thing. But I really prefer work in Azure portal with this ID service, so I rarely use this Entra Admin Center and so on. You can add your role as administrations just like in our Entra Admin Center. As I already mentioned in several chapters, there is a special portal called Microsoft Entra Admin Center where you can work separately. The Microsoft Entra Administration Center is a web-based identity portal for Microsoft Entra products. It provides a unified administrative experience for organizations to configure and manage their Microsoft Entra solutions in a centralized location. Microsoft Entra products and features can be accessed using the search bar, left-hand navigation, or a pop-up menu that includes links to documentation by selecting Show All Products. Microsoft Entra is a family or identity and network access products. It enables organizations to implement a zero trust security strategy and create a trust structure that verifies identities, validates access conditions, validates permissions, encrypts connection channels, and monitors compromise. Let's go to the portal Entra ID Admin Center and show the portal and explain the basic functions. The Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center is the web-based portal administrator used to manage user accounts and configuration settings for the Office 365 subscription services, including Exchange Online and SharePoint Online. Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center is the principal management interface for Microsoft Office 365 services, and any user can be assigned as an administrator by the management in a business environment. Is typically handled by traditional Exchange administrators. Administrators access the Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center through a web browser with the administrative credentials, and the Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center portal support management tasks for user, groups, resources, billings, support, settings, reports, and health. Each management section appears in the portal left menu. An administrator can choose to present more commonly used areas as a series of titles within the home page of the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Administrators can select, arrange, and modify these titles or tiles to suit their preference. The Users section allows administrators to create, delete, and manage users, and this area allows administrators to set permissions, edit user details, and reset passwords. The Groups menu left administrators create, organize, manage, and delete groups of Office 365 users, such as business groups, shared mailboxes, distribution lists, security groups, teams, and so on. Administrators use the Resource section to create and manage resources, such as SharePoint site collections. Collections are typically business assets, filter media, and sites that are organized to share navigation, permissions, and other Office 365 settings. Administrators can make these collections available to selected users or groups. The Billing menu allows administrators to purchase new subscriptions, view current subscriptions, and cancel subscriptions. Administrators can view billing statement and audit the licenses assigned to users. The Settings section lets administrators implement global settings for Office 365 applications, such as the Microsoft Office application and email. Administrators can set a password policy and password change period and update business domain names where appropriate, edit business profiles and preferences, and control outside entities such as business partners or third-party service providers with permissions to access the Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center. The Reports menu shows administrators how Office 365 is used for email, Microsoft Office activation, and other activity. This area helps organizations identify and reduce wasted licenses and control subscription costs. The Health menu displays the current service of health for Office 365 and the service health history. This section can help administrators diagnose problems with the service and compare business disruption to service disruptions. Finally, the Admin Center menu lets administrators access and open separate Admin Center for related Microsoft services, including Exchange, Skype for Business, SharePoint, and Microsoft Entra ID. From specific admin centers, administrators can manage settings for that particular service. For example, Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center focuses on email and user grouping management, while SharePoint Admin Center is used to manage collections, and the Skype for Business Admin Center would handle instant messaging, conferencing, and notifications. Microsoft Purview is a comprehensive set of solutions that can help your organization govern, protect, and manage data wherever it lives. Microsoft Purview solutions provide integrated coverage and help address the fragmentation of data across organizations, the lack of visibility that hampers data protection and governance, and the blurring of traditional IT management roles. Microsoft Purview combines solutions and services together into a unified platform to help your organization gain visibility into data across organization, safeguard and manage sensitive data across its life cycles whenever it lives, govern data seamlessly in a new comprehensive way, and manage data risk and regulatory requirements. Microsoft Purview first launched as Azure Data Catalog is a data governance software solution organization can use to manage their data across multiple on-premises and multi-cloud-based platforms. In this chapter, I will discuss how Purview provides organization control over data access, facilitates compliance, reduces data risk, and drives decisions through data governance solutions. Purview gives the organization the ability to preserve and manage data through its lifecycle with policies and control that ensure the data integrity and security in compliance with regulatory requirements. Purview gives the organization the ability to preserve and manage data through its life cycles with policies and controls that ensure that data integrity is security in compliance with regulatory requirements. In the Microsoft Purview portal, that is accomplished through three sets of features: data security, data governance, and risk compliance. Data security is a feature in the Purview portal are key to ensuring data regulatory compliance and mitigating risk to sensitive data. Data loss prevention, or DLP, prevents unauthorized disclosure of sensitive information by monitoring data access and usage and implementing security policies to prevent data leaks. Information barriers restrict communication and collaboration between groups or individuals to prevent conflicts of interest, unauthorized data sharing, or regulatory non-compliance. Information protection protects sensitive data through encryption, access controls, and right management to ensure that only authorized users can use the data. Insider risk management mitigates insider threats by identifying the risky or suspicious behaviors of employees, contractors, or partners who may intentionally or unintentionally misuse or disclose data. And privileged access management, or PAM, manages sensitive resources and privileged accounts with your company's IT infrastructure by restricting access, enforcing privilege principles, and auditing privileged activities to prevent abuse and misuse. The second one is data governance. Purview data governance feature provides organization with the tools to manage data quality, integrity, security, and compliance across their data ecosystem. Data catalog collects data for multiple sources in a centralized repository to improve data visibility and accessibility for data governance. Data Estate Insight provides insight and analytics into an organization data ecosystem, showing data usage across patterns, quality metrics, and compliance status across the entire landscape to support governance strategies, allocation of resources, and data management optimization. Data Map visualizes the relationship between different data assets, systems, and processes in a graphical representation of the data's lineage, showing how data flows through the organization and how dependencies are formed. Data Policy enforces data governance policy and standards related to data classification, data discovery, access controls, data protection, retention, and compliance. And Data Sharing facilitates secure and compliant data sharing with access permission, sharing agreements, and consent mechanisms so data only passes between authorized users. The third one is risk and compliance. This feature of Microsoft Purview provides audit capabilities, communication compliance, data lifecycle management, and e-discovery to enhance governance, reduce compliance risk, and build stakeholder trust. Audits track user activities, system events, and data modifications to ensure regulatory compliance, policy adherence, and identify security incidents and breaches with audit logs. Communication compliance, monitoring and enforce policies across multiple channels, detect and prevent inappropriate behaviors, and encourage a safe work environment. Compliance manager assess compliance posture, identify gaps, or prioritize remediation efforts across regulatory frameworks such as GDPR, HIPAA, and ISO. Data lifecycle management create policies and processes for managing data throughout its lifecycle, governing data retention, archiving, and deletion while reducing storage cost and ensuring data security. And the last one is e-discovery. This service identify, preserve, and collect electronically stored information, or ASI, for legal, investigative, and regulatory purposes and export relevant data in response to litigation. Microsoft Purview helps organizations fulfill requirements of a secure and compliant workspace. The service systematic approach to data compliance makes it easier for companies to classify data, enforce policies, and audit data usage. Purview also streamlines regulatory compliance, enabling companies to adhere to regulations such as GDPR, HIPAA, ISO, and more. With Purview, data is searchable and discoverable across the Microsoft 365 suite of apps, including Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, Outlook, OneDrive, and more. This supports informed decision-making and builds trust with stakeholders. Additionally, Purview's considerable analytic feature enable organizations to gain valuable oversight of their data landscape to better understand how their data flows, its dependencies, and how to optimize data management. Purview integrates with Azure environment, including Azure Data Lake Storage, Azure Synapse Analytics, and other services. This keeps the platform unified for data governance and leverages existing investments in Azure structure. In these last 3 or 4 chapters, I go in depth with this Microsoft services, with this portal, but for the exam, you only need to know what is a Purview, what is a Microsoft Defender for Cloud, what is Admin Entity Center, what is Microsoft 365 Admin Center. So, if you want to learn more, then you can just repeat all of this that I said in this couple of chapters, but for the exam, I must repeat you only need to know what is, for example, Microsoft Purview and Microsoft Office 365 Admin Center. Just the definition of this portal. Thank you. Azure is Microsoft's public cloud platform that offers a wide range of cloud-based services, such as networking, computing, storage, and analytics. You can choose from Azure services to build and scale your applications or move your existing application to Microsoft public environment. While cloud computing can be cost-effective, especially for scalable and unpredictable workloads, costs can quickly add up if you don't plan to use the cloud. It's important to know your cloud needs before committing to a particular product or plan. Fortunately, there are several ways to prevent your organization's Azure account from exceeding your planned budget. In addition to choosing the right regions, pricing model, and resources for your needs, you can track usage and use cost calculation and management tools to keep your cloud spending on track. Azure provides pricing models to help you achieve the optimal price for the characteristic for each workload. Here are the main models. Pay-per-use. This model charges for actual cloud usage per second. This flexible model allows you to quickly provision resources on demand, but at a market price, which means it is the most expensive option. Azure Spot Instance or Spot VM. Azure provides discount up to 90% on the demand pricing when you purchase backup capacity. However, Azure can terminate the Spot VM with an advanced 30-second notification. Azure Hybrid Benefit. This brings Azure Reserve Instances. If you commit to using Azure resource for 1 or 3 years, you can get discount up to 72% on the price upon request. And Azure Hybrid Benefit, this brings your own license or BYOL model, allows you to use Microsoft existing on-premises cloud deployment and get discount on Windows resources deployed in the Azure cloud. Resource type. Azure provides different prices for each of resource. This means that the use of each meter and the number of meters associated with each resource depend on the type of resource. Each meter tracks a specific usage, such as bandwidth, usage by inbound or outbound network traffic in bits per second, or by size by storage capacity in bytes. Azure associates the usage that the meter track with billing units and applies this cost to your account for each billing period. Services. Azure usage rates and billing periods may differ between enterprise cloud solution providers and web direct subscriptions. Some subscriptions include usage fees that affects cost. Different billing structures apply to native Azure services and third-party services from the Azure Marketplace. Azure data centers are located all over the world. You can use different sites, but the cost of ownership varies because each site offers different Azure services, products, and resources according to the demand, popularity, and cost of on-premises infrastructure. For example, choosing a location that offers the lowest price may not result in savings if you also have to pay fees for transfer to this data to this location. Azure Billing Zone. Azure doesn't charge for inbound data transfers, but it does require payment for outbound data transfers determined by each Azure zone. In Azure, a zone consists of several Azure regions grouped together for billing purposes. Some zones do not incur a cost for the initial outbound of 5 GB per month, but charge a fixed price per gigabyte after this initial transfer. A billing zone is not the same as an availability zone. Azure uses the term zone to refer only to billing. The term availability zone refers to failover protection mechanism that Azure uses for data centers. Question about how to reduce Azure costs typically arise in the third phase of the cloud adoption cycle, known as cloud awareness. Once organizations have identified the benefits of building the cloud, this is the phase 1, and expanded the use of cloud computing services, phase 2, they typically begin to optimize their Azure VM costs. Cost savings are equally important in the early stages of cloud adoption. If possible, organizations should implement a cost control strategy as early as possible before costs get out of control. If a company sets a usage limit on its Azure account, Microsoft will suspend the service if they exceed a predetermined monthly limit. This can be extreme measure, but it can be important safeguard to prevent overconsumption. Remember that planning future project capacities and budget is impossible without cost control. Azure provides several tools for evaluating and optimizing cloud spending. These tools include Azure Pricing Calculator. Use the pricing calculator to estimate the cost of your workload before you deploy it to Azure. Experiment with different types of services or configurations in the calculator to find opportunities for saving. Azure Cost Analysis. When your workloads run on Azure, use the different Azure Portal Cost Analysis feature to understand cost of each workload. The tool can also predict future consumption based on your current configuration. Azure Budget. To implement organizational goals related to cloud spending, you can configure your budget in the Azure portal. Budgets allow you to set spending thresholds for Azure users and groups. When the threshold is exceeded, the service generates an alert. Azure Advisor provides recommendations for cost optimization. These recommendations focus on reducing the cost of VM instances. Azure Cost Notifications are automatically generated when users reach certain usage of price thresholds. There are 3 types of notification. Budget alerts, which appear when spending reaches and exceeds a predefined amount based on resource usage or cost. Credit alerts, which are triggered when Azure prepayments are used up. And department alerts, which are sent to the department owner when the user reaches a certain consumption threshold. Azure Resource Manager. This tool applies management rules to Azure resources, such as who can create resource and how they are tagged. Resource Manager isn't a cost optimizer per se, but it can reduce costs by avoiding shadow IT. It also helps administrators identify workloads that are running when they are no longer needed. If your application currently running in VM, you can save money on cloud hosting by switching to containers. This is because containers consume fewer resources on virtualization more than VMs. You can install multiple containers on a single host. For example, consider a workload with 12 servers. Each server runs on a different Azure VM. Deploying a server as a container with Azure Kubernetes Service or AKS allows you to consolidate your servers into 3 or 4 VMs, significantly reducing cost. AKS pricing per server is the same as standard Azure VM pricing, and you can save up to 75% on hosting cost. AKS costs an additional $0.10 per hour if you opt for an uptime service level agreement. Serverless computing with the Azure feature is another way to reduce cost. Software that is deployed as serverless function works as on demand based on user-defined drivers. You can only pay while the software is running. Serverless computing is great for occasionally running computer-intensive workloads. This is more cost-effective than hosting the service on a VM and paying for a lot of unused CPU resources. When you run workloads on VM, you're paying to keep the VM running even if you're not using it to the fullest. Another best practice for optimizing cost is to establish a resource tagging strategy. Tools such as Azure Resource Manager use this method. Tags help you identify resources in the cloud. For example, you can identify the user who created the resource and the organizational cost center to which the resource belongs. Administrators can browse and search for tags as needed. This is a great way to keep track of ongoing resources and find workloads that can be turned off to reduce cost. For example, you can tag VM that are used for development and testing. In the future, when the whole company is on vacation, you can search for resources with the designation and turn them off. Storage typically accounts for a significant portion of the ongoing cost for an Azure deployment. Azure Blob Storage pricing offers premium hot, cool, and archive storage tier, and cold, of course, and cooler tiers offer a lower price per gigabyte per month, and multiple redundancy options where less redundancy reduces storage cost. You can save money by moving less sensitive or rarely accessed data to a lower cost level or a less redundant storage option. Build storage level automation into your application so that less frequently accessed data is automatically moved to a lower level. To use a pricing calculator and the total cost of ownership TCO calculator can significantly contribute to saving and estimation when deciding to move to the cloud. If you follow these tips, you on your company can save significant amount of money over a long period of time. That is why it is extremely important to have a plan and get acquainted in detail with all of the options offered to us within the framework as well as the factors that can contribute to saving. The pricing calculator helps you convert your intended usage into an estimated price, making it easier to plan and budget for your Azure usage. Whether you are a small business owner or an enterprise level organization, a well-based tool helps you make informed decisions about cloud spending. When you sign up, the calculator also provides a cost estimate for your Azure consumption with your negotiated or discounted prices. In this chapter, I will show you how to use Azure pricing calculator. If this is your first time, you'll start with a blank slate. You can use product selector to find the product. Then you can browse or search for the name of Azure service, select a tile to add it to a phrasal. Add the product with the default configuration. Then the configuration pop display high-level filters such as region, product type levels, etc. You can use filters to narrow down your product's choices. The configuration offered are changed to reflect the features offered by the selected sub-product. You can update the default configuration to show expanded monthly spend. Estimates are automatically updated for the new configuration. For example, the configuration of a virtual machines run for 1 month or 730 hours by default. Changing the combination to 1200 hours automatically updates the estimate. Some of products offer special pricing plan such as reserve instance or saving plan. You can choose these options if available to reduce your cost. Depending on the product or pricing plan chosen, the estimate is divided into upfront and monthly cost. Upfront costs are incurred before the product is used, and monthly costs are incurred before the product is used up. Although optional, I recommend you that you give the configuration a unique name. Find a specific configuration in a large estimate is easier when it has a unique name. Also, you can repeat these steps to add more products to the assessment. Finally, don't forget to add support plan. Choose from basic, developer, standard or professional direct. If you go to azure.microsoft.com and go to pricing calculator, you can save a lot of time and you can calculate your estimated hourly or monthly cost for using Azure. So as you can see, there is an option to choose from some categories. You have the first one is popular category, and there is, for example, virtual machine, storage account, databases, app services, and so on. Also, there is, beside these popular services, you can browse by category, and then you can choose compute, networking, storage, web, mobile, containers, for example, databases, AI, and so on. If I want to go to compute, there is a various services. Let's go to networking. You can see that this is only a popular networking. Let's click on virtual machine, and our virtual machine is added. As I told in theoretical part, you have option to add a name for this estimation, and it's better to add a name because it's easier to find. Let's add some name for this estimation of our VM. Then here you can see that you can get $2,000 plus free monthly amount of popular services for 12 months if you, including VMs, if you open free Azure account. Then for this virtual machine I can see every information. This is my DS2 v3 VM, and I want this machine to work the whole month, or 730 hours. You can choose a region, choose your operating system, Linux or Windows, choose your type. You can OS only, BStock or SQL Server. Then from the tier you can choose from basic and standard tier. From category you can choose images, compute optimized category of VMs, and then instance series. You can browse by series and choose the appropriate one, and then for the instance you can add your instance here and see what you get for example, DS version 2 series. I will choose one of them, and this is CPU RAM ratio, and this is our temporary storage, and you get the monthly base cost $367.92 for this VM. Then you can add the number of your virtual machine, and this is our monthly, or you can specify it by hours, by days or month, and 730 hours is 1 month. Then there is some saving option that you can add to this machine. This is compute DS3 version 2 pay-as-you-go option, and then if you have a license you can use your license include or use something called Azure Hybrid Benefit. We already know what is Azure Hybrid Benefit. I already told you about saving plans or reservations. You can add this 1 year saving plan and you will get a 31% of a discount. You can pay monthly or pay upfront. If you choose to pay upfront, you will even get more benefits, as you can see, and there is the amount of charge upfront. If you choose to go monthly, there is a average monthly cost. Then for the reservation, you can choose to reserve this VM for 1 or 3 years, and then it depends what discount can you get. 58%, around 58% discount is for 1 year and 72% is for 3 years. Also, if you choose 3 years reserved, then your average per monthly cost will be $59. If you include Azure Hybrid Benefit or some license, then your cost for this machine will be even lower, just $59. Then you can choose your managed disk from standard HDD, standard SSD, premium SSD and premium SSD version 2. This is a new feature or offer, so it depends really what managed disk are you using, what redundancy and size of the disk. So you can choose from various options, and the expensive option is more powerful. Then for the bandwidth, you can add one disk, for example, and then this is our price per month. Then you can choose your bandwidth, data transfer type, source region, destination region, and how many gigabytes for outbound data transfer. It really depends on your region and source region and destination region, and how many data transfer you select. Then for the support, if you want, you can choose another, for example, storage account. If you scroll down, you can add a name for a storage account. You can add a region for a storage account, type, block, table, storage, data lake, or Azure files. Also there is a disk storage. Performance is standard and premium. General purpose 2 or premium. Or blob storage. General purpose version 1 is not longer in offer. And then if you choose premium, you can choose flat namespace or hierarchical namespace for Azure Data Lake. Then you can choose your hot tier, for example, for access tier, redundancy, capacity, and there is also saving option for storage account, just like for our VM. But you can save up to 38% on pay-as-you-go prices if you go and buy some of this reservation capacity, and then your price will be much lower than usual. As you can see, this is our average monthly price, and this is our capacity. Then you need to add some data for read and write operation. All other operation, data retrieval, and so on. So as you can see, there is a lot of tweaks that you can add or choose from, and finally for every service you can get an price, how it can, or how to save your money. It really depends what you need and what service we will use. But finally, in the support, you can choose your support, basic, developer, standard, or professional, direct, and that depends on price. If you choose developer, you can see the price. If you choose standard, and this offer, if you choose professional direct, you will be redirected right now, and you can contact support tier in the given minute. If you choose basic, then it will take up to 48 hours to or 24 hours to support to get your answer. And finally, you can select your program, Microsoft Customer Agreement, choose your currency, and finally choose your estimated upfront and monthly cost. So this is 269.06 euros, and you can export this file to CSV or save. And then, as you can see, this is our estimated plan, and there is everything that we specified for our VM and our storage account, with the price, description, region, estimated monthly cost, upfront cost, and so on. So this is how can you use pricing calculator to see and find out your Azure services. Also, there is an option to save estimates, and you can also add more if you want. Total cost of ownership, or TCO, is an estimate of the cost associated with the purchase, use, and retirement of a product or piece of equipment. TCO, or actual cost, quantifies the cost of a purchase over the entire life cycle of a product. It is a tool provided by Microsoft that helps customers estimate the cost of running their workloads on Azure compared to their on-premises or on-cloud platform. It allows users to compare the cost of different application options, including cost for hardware, software, and support, as well as cost for power, cooling, and other resources. The TCO calculator for Azure can help customers understand the long-term cost of running their workloads on Azure, including cost for operating and maintaining services, as well as cost for scaling and expanding services as needed. It can also help customers identify areas where they can reduce cost and optimize utilization. Users can enter information about their current infrastructure, usage, and expected growth, and the total value calculator will provide a cost comparison between on-premises and Azure, including cost analysis for compute, storage, and network resources. The total cost of ownership, or TCO calculator, can be found on the Azure website. It is a useful tool for organizations that are considering moving to cloud and want to compare the cost and benefits of running their workloads in the cloud. Also, you can adjust expectations. Here, you can select your currency and keep the default values of the remaining field for simplicity. You can review the report. To see the summary, you need to scroll down to the bottom of the page, and then you can compare the execution of your workloads on Azure to doing so in a data center. The TCO calculator provides an estimated based on the information provided and is subject to change. It's recommended that you review cost before making any decision and consult with Azure expert to confirm the result. The TCO calculator only takes into account direct cost with the price calculator, while the price calculator includes direct costs such as maintenance cost or operating cost. The pricing calculator estimates the cost of a specific Azure configuration, while the TCO calculator is used to compare it with an on-premise configuration. Cost of ownership, or TCO calculator, can help you to estimate the cost saving that you can realize by migrating your workloads from on-premise to Azure. So there is a separate calculator, and as you can see, you can add a name for your workload. First, you need to define your workload, and then enter the details of your on-premises infrastructure. You can then choose your workload. For example, do you have web app or some Windows or Linux server, environment, physical environment, or VM. Then you can choose your operating system, Windows or Linux. data center or standard operating system license, the number of VMs, choose your virtualization, VMware or Hyper-V, how many cores do you have, how many RAM your VM have, and optimize by CPU or memory, and then you can choose which type of Windows service do you have. You can specify if the on-premises server environment is Windows Server and so on. Then you can add another workload. This is for servers. You can add another workload, add a name for this workload, number 2, and then you can choose exactly the same thing. For example, Windows Linux server, I will choose physical server, then I will choose Linux, and then the number of servers, processor per servers, core per processors, RAM, CPU and GPU if you have. Exactly the same thing you can add for your databases, storage and networking. For example, if I click on databases, let's choose Microsoft Server, MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQL Server on apps, or Oracle Exadata. This is our source database. And now we are entering details on-premises database infrastructure, choose our license, environment, operating system license, how many servers, processors per servers, cores per processors, RAM, and optimize. And again, SQL Server 2028. And we need to choose our destination, SQL Database Managed Instance, or SQL Server on VM. This is all database offered by cloud. You can choose your purchase model, data transaction unit or vCore, then service tier, general purpose, hyperscale or business critical, or standard, premium or basic for DTO offer. Then how many instant cores, SQL Server storage and SQL Server backups. Also, there is an option to add another database if you have for your on-premise. Then you can enter a detail for storage for your on-premise storage infrastructure. You can choose it is a local disk send, blob or NAS file share. You need to add a name, for example. Then accessibility, capacity, backup and archive. How many terabytes. You can add another storage if you want, and if you want to remove this, simply click on trash can. Then for networking, you need to enter amount of network bandwidth that you currently consume in your on-premise environment. Choose your outbound traffic and the destination region. Let's click on next. So we are now adjust our assumption. You can choose your currency, just like in our regular pricing calculator. I will choose euros. And then there is something called Azure Hybrid Benefit, Software Assurance Coverage for Windows Server Software Assurance and SQL Server Assurance Coverage. Then you will need to specify geo-redundant storage, which replicates your data to a secondary region, Windows machine cost, storage cost, server cost, electricity cost, IT labor cost, number of physical servers that can be managed by full-time administrator, and the number of virtual machine that can be managed, and hourly rate for an IT administrator, and then other assumptions, like following assumptions also affect this TCU. For example, hardware cost, software cost, costs, electricity cost, virtualization cost, and so on. Database cost, as you can see, SQL Server Enterprise license cost per 2 cores, data warehouse cost, and so on. So you can add more granular settings. Let's go to next, and this is our estimated cost saving for over 5 years. You can view report, choose your time frame from 1 to 5 years, your region, licensing program, Microsoft Online Service Program, and show dev test pricing. And in this graphic you will get the blue line is for on-premises cost and the green line is for Microsoft Azure cost. As you can see, total on-premises versus Azure cost over time, and you can save more than 100,000 euros. And this is over the span of 2 years. So this is how can you estimate your expenses and on-premises cost, and this is our Microsoft Azure cost, as I already mentioned. If you scroll down, then you can see more graphic, the total on-premises over 2 years costs and total cost over 2 years on cloud, and all this in our in graphics, so that your offer can be presented to your management even more detailed. And you can see the total on-premises cost breakdown and on Azure breakdown by category, and there is so much category in on-premises cost breakdown, and you can see there is only 5 for our Azure cost breakdown. Only for compute we have 5 category. And the total amount of how much money estimated cost over 2 years, over that period of time which we specified. And you can see all compute cost and Azure cost. And you can check even more detailed. Then you can export this on CSV file, saved. If you need this file, and then you can present to your management, and then you can go back to total cost of ownership again and add a new estimation for your company. As you see for yourself, Azure Cloud is more cost effective, so you don't have to worry about basically any underlying infrastructure. Azure will take care for you. And as I already mentioned, you can download this, share or save this estimation and print or PDF, and then you can present this to your management, and basically that's it. This is how you can use pricing calculator in previous chapter, and now this is how you can use total cost of ownership to estimate your on-premises versus Azure costs, cloud costs. Thank you for watching. Billing is a place where you can manage your orders, invoices and payments. Billing is available to anyone who has access to a billing order or other billing scopes, such as billing profiles and invoices sections. Typically, the cloud finance team and organizational leaders are involved. A few examples of what you can do in a calculation include: create and organize subscription to customize invoices, configure payment option as pay invoices, manage your billing information such as legal entity, tax information, and contracts, report costs and analyze them in Azure Portal, Microsoft 365 Admin Center, or externally by exporting data. Proactively monitor expenses with budget and schedule alerts. You'll gain an account for Azure every month. Although billing cycles are monthly periods, the start and end dates of cycles vary depending on the type of subscription. How often cost management receives usage data depends on a variety of factors. Such factors include how long it takes to process the data and how often Azure services broadcast usage to the billing system. Expense management covers all usage and purchases, including commitment discount, reservation and service plans, and third-party offers for Enterprise Agreement or EA, and third-party and Microsoft Customer Agreement MCA account. Microsoft Online Service Agreement or MOSA account only cover use from Azure and Marketplace services with applicable commitment discount, but do not include Marketplace purchase or commitment discount. Support and other costs are not included. Costs, they are evaluated until the invoice is generated and the credits are taken into account. Expense management also include costs associated with new commerce products such as Microsoft 365 and Dynamics 365 that are built along with Azure. If you have a new subscription, you can use the expense management features right away. It can take up to 48 hours before you can use all the cost management features. Microsoft offers a comprehensive suite of cost management tools to help organizations effectively monitor and control their costs across the Azure cloud platform. How to use them? Are Azure expense management tools enough? Azure Cost Analysis. The first and most important resource for managing costs in Azure Portal is the Cost Analysis tool, which provides invaluable insight into your organization cost. With the cost analysis, you can visualize and analyze your organizational expense, share cost view with others using custom alerts that promote shared cost management in the cloud. You can review aggregate costs by organization to understand where costs occur over time and identify spending trends. Review accumulated cost over time to estimate monthly, quarterly, or even yearly cost trends relative to your budget. Create budgets to ensure that financial constraints are met for managing costs for Azure. Use budget to see daily or monthly expenses and help isolate spending irregularities. Azure provides the ability to configure alerts based on your actual or projected cost, ensuring that your spending stays within the boundaries defined by your organization. These alerts are triggered when your budget thresholds are exceeded, providing timely notification without impacting your resources or stopping spending. The ability to use budgeting in tandem with expense alerts allow you to closely monitor and compare your spending to budget value while analyzing your expenses, enable real-time adjustment and cost control measures. Azure Price Advisor is a valuable tool for focus on cost optimization. It helps you improve cost effectiveness by identifying and highlighting unused and underutilized resources. The platform provides recommendations to reduce unnecessary cost, leading to significant cost savings. Azure Advisor guides users through a process that identifies underutilized Azure resources and offers steps to reduce cost. This tool is crucial in actively managing your cloud cost, aligning your cloud resources more efficiently with your actual needs. While these Azure tools are invaluable for analyzing past and forecast data, making recommendations based on past usage metrics and leveraging built-in tools and methods is essential to understand their limitation. What is Azure Cost Management and Billing and why it is important? Let's start with the built-in tools that make it easier to keep your track of your expenses. Azure Cost Management is a set of FinOps tools. FinOps is discipline that combines cost management and operational practices that allows you to analyze, manage, and optimize the cost of the Azure cloud. This includes cost analysis and warnings. The billing panel in turn provides all the tools to track billing, invoices, payment methods, etc. In the billing panel, you can see a list of ranges in your directory as well as switch between directories if necessary. All Azure Expense Management tools are easily accessible from the Azure Portal panel. From there, you can set up your account, analyze cost and identify trends, minimize waste, and manage expenses smoothly in the cloud. Why is cost management important for Azure customers? Today, it is difficult to imagine that any business function properly without analytical tools. They provide transparency and allow you to make informed decisions. It's no different with the cloud. What are the key benefits of Azure Management? No cost. This FinOps tool is completely free. You will get all the insights, tracking, and reporting capabilities at no extra cost. Integrations. With the right APIs, you can integrate ACM with Microsoft Power BI to get even more valuable insight in a more visually appealing way. Versatility. Azure offers you a tool that comes with tons of features. With Azure Cost Management, you can reduce cost, plan your Azure budget, control the use of Azure resources, and simply make sure that your Azure account is properly cared of. The best strategy to control cost in Azure. You need to set a budget and use Azure Expense Management tools. Making a budget doesn't have to be complicated. Managing a budget. There are tutorials available on Microsoft website that will allow you to create a budget in the Azure portal, as well as manage it using PowerShell or Azure Resource Manager. To access them, you should have access at least at the reading level. Through the Azure portal, you can create any subscription budget, monthly, quarterly, or yearly, and configure cost and alerts as well as plans, including hybrid solution if you are using Azure or AWS. Then, you need to optimize Azure cost with Azure Advisor. Azure Advisor is a free service available in the Azure portal that allows you to identify underutilized resources. It's your private consultant who will provide personal information about availability, performance, and price. Then, you need to use Azure Pricing Calculator and referrals. The pay-as-you-go model gives you flexibility to use cloud services with the Azure Calculator. You can estimate the monthly price of each service and don't let the cost surprise you. You can use these tools to find out how much virtual machine, computing power, or cloud storage space will cost. Monitor and analyze the usage of Azure services. You may be wondering how to monitor all your virtual machines, applications, databases, and services. In that regard, Azure Monitor comes in handy. Azure Monitor is a usage monitoring tool that allows you to collect data, evaluate it, and respond to it quickly. Whether you are using an on-premise or cloud-based environment, this mechanism improves the availability and efficiency of cloud application and services. Azure Monitor collects and aggregates data from every layer and component of your system into a single data platform. It connects data across multiple Azure subscriptions and tenants, in addition to hosting for other services. Then, you can use and maximize your saving with Azure Hybrid Cost Benefit. More than 70% of businesses are taking advantage of hybrid cloud solutions. According to the 2023 State of the Cloud report, large enterprises typically use FinOps tools for multi-cloud rather than multi-cloud security management. With FinOps tools like Azure Hybrid Benefit, you can optimize your hybrid environment and save up to 85% compared to the standard payment rate as you go. At the same time, you can use Windows Server and SQL Server licenses. Key things for Azure Cost Management include the total cost of Azure multiple elements, such as VM, data storage applications, and cloud services. For this reason, you need cost visibility solutions such as Azure Cost Management, Azure Billing, Azure Monitor, or Azure Hybrid Benefit. Cloud transformation is not limited to simply moving to the cloud. The cloud brings benefits and saving when it is well managed and cost the usage are optimized. Managing Azure and optimizing the use of Azure resources with a trusted IT partner is far easier because you can focus on your core business while reducing your Azure consumption. Once again, we are in our Azure portal, and let's go to our Azure subscription. In our Azure subscription, I already show you how can you work with budget, how can you see your cost analysis and so on. But once again, I will show you everything. Let's go to cost analysis. In this blade, you can see your actual cost, actual spending, and you can see also forecast, which is now unavailable. Forecast is projected cost, but by the end of the month. You can also check your actual cost or amortized cost. Then in this graphic you can see the whole spending amount for this month. Then you have option to save this cost analysis, to share this, to subscribe to it, download, to see cost by a resource, even to configure your subscription. If I scroll down, you can see this forecast. It is currently unavailable, but as I already told you, you can check your monthly forecasted cost. This is like a predictable cost for that month. Also, you can see that we have these three graphics. You can choose this graphic to see for service name. You can choose unit measure, tag, service name, service family, resource type, for example, resource reservation, or publisher type. So you can go granular, and in this resource type you can see everything that I used for this particular month. Then I can choose, for example, service name, and I can list all the cost by service name. Exactly the same thing I can do in the second graphic, but with other features. You can list resource group name, for example, and see all expenses for that resource group with that particular resources, as you can see. If I go to cost alert, I have option to create a new cost alert, but let's see what else we can have. What else we have here? We have, you can see all relative dates, all calendar months, and cost analysis by month, quarter, year, 3 months, 6 months, and so on. Also, you can choose your items here and go even more granular to see. You can add a filter to see even more spending, or how your cost line in here. Also, you can choose a graphic by clicking on this menu. You can configure subscription, as I already told you, save this cost analysis, download this report, or simply subscribe with your email. Then if I click on cost alerts, you can create an alert rule, choose your alert type, and you can subscribe here and get notified about any changes in your subscription. You can add a date when this alert rule will start, choose your notification, choose your recipients, add a message, for example, choose your language, choose your information, or add some alert name, and simply click on create, and this rule will be created. Choose your language if you want, and simply click on create. Then you have alert rules. If you go to alert rules, you can add some rule and create a new one, and exactly the same thing that we saw in our previous window. If you go to budgets, I already show you how you can create your budget, but let's remind ourselves again. You can choose your scope, add a filter, add a name for your budget. You need to add a unique name. Choose your reset period. Also, you can filter this if you want. Add a unique name. Choose your reset period. Then you need to specify creation date and expiration date for your budget. Choose your budget amount. I will, for example, put $10. Go to next. Then you can choose your alert subscription conditions. You can choose type from actual cost and forecasted cost. If you choose actual cost, you need to add when your budget, for example, go to 80% of that $10, it's $8, you will get an alert. You can create an action group and add action group here, and then you need to add your email to alert recipient, and you can add more email if you want, and simply choose your preferred language preference and click on create, and it will create a new budget. Also, you can choose forecasted option, add the same percent of budget, and you will get notified again. If you click on manage action group, you can create a new action group from here. Let's click on create. I need to choose my resource group name. I will create a new resource group, for example, add it here. Choose my region. You can choose global or some specific region. Add the name for your action group, display your name, go to next, choose your notification type. For example, I will choose my email or SMS message. Add a name for this. You can also choose your Azure message role, Azure Resource Manager role, but I manually add my email here, and I typically use my email for this kind of messaging. Then you can choose Azure Mobile App notification, SMS, or public or voice. Then you have an action. This step is optional. You can choose automation runbook, function, event hub, ITSM, logic app, and so on. Add the name, go to tags, go to review and create, simply click on review and create, and this action group will be created, and then you can add your action group to your budget to get notified, and that's it. Click on validating, click on create, and our budget is created with all the necessary information that you added. Also, you can edit your budget or delete this budget and check all other information that you already added when you created this budget. I will now delete my budget. And if you go to billing, also there is advisor recommendation. I don't have any recommendation. I can download this recommendation as CSV file, PDF. I can create alert right from here or create some recommendation digest. Also in the billing profile invoices, you can see the list of all your invoices by month and you can export this also to CSV. You can manage access or edit invoice details. Also, you can, if you have more than 3-4 years of using this account, you can filter this by months, year, days, weeks, and so on. You can also see a chart or list of your invoices, status, time span. As I already told you, you can view the last 30 days, 3, 6, or 12 months. You can also see your status for your invoice billing. In the setting option, you have billing properties. It shows your billing account name, billing account ID, profile name, what is your plan, and cost center. Also, you can see all your resource group resources, check your preview feature, check your usage and quotas for all regions, and what is the current usage. And right from here you can create a new support ticket to Microsoft Azure support. I already told you that we already saw this. This was just a little reminder to remind you how can you create a budget, how can you view your cost management, cost analysis, how can you create an action group or alert, just to avoid necessary cost. This is very important to know. Also, you can check all other resources like resource logs, providers, and so on. But the main focus in this lecture was cost analysis, and I hope this was helpful. Thank you for watching. Azure Policy is a service within Microsoft Azure that allows organization to create, assign, and manage policies. These policies define rules and effects over resources, identities, and groups in an effort to ensure compliance and security. Enforcements come in two forms: flagging non-conformities so your team can fix the problem, or simply blocking the implementation. Before we dive deep into Azure Policy, let's narrow down what is security policy, especially in the context of the cloud. A cloud computing policy, security policy, is a set of rules and policies that controls the protection of cloud-based systems and data. Security policies are an important part of robust identity and access management in the cloud. IAM policies are critical to protecting data by restricting identity access to critical applications and assets. Basic concept of Azure Policy. At the heart of Azure Policy are two key components: policies and initiatives. Policies in Azure are specific rules of policies, while initiatives are collections of policies that help achieve the broader goal of compliance. Let's break down the components of the guideline below. Policy definitions. A policy definitions express what should be assessed and what action should be taken. Each policy definitions in Azure Policy has a set of conditions under which is applied, and the consequent effect that occurs if the conditions are met. Effects of Azure Policy. What happens when conditions are met? Some common effects include reject, revision, add, disabled, and deploy if not exist. Parameters or policy parameters are used to provide flexibility and reduce the redundancy of the policy definitions. They allow you to reuse the policy definitions for different scenarios. Think of them as fields on a form that need to be filled in: name, city, date of birth, address, etc. They remain, but the way you fill them, it may change. Assigning policies. Tasks are the applications of a policy or initiative to a specific scope, subscription, management group, etc. Why use Azure Policy? Azure Policy ensures consistent configuration of resources across your environment, which is especially useful in large enterprise environments with different tenants, subscription, and teams. Regulatory compliance helps maintain regulatory compliance by ensuring that resources and identity access are compliant with corporate standards and legal regulations. Azure Policy improves security by applying restrictions to a resource and service configurations. You can control over developer testing and deployment, and general employee or machine identity privilege are critical to protecting your businesses. Unauthorized access and excessive privileges are common and serious concerns that lead to security breaches and business interruptions. Azure Policy scope types. First one is group management. Managing groups in Azure Policy provides a way to manage access, policies, and compliance across multiple Azure subscriptions. They act as a roof safety fences. Subscription policies can be applied to entire subscription, affecting all resources within them. Group resource group are another level at which policies can be implemented, affecting all resources within the group. Individual resources policies can be also focused on specific resources, providing detailed control. As I mentioned above, management groups are a mechanism to help group Azure subscription. This can be a powerful tool when used correctly. Management groups allow you to manage multiple subscriptions equally without having to apply control to individual subscriptions. When you create an Azure policy, you can set the scope to management group to ensure that security practices are applied across all subscriptions. For example, if you implemented role-based access control to better protect data and resources, all subscriptions within that control group inherit RBAC. This is a good way to build a far-reaching security fence. You can organize different management groups that reflect your business, regional units, teams, etc., or implementing phases like development, testing, production. With many different policy scopes, different inheritance processes, or hierarchical structures, managing Azure can become more complicated. Then we need to discuss and compare Azure Policy and Azure-based access control. Azure Policy and RBAC differ significantly. While Azure Policy focuses on resource properties, RBAC concentrates on user actions. Azure policies apply properties at the time of creating or updating resources, while RBAC controls what users can do with existing resources. And according to Microsoft, Azure control groups support Azure RBAC. A group can be assigned any role and it will inherit a series of hierarchy, like VM contributor role assigned to a resource group will cause all virtual machines in the group to inherit the role. What are the most common challenges to Azure policies? The complexity of the policy hierarchy, for example. The Azure policy hierarchy adds a layer of complexity, especially in a large organization with multiple levels of management and resources. And this challenge includes visibility and traceability. With policies set at different levels, from tenant level to individual services, it becomes difficult to have clear visibility into how these policies interact with each other and what their cumulative effect is. Policies set at high levels mean that resources and identities lower in the hierarchy inherit those policies and permissions. Consistency and conflict resolution. Ensuring consistency of policies at different levels and resolving conflicts when implementing overlapping policies can be a difficult task if done manually. Complexity in troubleshooting. When problems arise, diagnosing and troubleshooting become more complex due to multiple layers of policies that can affect a resource or service. Implementation of the policy. First, we need to understand the scope and impact, especially in complex environment, can be challenging. Administrators must thoroughly understand the scope and potential impact of the policy before implementing it to avoid unintended service interruption. Assign policies with the business goals. Policies should align with business goals and compliance requirements, which requires a deep understanding of both organizational goals and technical aspect of Azure resources. Continuous monitoring and adjustments. Policies are not set and forgotten. They require continuous monitoring and adjustment to adapt to changes in the cloud environment and the needs of the organization. Let's talk about compliance standards. Adhering to Azure Policy compliance standards involves several challenges. Monitoring regulatory changes. Compliance standards are not static. They are evolving and policies must be updated accordingly, which requires constant vigilance and adaptability, especially if done manually. Mapping compliance requirements to technical controls. Translating compliance requirements into technical controls within Azure policies can be complex and requires a deep understanding of the regulatory environment and Azure services. Proof of compliance. Organizations are often required to provide evidence of compliance, which means they must have a mechanism in place to document and report on policy adherence and effectiveness. First, if you want to use Azure policies, you need to create a policy definitions. Start by creating a policy definitions that describe specific rules and conditions. This is either a custom definition or one of the Microsoft built-in definitions. Then you need to create an initiative definition. You can group multiple policies into an initiative for broader governance goals. Again, this can be customized or built in. You can define the scope of the initiative, define the scope of your initiative, whether it's a management group, subscription, or a resource group. This defines how and where your policy is implemented. You can determine compliance and assess the compliance status of your resources against defined policies and initiatives. Let's talk about best practices. You can start with audit effect or audit if not exist. Start policy that audit rather than implement to understand the impact without disrupting existing resources. Think of this as a trial run or testing. Consider organization hierarchies. Align your policies with your organization structure for effective management. This means that you first organize your group by roles or teams, and then apply policies to these different structures. Also, you can use the parameters. As we already discussed, the use of parameters make policies more flexible and usable, taking away manual effort for your team. You can create and assign initiative definitions. To use initiative definitions to consolidate related policies into groups for ease of management. And also you can review policies regularly. By review and update your policy regularly as teams project their priorities and compliance regulations evolve. Let's consider some examples of open plan politics. First, consider a set of policies at the management group level that only allow certain types of resources. This policy ensures that only approved Azure resource types can be created across all subscriptions within the management group. For example, an organization might want to restrict the creation of certain types of storage accounts that do not comply with regulatory standards. By implementing this policy at the management group level, an organization provides a unified compliance stance across all of its Azure subscriptions. Further, another example of an Azure policy could be managing access to production versus non-production workloads. You can use group management policy to enforce that developer roles have associate permission in non-production environments and read-only permission for production environments. Then, the complexity of managing multiple overlapping policies in Azure can lead to a lack of visibility and control. It's critical that you have a comprehensive understanding of the cumulating effect of these policies on your Azure environment to avoid potential challenges. Without proper visibility, your identities could end up with access that never intended. In the cloud, privileges can be inherited in ways that aren't immediately obvious, making it difficult to track them on paper. This type of hidden privilege can create opportunities for later movement within your network, which malicious attackers could exploit. Conversely, if you implement an overly conservative strategy with strict rejection through Azure policy, you may face development disruption and inefficient request processes. How can we work with Azure Policy? In my search bar, I will type Azure Policy or just Policy. And go to Policy. Then, as you can see, I have these two policies. One is created by default and it is AC default. If I click on these three dots, I can view definitions for this policy, and this policy have a lot of definitions, as you can see, and all policies are listed here. So you can view them if you want. You can see the version, reference, type, evaluation, and default effect. Really, this Microsoft Cloud Security benchmark consists with 230 policies with 354 parameters included. You can also see all parameters, JSON, and assignment. As I already said, this is default. When you create a subscription, you get this policy. Also, there is something called virtual machine. A virtual machine scale set should have encryption and host enabled. This is 100 overall resource compliant. It is compliant with my subscription. If I click on view resource, you can see the scope, definition type policy, policy enforcement is default, and parameter value is audit. You can check parameter ID, parameter name, and policy assignment parameter reference type. Then all of your policies will be listed here in the overview section. In the authoring blade, we have something called definition, and all definitions will be listed here. You can choose all policies or all definitions, and definition consists of policies. As you can see, for example, this first policy consists of 7. Definition consists of 7 policies. You can assign this initiative, and you can see all your policies listed down below, and that's it. If you go to assignment, you can assign policy or assign initiative. We have 2 total assignment. One is initiative assignment and one is policy assignment. And then you can do an exemption, and to create a new exemption you must view the assignment of the compliance. Also, you can see compliance, and right from here you can assign policy. Also, you can see all remediation that you list, policies to remediate. You can list it here, or remediation task. Then if we go back to our authoring blade and go to definitions, you can see your scope, choose your subscription. I have only one subscription. Then you can choose definition type, all initiative or policies, so you can filter your definition types. You can see policy type, which is custom, built-in, or static policy, and see all categories by all initiative by category. You can include or exclude. You can select all of them or simple one, and that's it. You can filter this, for example, compute, and then you will have all these definitions by name, listed by name. And you can choose whatever policy definition you need or want. Let's see allowed virtual machine. Size is Q. This policy enables you to specify a set of virtual machine size Q that your organization wants to add. This is a JSON file. This is our definition, and available policy definition is denied. Category is compute, type is built-in, and this policy, as I'll already tell you, specify a set of virtual machines size Q that your organization can deploy. If I go and you can duplicate definition, select a version. This is a preview option. If there is a version, you can simply list down and choose that definition. Let's click on assign policy. The first what need to do is to choose our scope. You can choose your subscription and choose your resource group if you want. You can, for example, choose to exclude some of these policy assignments, some resources, for example, or resource group. Simply click on Save. Then there is something called policy definition. This is our allowed VM. You can change this name if you want. Then this is our version. And you can see all policy that consist in this policy definition. Then we have, if we want, we can change our assignment name, and policy enforcements you can choose between enable or disabled. Then in the parameters you can choose what you want. For example, for this policy we can choose Azure VMs queue, and you can choose your compute type or virtual machine size. In this example I will simply choose standard D1 and D2 version 2. Then let's go to remediation. I will not use remediation this time. Let's go to non-compliance messages. Let's click on review and create, and finally I will click on create to assign this policy. And as you can see, it takes for about 5 to 15 minutes to this policy take effect. So I will now wait for 5 or 15 minutes and see what we can do with after this policy takes effect. As you can see, if you go to our overview page, we have this third allowed virtual machine size queue. It is compliant and 100% resource compliant. If I click on these three dots, you can view definition, delete assignment, edit assignment, duplicate assignment, or create exemption. After some time, let's go to our virtual machine and see is this policy have any effect on our VMs. I will choose my resource group or create a new one. Then I will add a name for my VM. Choose my region. Choose my no infrastructure redundancy required for availability option. And then in the image, I will choose my Windows Server 2022 Data Center Azure Edition. And as you can see, in the size option, if I go and try to choose some VM size, I can do it because, as you can see, it is blocked by policy. So I can choose any VM size, because this is, we have this message, item availability based on policy assignment. So you can choose VM size for selected scope. This is the full effect of our Azure policy. If you go back to our policy, I will now click on these 3 dots and delete this assignment. I will click on yes, and it takes about 30 minutes to take effect, to these changes take effect. After 30 minutes, we will be able to create our VM with any size we want. So this is Azure Policy in full effect. And if you go to our VMs, try to create a new VM and choose our size, you can see that we have option to choose any size we want, and we can create a new VM. So working with Azure Policy is very easy, but it can be very complicated if you don't know how and what to do. So this demo is showing you how can you add and remove your policies. Thank you for watching. Also, there is an option. If you go to our definitions and choose our category, I already told you can choose this by categories, but if I go to policy definitions, you can create your own policy definition. For example, you need to add these basic definitions, basic information, or if you go to initiative definition, you can choose your category, start from scratch, or simply choose one of these initiative definitions that already exist. For example, storage. Then go to next, add the policy definitions. You can add for a long list of policy definitions. Let me choose some of them, random, and then click on add. And if you go to next, you can create a group. We need to add a name for our group, and so on. Add initiative parameters, policy parameters, go to review and create, and simply click on review and create. And this is how can you create initiative definition. But this is out of the scope of this exam. Tags are metadata elements that you apply to your Azure resources. These are key value pairs that help you identify resources based on settings that are relevant to your organization. If you want to track the environment for deploying your resources, add a key named environment. To identify the resources used in a production, you need to give the name of the value of production, for example. The complete key value pair is environment equal production. You can apply tags to your Azure resources and subscriptions, but not to management groups. Resource labels support all services that generate costs. To make sure that cost-generating services are provided with a label, you can use one of the labeling policies. Tags are kept as plain text. Never add sensitive values to tags. Sensitive value can be exposed through many methods, including expense reports, commands that return existing tag definitions, deployment histories, exported templates, and monitoring records. Tag name are not case sensitive for operations. The tag with the name of the tag, regardless of the case of the letter, is updated or downloaded. However, the resource provider may keep the font size that you provided for the label name. You will see that housing in the expense report. There are 2 ways to get the necessary access tag to resources. You can have write access to the resource type Microsoft.resources/tags. This approach allows you to tag any resource even if you don't have access to the resource itself. The role of the tag associate provides this approach. For example, the tag associate role can't apply labels to resources or groups of resources through a portal. However, it can apply tags to subscription through the portal. It supports all tag operations via Azure PowerShell and REST APIs. you can have write access to the resource itself. The contributor role provides the necessary access to apply tags to any entity. To apply labels to only one type of resource, use the associate role for that resource. To apply tags to virtual machine, for example, you need to use the contributor virtual machine role. Resources don't inherit the labels that you apply to a resource group or subscription. To apply tags from a subscription or resource group to resources, you can group cost for Azure resource by using the CM resource parent tag. This tag allows you to view the tagged cost in Microsoft Quote Management without having to use filters. The key for this tag and its value is the resource ID of the Azure resource by which you want to group costs. For example, to group cost by Azure Virtual Desktop host set, you need to provide the resource ID of the host set. You can use tags to group your billing data. For example, if you use multiple VMs for different organizations, use tags to group usage cost by center. You can also use tags to categorize cost by environment at runtime, such as using billing for VMs running in a production environment. You can retrieve information about the tags by downloading the usage file that is available from the Azure portal. For services that support billing labels, labels appear in the tags column. There is restrictions when you want to apply to labels. Note all resource types support. Not all resources support tags. To determine whether you can apply a label to a resource group or resource type, each resource group and subscription can have a maximum 50 label name value pairs. If you need to apply more tags than the maximum number allowed, use the JSON string to the tag value. A JSON string can contain many values that you apply to a single label name. A resource group or subscription can contain many resources, each of which has 50 name value pairs. The tag name has a limit of 512 characters and the value of the tag has a limit of 256 characters. For storage orders, the tag name has a limit of 128 characters and the value of the tag has a limit of 256 characters. Classic resources, such as cloud services, don't support tags. Azure IP groups and Azure firewall policies do not support patch operations. Therefore, the patch API method operation cannot update tags to the portal. Instead, you can use update commands for those resources. You can update the tag for an IP group, for example, by using the command to update the AZ network of the IP group. Azure API Management only supports the creation of a maximum of 15 name value per tag pairs for each service. I'm in my Azure portal and let's go to Azure Virtual Machine. I will click on Create a new virtual machine, choose my subscription, create a new resource group, I will add a name for my VM, choose my region. In the availability option, I will choose no infrastructure redundancy required. Then in the image section, I will leave everything as it is, just the same with the size. Then we need to add username and password for our administrator account. I will add my Azure user, add my password, then I will confirm my password. And finally we need to select our public inbound ports for this VM. I will choose my RDP 3389 and HTTP T80. Then I will go to tags directly. As you can see, you can choose this 14 select all tags. I will choose one for virtual machine and add a name, for example environment, and you can add a value, for example production. But let's leave this empty and let's go to create, and finally I will click on create. In the meantime, my resource is succeeded, deployment is succeeded. I will now go to my resource, and if I go directly to tags, I can add my tag here. For example, I can choose my budget and choose the value, for example, alerts, and then simply click on apply. This is how can you apply tags for this virtual machine or for this resource. If you go back to our overview section, after some time the tags that we just added will be shown here. If I click on add tags, you can see that we have our budget and alert tag. Let me refresh this, and here it is. This is our tag. If I go to our resource group and click on tag blade, I have option to add tag for this resource group. Let me add exactly the same budget and alert value. I will click on apply, and if you click on this icon, you can see that exactly the same budget alerts tag I have for my VM, and this is resources. You can see all resources with tag budget alerts. You can also edit this column to add another column, and you can see your unsecure resources recommendation and one change resources in this resources with tag. Also, I have this action group. In this resource group, if I go to overview, you can see that we have exactly the same budget and tags and alerts tags for this resource group. Let's go to my Azure subscription. If I go to tags, for example, I have option to add a tag just for this subscription. Let me add something like environment as a name and production as our value. And then I will click on apply, and then if you go to overview, or if I go to my resource group, let me expand this and choose my resources. This is my resources for virtual machine. As you can see, we have VM, public IP address, NSG, virtual network interface in disk. I can click on assign tags to assign bulk tags for all resources. Once that are selected, our assign tags is available. I will click on assign tags, and I can add a tag value, name value pair for all my resources. I will add exactly the same environment in production, and we are assigning multiple tags to our resources. As you can see, we have this notification that we successfully assigned tags. Let's go to our public IP address, and if you check on tags, you can see that we have environment and production tag. Let's check our VM. For example, we have two tags. First one is budget and alerts, and then the new one is here. Also, if I go to my resource group, click on tags, I have only one. So, as you can see, it does not inherit these tags to our resources. And then resources with tag environment production, you can see the whole list of our resources. This is our resource, we have our subscription. Then you can edit tags for subscription. If you click on these three dots, you can change your name and value pair, add a new one, or simply delete this tag. Then if I go to our storage account and try to create a new storage account, I will choose my subscription, choose my resource group, add a name for this storage account, choose my region, choose my primary service as Azure Blob Storage and Data Lake Storage, performance standard, and I will add LRS redundancy. And in the tag option, I have option to choose or select all, and then I can add my one of these two tags or add some new name and value. Tags are simple key value pair, if you remember, name value pair. I will add budget and alerts and click on review and create. So we are creating our storage account and we added our tag or tags. And after some time our resource is created, and then as you can see we have our tag budgets and alerts. If we click on budget and alerts, we can list all resources with this tag. Just to remember, this is my action group, storage account, resource group, and VM. Then if we go to virtual networks, you can see our existing virtual networks on our VM, and I can create a new virtual network. Let's say our resource group, let's say the name, choose my region, let's go on to next, and simply click on review and create. So we are creating our virtual network without adding a tag. But you can check all resources and you see the list of all resources: Bastion, DDoS protection plan, firewall, net gateway, and so on. Finally, I will click on review and create. And after some time our resource will be created. And if we go to my resource, we don't have any tags, but if we click on add tags, we can add a tag. First we need to add a name and then value. I will add vnet and test, for example. And you can click on save to save these tags or assign these tags. Then if I go to our tag, you can type tag in your search bar and simply click on this service. You can see all tags that we have in our subscription. First, you can see all resources with tag budget, with the name budget and value alert. We have action group, storage account, resource group, virtual machine, then environment production. We have our subscription and the whole virtual machine with public IP, NSG, VNet, network interface, and disk. And finally, in the VNet test tag, we have our virtual network that we just created. This is how can you categorize resources and view all resources with tags that you added. Tag names are case sensitive, but tag values are case sensitive. And this is how can you list all your tags in your default directory. It's really simple and it's very convenient to see all resources. For example, if you need to see all your virtual machine for billing purposes, and so on. If I go, for example, to my Azure subscription and go to tags and simply click on this little trash can, I will remove all my tags for this subscription and simply click on apply. Then, after some time, if we go back, we've successfully unassigned our tag. If you go back to our default directory, click on refresh, you can see that we don't have this resource, our subscription, with tag environment and value production. Exactly the same thing we can do with all tags. You can assign or unassign name value pairs, and as you can see, we have option to go to our resource group, go to tags and click on edit. So, and you can simply click on this trash can and click on apply to remove these tags, and exactly the same you can do a group or bulk unassigned tags for all of these resources. Or assign a new tag. And now all of our resources in this resource group have the same tag. It's budget and alert, and you can see all the list from our with tag budget and alert. I will now delete all my resources from this resource group just to save on cost. Thank you for watching. Azure Resource Locks allow organization to put in place safeguards that prevent accidental deletion or modification of resource in Azure. These locks sit outside of the hierarchy of role-based access control and, when implemented, set resource limits for all users. This is very useful when you have an important resource in your subscription that users shouldn't be able to delete or change, and can help prevent accidental and malicious changes or deletions. Resource locks are just locks that we can associate with different volumes in Azure, which allows us to override permissions in that resource, range, and below. When we talk about the scope of locking a resource, we can lock subscriptions, we can lock groups of resources and individual resources, and the lock restriction that we set based on the lock type we choose will apply to all users and roles that have access to that resource. Also, it is worth noting that locks are inherited by children resources, so if you apply a lock to a subscription, it is inherited by all the resource groups that we created with that subscription, along with resources that will be created with the same resource group. There are two types of locks. Read-only. The resource cannot be modified or deleted, but it can still be read. And cannot delete or cannot be deleted. The resource can be changed and read but not deleted by anyone. In theory, they are perfect for preventing accidental or intentional deletion of resources in Azure. However, they do not prevent the deletion of data, but only work on the control plane of the resource. That sounds great. You can include them anywhere or everywhere. It's another level of security in your cloud data platform. When you apply a lock to a parent scope, all resources within the range inherit the same lock. Even the resources you add later inherit the same parental lock. The most restrictive lock in inheritance takes precedence. Extension resources inherit locks from the resource to which they are applied. For example, Microsoft.Insight/diagnostic settings is an extension resource type. If you apply diagnostic settings to a blob storage space and lock the storage account, you won't be able to delete the diagnostic settings. If you have a delete lock on a resource and you try to delete its resource group, the function blocks the entire delete operation, even if the resource group or other resources in the resource group are unlocked. The deletion does not occur. You'll never have a partial breakdown. When you cancel your Azure subscription, locking a resource doesn't block you from canceling your subscription. Azure preserves your resources by deactivating them instead of deleting them immediately. Azure only permanently deletes your resource after a waiting period. Locks apply only to the Azure control plane, not to the Azure data plane. Drawing locks can lead to unexpected results. Some operations, which do not appear to change the resource, require block actions. Locks prevent the POST method from sending data to the Azure Resource Manager API. Some common examples of block operations are: a read-only lock on a storage account prevents users from specifying account key. A POST request manages the operation of Azure storage list keys to protect access to account keys. Account keys provide full access to the data in the storage account. When read-only lock is configured for a storage account, users who don't have account keys must use Microsoft Entra credentials to access the blob or data in the queue. Read-only locking also prevents the assignment of Azure rollback roles that are included in the storage account or data center. A read-only lock on a storage account protects in scope RBAC assignment for a storage account or data container. A read-only lock on storage account prevents blob containers from being created. A read-only lock on a storage account prevents blob containers from being created. However, creation operation on a storage account can be performed through both the control plane and the data plane. Read-only locks only blocking requests to create a control plane, but the user can still perform the correct create operation on the resource through the data plane. A read-only lock or non-delete lock on a storage account does not prevent its data from being deleted or modified. It also doesn't protect data in a blob, table, or a file, or a queue. The storage account API exposes data plane and control plane operations. If a request uses data plane operation, locking a storage account does not protect the data of the blob, queue, table, or file within the storage account. However, it is request use control plane operation, locking protects those resources. A read-only lock on a network security group prevents the creation of a proper NSG flow log. Locking a network security group that cannot be deleted does not prevent the creation of modification of the corresponding NSG flow log. Locking the read-only application service resource prevents Visual Studio Server Explorer from displaying files for the resource because that interaction requires write access. Locking a read-only resource group that contains an app service plan prevents you from increasing or exiting the plan. A read-only lock of the resource group that contains the virtual machine prevents all users from starting or restarting the virtual machine. These operations require a POST method. Locking a resource group to read-only prevents you from moving existing resources to or from the resource group. But keep in mind that a resource with a read-only lock can be moved to another resource group. A read-only lock on a resource group that contains an automation account prevents all runbooks from running. These operations require a POST method. Locking a resource or resource group that can be deleted prevents other rollback access control assignment from being deleted. To create or delete management locks, you need access to Microsoft.authorization/star or Microsoft.authorization/logs/star action. Users who are assigned the owner or administrator role of user access have the necessary access. Some specialized built-in roles also provide this approach. You can create a custom role with the necessary permissions. In my Azure portal, I will now show you how can you work with locks. Let's go to our storage account and create a new storage account. I will create a new resource group, add a name for this resource group, then, as you already know, we need to add a name for our storage account, choose my region, choose my primary service, performance, and redundancy. I will choose locally redundant storage, and then let's go to next, 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 and review and create. Let's click on create. And our resource is completed. Let's go to our resource. I will now try to find my lock. If you go to Settings Blade, there is a option called Locks, and you can add a lock to resource group or subscription or for this storage account. Let's click on add a lock name, choose our lock type as read only or delete, and simply click on OK. Read only, just to remind you, the resource cannot be modified or deleted, but it still can be read. And if you choose delete, the resource can be changed and read but not deleted by anyone. And let's choose our delete and click on OK. And our lock for this storage account is added. As you can see, this is our lock name, lock type, this is our scope. We have options to add a note. You can edit or delete this lock. If you go to resource group, you can add a lock on a resource group level. Let's add a name for our lock. Choose our lock type, delete, and click on OK. As you can see, our scope is now resource group, and finally, if you click on subscription, we are adding our storage, adding our lock to subscription level. Let's exactly do the same thing, and we have 3 locks: one for our resource storage account, one for our resource group, and one for our subscription. If I go to our resource and go to our resource group, in the settings option you also have locks, so you can see all 3 locks that we have. Also, you can edit parent locks in your resource group. You need to click on the lock scope and go to that scope to edit your lock. You can also edit your lock here, and on the resource group level you can edit only resource and resource group locks. If you go to our subscription and go to resource locks, you can see all your locks here, and you can edit all locks or delete your locks on subscription, resource group level, and resource level. Let's go to our Microsoft Entra ID. I will now go to users. I will choose my CARTI user, copy his user principal name. I will open a new window, and I will now try to log in with this username and password. Just to show you that we don't have any assigned role or any role-based access role to add it to our Entra, our user. In access control storage account, I will click on add and add a role assignment. I will go to next, choose my CARTI, and add a reader role on storage account level to our CARTI user, and then I will sign in with my username and password. Click to sign in. I must retype my password. And finally we are logging in as our user CARTI to our portal, and if I go to our storage account, you can see that we have our storage account, and if I go to settings and if I go to locks, I have option only to read these locks, and not to delete or edit any of these logs because I have a reader role. Then let's go to our resource group. Let's go to our logs. You can see that I have option to delete my resource group, log for this resource group. And if we go to subscription and let's go to resource logs, I can now delete my log for subscription on subscription level. Finally, if I go to my resource group, you can see that we have only our storage account. I have options to move this storage account to another resource group. Then I will choose or simply open a new tab or go to our resource group and create a new resource group. I will add RGlog, for example, too, and choose my different region. Let's find some appropriate region for this demo. West US, for example, and I will hit on create to create this resource group. Finally, if I go to our resource group 1 and we have our storage account, I can simply go to my storage account and click on move to another resource group, and then I can add my source, add my target. RGlog2 is our resource target group, and currently we are checking whether this resource can be moved, and this might take a few minutes, and it's pending our validation. So I want to move my storage account from one resource group to another, but I must remind you that our storage account have this lock added. Let's go to storage account, and if I click on delete and try to permanently delete my resource, you can see that we have this message that our storage account can be deleted because this resource or its parent has a delete lock. Lock must be removed before any resource can be deleted. So this is very important from the exam perspective. And if you go back to our resource group, after some time we will get an answer. Is it possible to move storage account with resource lock to another resource group? Finally, our validation status is succeeded, and in the third step, in the review, I will check this box that I understand the tools and scripts associated with move resources not work until I update them with use the new resource ID. In the selection summary, you can see our source and target subscription, source resource group and target resource group, and we have one resource to move. Now I check this box, and finally I will click on move. And we are successfully moved STLock 1 from one resource group to RGlog2. This is our empty, our destination resource group, and we are waiting for this process to finish. And after some time, moving resource complete. And let's go to our resource group. I will now check my RGlog. We don't have any resource here, but in our source resource group, and we don't have any resource lock here because we deleted, as you remember. this lock, if I go to rglog2, you can see that we successfully moved our storage account to this resource group, and in this resource group we still have this resource on our we have a lock on our resource, and if I click on delete this resource, I will now remove this lock. So this is how you work with Azure locks. I will now delete this resource group and this storage account, and finally I will remove the rglog1. The Azure portal is a single web-based console that allows you to create and manage all of your Azure resources. With Azure portal, you can manage your Azure subscription using a graphical user interface. You can build, manage, and monitor everything from the simple web application to complex cloud deployment on a portal. For example, you can set up a new database, increase the compute power of your virtual machine, and track your monthly cost. You can view available resources and use guided wizard to create a new ones. Azure portal is designed for resiliency and constant availability. It is present in every single data center, and this configuration makes the Azure portal resilient to individual data center faults and helps avoid network slowdown by being close to the user. The Azure portal is continuously updated and requires no downtime in maintenance activities. You can access the Azure portal with any supported browser. Let's go to the portal and explain everything about the portal, but you already, through this course so far, you already know what is Azure portal looks like. As already mentioned, in this part of the course, you already know what the Azure portal is and how it looks like. But just for a quick reminder, we are now in our Azure portal. As we already told you in our theoretical part, you can manage all of your workloads from here. You can monitor everything from simple web application to complex cloud deployment on portal, for example. And in this portal, as you can see, there is the most used Azure resources that we already used. You can, for example, create your resource group from here. If you go to create, simply add a name and that's it. Then this is our email address when we register with this portal. This is our favorites, and if you click on create resource, you can go to marketplace, see all services, choose one from favorites, search from the top bar, and so on. This was just a simple reminder for you to refresh your memory, and hope it was helpful. Azure Cloud Shell is an interactive terminal, authenticated and browser-friendly for managing Azure resources. It provides the flexibility to choose from shell experience that best suits the way you work, whether Bash or PowerShell. Cloud Shell runs on a temporary host that is provided per session or per user. Your Cloud Shell session expires after 20 minutes with no interactive activity. Cloud Shell keeps your files in your location and $home folder using 5 GB file sharing. Microsoft managed the Cloud Shell so you don't have to. Cloud Shell comes with popular command line tools and language support. Cloud Shell automatically secure authenticates for instant access to your resources via the Azure CLI or PowerShell commandlets. Cloud Shell offers an integrated graphical text editor so you can create and edit files for seamless deployment via the Azure CLI or PowerShell. All Cloud Shell infrastructure is compliant with the double encryption at rest by default. You don't need to configure anything. The use of the machine that hosts the Cloud Shell is free of charge. Cloud Shell requires a storage account to host the mounted Azure file shares, and regular storage costs apply. When you first launch Cloud Shell, you have the option to choose from to use Cloud Shell with or without an attached storage account. Choosing to continue without storage is the fastest way to start using Cloud Shell. Using a Cloud Shell without storage is known as an ephemeral session. When you close the Cloud Shell window and files you saved are deleted and don't persist during the session. To keep files in all sessions, you can choose to mount a storage drive. Cloud Shell automatically attaches your memory mounted as $home/cloud drive for all future sessions. In addition, your $home directory is maintained as an .emg file in your Azure file share. Machine state and files outside directory of home directory are not retained in all sessions. Azure PowerShell is the product name for a collection of Microsoft PowerShell modules for managing Azure resources. It requires PowerShell, a command line shell, and a scripting language. You can use Azure PowerShell interactively by running commands from PowerShell or by creating and executing scripts that consist of multiple commands. The current version of Azure PowerShell is the AZ PowerShell module. It is recommended PowerShell module for managing Azure resources using PowerShell on a platform including Windows, Linux, and macOS. It includes thousands of commands that control almost every aspect of Azure. AZ PowerShell module is cross-platform. The command in the AZ PowerShell module make REST calls to the Azure API Manager API. The latest changes to the AZ PowerShell module are limited to twice a year. Many API level breaking changes are processed within the commandlet to prevent the perception of a change violation. The Azure PowerShell module contains commandlets of commands to perform operation at the control plane and at the data level in Azure. You can use the control plane to manage the resources in your subscription. Also, you can use a data plane to control the capabilities that are exposed in your instance of a resource type. The commands of the AZ PowerShell module produce .NET objects. As with any PowerShell command that produce output, the command in the AZ PowerShell module can be passed to the get member, for example, command to determine what type of object is being produced along with a list of available properties and methods. By default, Azure PowerShell collects telemetry data to improve the user experience by identifying usage and patterns and issues. No private or personal data is collected. However, you can log out by using the disable -az data collection command if you wish. Using PowerShell or any other option as the primary command line is not recommended. Best practices have shown that a combination of working in a portal and one of the command languages is the best option when working in the Azure cloud. You should not to be explicit when it comes to deciding what to do and what to do with when, creating, updating, or deleting resources. Once again, we are in our Azure portal, and if I click on this icon, there is an open interactive session called Cloud Shell. When you first run Cloud Shell, we are connecting to Cloud Shell, then we are connecting to our Cloud Shell, and then after authenticating, we are building our Azure drive. So you already know that from our theoretical part. And we are now able to work in our PowerShell in our browser in our Azure portal. So as you can see, this is my home directory, and I can add some. Let me expand this window, and I can now add some command line to, for example, create some resources. I can restart this session, manage files, upload or download, start a new session, choose an editor, see web preview, choose settings like text size, font, them, or reset user settings, or simply switch to classic version. And also there is a help as always. If I click on switch to bash, then I will be switching this terminal to Azure CLI. So you can see there is a lot of help that you can try and find appropriate answer or what you need. Then simply I created some Azure PowerShell. Let me try this PS version. This command check the version of our PowerShell that is installed on our terminal, and simply if you click on enter, as you can see this is 7.4 version and this is patch 5. Then the next command is to see our account, number of our account, to list our account, our subscription. As you can see, this is a JSON format, and I have one home tenant. As you can see, cloud name is Azure Cloud. This is the ID of my subscription, and state is enabled. Tenant ID again, user Cloud Shell ID is true, and this is the name of my email address. Then if you want to set your subscription, simply use AZ account set -- subscription, and in the my subscription name add your subscription ID or name. My subscription is Azure subscription 1. If you run this AZ web app help, then you can see list of all commands for Azure Web App Service. So you can use this command to list and find appropriate command that you need to work with your Azure App Service. Then if I click switch to bash, I'm switching to Azure CLI. As you can see, I'm again connected to my terminal, and then I can use some commands to list all command group. Just type AZ. Then if you want to list all commands that can help you, simply add -h, AZ-h. This is H for help. For example, SQL, it manages Azure SQL databases and data warehouses. Snapshot, manage point-in-time copies of managed disk native blobs or other snapshot, and so on. So you can read all these Azure services with simple AZ command. You can use AZ--- version to display the current version of your Azure CLI or bash. Let me copy this AZ-h command. And after some time you are getting even more commands that you can use to work with. There is a lot of commands that you can find on official Azure or Microsoft pages. So I'm showing you just the basic ones. Let's try AZ--- version, and this is the version of our terminal. So you can see it's 2.65.0. And then if you want to list all extension, simply add this AZ extension list -available -output table. This -output table will add your answer to a table format. So you can paste this and you will get your list of extensions in the form of table. As you can see, this is our extension that you can use. Let me just scroll up to show you. There is a lot of extensions that you can use to work with command lines. As you can see, this is our table. Our result is now in a form of table. For example, web app, additional commands for Azure App Service, true, false, or false. This is all that you can read. If I click on X, I will now turn this off, this Cloud Shell, and if I try again, there will be no result from previous session. This is completely new session, so you need to be careful when you turn this off. If you go to our Azure subscription, if you go to resource providers, the first thing you need to do is to check, is your Cloud Shell provider registered? You need to filter your name. You can run PowerShell, choose your registration policy, filter your status, which is registered or not registered, and then if is registered, the status will be green. If it's not registered, you can see Microsoft.CloudShell is a registered provider, and you can re-register or unregister, or simply unregister this provider, this resource provider. If you don't register this Microsoft.CloudShell provider, you don't have the right to work with your Cloud Shell. So this must be registered. It's simple. Simply check this box for your provider name and click on register to register all. This is how can you register providers, resource providers, in your subscription. The same goes for all Microsoft or Azure services. If you go to learn.microsoft.com, you can download the latest version of Azure CLI, and then you can install this option and work directly from your computer. Simply download this file, and then run and install. Also, you can install MSA package for PowerShell to work with your PowerShell from your computer. Download this file and then double click on this file will install this option. Also, you can install PowerShell by running this command, this PowerShell command, and after that there is a Windows PowerShell. From your search bar, if you can find it, just search it and you will find your PowerShell app. Also, you need to run this as an administrator. Click on that and click on run as administrator, and now you can add your command right from this command prompt. Let me copy this to check what version I installed on my laptop. As you can see, I have version 5 and what is revision. And now you can install this 7.5. Again, there is something called PowerShell ISE, and from here you can run almost exactly from your local machine. You can run exactly the same thing and build your applications and resources in the cloud, but in the right side of your screen, you have also predefined commands. Simply add your credential, add your domain, computer name, and find your appropriate command and simply click on insert, and this will create your resource in the cloud from local machine. So it's very easy to install and PowerShell. Simply double click on icon and go to next. I already installed this PowerShell, so I don't want to finish this installation. Also, you can check all the previous versions, and the same goes for our CLI, which you can install on your local machine. Also, there is tutorials, samples, and that's it. Azure Resource Manager allows you to deploy your application multiple times and make sure that your resources are deployed in a consistent state. You define the infrastructure and dependencies for your application in a single declarative template. Azure Resource Manager is a scheduling and management service for Azure. It provides a management layer that allows you to create, update, and delete resources in your Azure account. You can use management features such as access control, locks, and tags to secure and organize your resources after deployment. When you send a request through any of the Azure APIs, tools, or SDKs, Resource Manager receives the request. It authenticates and authorizes the request before forwarding it to the appropriate Azure service. Because all requests are processed through the same API, you see consistent results and capabilities across all the different tools. All the capabilities available in the portal are also available through PowerShell, Azure CLI, REST API, and client SDKs. Functionalities that were initially released via the API were presented on the portal within 180 days of the initial release. If you are new to Azure or to a resource manager, there are some terms that you may not be familiar with. A resource is a manageable item that is available through Azure. Virtual machines, storage accounts, web applications, databases, and virtual networks are examples of resources. A resource group, subscription, management groups, and labels are also examples of the resource. A resource group, this is a container that contains connected resources for an Azure solutions. A resource group includes those resources that you want to manage as a group. You decide which resources belong to a group of resources based on what the most makes sense for your organization. Resource provider is a service that supplies Azure resources. For example, a common resource provider is Microsoft.Compute, which provides a virtual machine resource. Microsoft.Storage is another common resource provider. Declarative syntax that allow you to specify, here's what I intend to create, without having to write a sequence of programming commands to create it. ARM templates and bicep files are examples of declarative syntax. In these files, you define the properties for all infrastructure to deploy to Azure. ARM template, an object notation JavaScript or JSON file that defines one or more resources to deploy to a resource group, subscription, management group, or tenant. A template can be used to allocate resources consistently and sequentially. Bicep file is a file for declarative deployment of Azure resources. Bicep is a language that is designed to provide the best authoring experience for infrastructure as a code solutions in Azure. An extended resource is a resource that adds capabilities to another resource. For example, a role assignment is an extension resource. You apply a role assignment to any other resource to specify access. With Resource Manager, you can manage your infrastructure and monitor through declarative templates instead of scripts. Deploy, manage, and deploy all resources for this solution as a group rather than managing those resources individually. You can redeploy solutions throughout the development lifecycle and make sure your resources are deployed in a consistent state. Define dependencies between resources so that they are arranged in the correct order, and you can apply control to all services because Azure Lab-based access control is natively integrated into the management platform. You can apply labels to resources to logically organize all the resources in your subscription. Clarify your organization billings by review cost for a group of resources that share the same tag. Azure Resource Manager is designed for resiliency and constant availability. The operation of the Resource Manager and control planes requests sent to the management.azure.com in the REST APIs are distributed by region. Azure Resource Manager has a separate instance in each Azure region, which means that the failure of an Azure Resource Manager instance in one region does not affect the availability of Resource Manager or other Azure service in the other region. Although Azure Resource Manager is distributed across regions, some services are regional. This difference means that although the initial handling of the control plane operation is elastic, the request may be subject to regional interruptions when it is forwarded to a service. It's distributed by availability zones and regions in locations that have multiple availability zones. This distribution ensures that when a region loses one or more zones, Azure Resource Manager can either move to another zone or to another region to continue to provide control plane capability for resources. It doesn't depend on a single data center. It has never been removed for maintenance. This resiliency applies to services that request through Resource Manager. For example, Key Vault benefits from this resilience. ARM templates are JSON files that define the resources you need to deploy for your solution. They provide a declarative way to define your intention to deploy the workload. Templates allow you to specify the resources to deploy, the location where you will deploy them, and the order in which you want to deploy them. Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates are idempotent, which means that you can run them multiple times and they will always give the same result. This feature makes ARM templates very useful for reliable infrastructure automation. Now that we know and understand the key capabilities of Azure Resource Manager, let's review a few best practices that can help you create an effective ARM templates. Modularized templates for reuse. Modulation of templates involves breaking them into smaller components that can be reused. Modularization not only makes it easier to manage and maintain templates, but also promotes reuse. What's more, modularization also improves the clarity and readability of templates, making it easier for other developers or administrators to understand and work with them. It also allows for better testing, as each module can be tested independently before being combined into a larger system. Then you can use parameters and variables. Parameters allow you to customize templates because you can take on different value for different applications. Variables are used to simplify complex expressions and define values that are used multiple times within a template. Efficient use of parameters and variables can greatly improve the flexibility of maintainability and of templates. It allows for easy customization of templates to fit different application scenarios and reduces the chances of errors by minimizing the amount of hard-coded values. It implements dependencies using the depend on property. ARM templates also support declaring dependencies between resources via the depend on property. This allows the correct order in which resources are allocated, ensuring that the resource is deployed only after its dependencies have been successfully deployed. This can improve reliability and efficiency for complex applications. It handles secrets safely. Secrets such as passwords and connection strings should never be stored in plain text within ARM template. Instead, they should be stored securely in Azure Key Vault or any other secret management system and then listed in templates. Secure handling of secrets may not protect sensitive information from unauthorized access, but also ensure compliance with regulatory standards. It also allows for centralized management of secrets making it easy to update and rotate them as needed. Store templates in source control. You can use source control that allows you to track changes to your patterns over time, providing a clear history of who made what change and when. It also facilitates collaboration among developers, as they can work on different parts of the template without stepping on each other's toes. Maintaining patterns in source control also provides a safety net, as it allows changes to be easily rolled back if something goes wrong. It also allows for automation of deployments, as templates can be automatically applied whenever changes are made to the source control repository. It is important to note that in Azure itself there is an option that previously created or using an already created template. You can use the template editor to set up and create a new resource. Also, in each resource that is created, there is an option to edit as well as export the template, so there is a possibility to create a new resource from an existing resource. Once again, we are in our Azure portal, and it's time to see how can we work with ARM templates. If I go to storage account and create a new storage account, first let me create my new resource group. I will add a name, click on OK. Then I need to add a name, as you already know, for this storage account. Choose my region. Choose my primary service, Azure Blob and Data Lake Storage. Then choose my performance as standard, and I will go to LRS redundancy. And simply click on Review and Create to create this storage account. Let's click on Create, and we are initializing our deployment, and we are submitting our deployment, and this deployment is complete. If you go to template, you can see this is our template in JSON files. This is ARM template, and you can automate deployment resources with Azure Resource Manager templates in a single or coordinated operation. You can define resources and configurable input parameters and deploy it with script or your code. As you can see, there is resources. We have 27 parameters, and in the tab parameter you can see parameters by just parameters. Also, you can download this ARM template, or simply you can deploy this template. If you go to inputs, you see the basic information of this storage account, like location, storage account name, account type, what is the kind, minimum TLS version, public network access, and so on. So this is inputs for our deployment. And if you go to Overview and go to Resource, this is our storage account, you already know. Let's go to Automation and go to Export Template, and we are now generating the same template that we already seen in the previous step when our deployment was successfully created. Then we download our template. This is the same template that we are generating now, but you can do it from storage account itself. You can click on deploy or download this template. Let's click on deploy, and you can see that we can deploy from a custom template. You can add your project details like subscription, resource group. You can even edit your template. You can see you can add a resource, load temple, download this temple, save this temple. If you make some changes, you can also edit parameters for this storage account, load a file, or simply download this file. Simply click on save, and then you can even visualize this. you need to add your subscription, resource group, instance details like region, and storage account name. I will add now 1001, and let's try to create a new storage account with this template. Our validation is successful. I will now click on create, and as you can see, we are initializing a new deployment, and then we are submitting deployment with exactly the same template from the previous resource. After some time, if we go to our resource group, and if I hit on refresh, you will see that we have exactly the same two storage accounts. One is 1000, and the second one that we made with template from 1000 is 1001. Let's search something called template editor. Or ARM template. You can see we have the option to deploy a custom deployment. You can automate deploying resources with ARM templates in a single or coordinated operation. You have some common templates, or you can choose to build your own template. Simply, there is a schema, content version, parameters, and resources, which are required for every Azure template or Azure resource template. You can click on add template and choose, for example, storage account. Right from here, just add a name, 1002, and I will now try to create a new template right from here. Let's click on save, and we will adding the same resource group, same subscription, same region, and standard LRS. Let's try to create this custom template from our predefined template, and validation was successful. Let's hit create. As you can see, exactly the same step, and this is another way how can you create your storage account with ARM template. And after some time, our deployment is complete. Let's go to our resource, and here it is. We created our template, our storage account from template, but as you can see, there is some special numbers because we created from our predefined template. Let's go to deploy a custom template again. I will now click on build your own editor. Let's load a file. If you remember, we download our template from the first storage account. I will load my parameters and first load my template, then I will load file for my parameters. Of course, you need to unzip or unrar this file. Then I will choose the same resource group, same subscription, same region. I will put the same name but 4 at the end, and finally let's click on review and create. As you can see, we can, after our validation will be successful, I already know. Then if we hit on create, we can create another storage account. So this is another way how can you create a storage account from exactly the same template that we use when we create our first storage account. As you can see, our deployment is in progress. And after some time, if you go to our resource group, if you go to our resource group, there is fourth storage account that we created, and now we can delete all this storage account with our group. First, let's delete our resource group, copy the name of our resource group, paste it here, simply click on delete, and all of this. The Azure Mobile App is a tool that allows you to monitor and manage your Azure resources and services from your mobile device. You can use app to view the status, performance, and health of your resources, as well as perform common operations such as starting and stopping virtual machines, web applications, and databases. You can also access Azure Cloud Shell from within the app and get push notifications and alerts about your resources. The Azure App Mobile is available for iOS and Android devices, and you can download it for free from the App Store, Google Play, or Amazon App Store. To use the app, you need the Azure account with appropriate permissions to access your resources. The app supports multiple accounts, and you can easily switch between them. The app also supports Microsoft Entra ID authentication and Multifactor Authentication for enhanced security. The Azure Mobile App is a convenient way to stay connected to your Azure resources and enter tenant and manage more on the go. The Azure Mobile App provides several areas that allows you to navigate to different parts of the app. On the bottom navigation bar, you will find Home, Subscription, Resources, and Navigation. On the top of the navigation bar, you will find a hamburger button to open the burger menu and search magnifying glass to explore your services and resources, an edit button to change the look of the Azure Home mobile app, and a filter button to filter what content is currently appearing. If available in your tenant, you can also access Microsoft Copilot in Azure by selecting the Copilot icon in the top navigation bar. If you are on the go and need to control what is happening in your production environment, or simply check the operation of your resources as well as to do basic tasks, the Azure mobile application is a great solution which provides more than the above and numerous integration with the Microsoft services that are enabled. Azure Arc is a bridge that extends the Azure platform to help you build applications and services with the flexibility to run across data centers at the edge and in multi-cloud environments. Azure Arc runs on a new and existing hardware, virtualization, and Kubernetes platform, IoT devices, and integrity system. Do more with less by leveraging your existing investments to modernize with cloud-based solutions. It was announced in 2019. Azure Arc is a management tool that allows you to extend Azure management features to resources that are not hosted in Azure. Do you want to use the Azure policies to control settings and on-premises servers? Of course, Azure Arc can help you with this. Are you using Azure Update Management to patch your Azure servers and want to use that on servers in a third-party cloud provider? Of course, that Azure Arc can help you with this. Azure Arc helps to simplify your toolkit. It allows you to use tools within Azure to manage resources that resides on premises or in a third-party cloud provider environment. Azure Arc can help you manage the following infrastructures like servers, Kubernetes clusters, SQL Server, VMware and vSphere, System Center VMM, Azure Stack HCI. Azure Arc enabled servers allow you to manage Windows and Linux machines located outside of Azure in a similar way to how you manage the native Azure servers. This agent is installed on a server you want to manage, creates a connection, and the server is then visible within the Azure portal. The server will be included in the resource group. Azure Arc enable Kubernetes. You can attach and configure Kubernetes cluster inside or outside of Azure using Azure Arc enable Kubernetes. All clusters registered in Azure Arc can participate in GitOps through the cluster configuration agent, and Azure. This is based on a tool for continuous application of open source Flux. Azure Arc enable Kubernetes is certified for a large number of distributions. Azure Arc enable data services. With data services that support Azure Arc, it brings the ability to run Azure data servers on premises, at the edge, or in public cloud using a combination of Kubernetes and the infrastructure of our choice. Currently, you can run Azure Arc enable SQL managed instance and PostgreSQL over Azure Arc enable data center. SQL server enabled by Azure Arc. Using Azure Arc on your SQL server outside of Azure gives you a simple point of control. You can view the details for a given SQL server in Azure and see information such as a version or release. You can run best practice assessment in your SQL estate to improve your certification and apply best practices for other Microsoft or your organization. The biggest advantage of Azure Arc is governance. Bringing your non-Azure resources to Azure through Azure Arc allows you to simplify management. Everything is available to you within one control level. You can simplify the tools you need. You can extend Azure updates to management to non-Azure servers, and Azure security management products can be used to help manage these non-Azure resources. This information is consolidated with Azure. You can create queries through Azure Resource Graph Explorer that will help you answer questions like what are the names of all SQL servers running on Linux, and that quickly. It also allows you to run Azure services outside of Azure. If you need to run SQL Managed instance locally closer to other resources, then you are running there. Azure Arc can enable that scenario for you. Another feature and advantage of Azure Arc, it is used as a delivery and licensing mechanism to deliver extended security updates or ESU to your Windows server. Azure Arc is a fantastic addition to the Azure portfolio. It can help you extend the power of Azure to any infrastructure, whether it's on-premises, multi-cloud, or at the edge. It can also provide a unique management experience, allowing you to gain excellent control, flexibility, and scalability across your entire property. In conclusion, Azure Arc really represents a major shift in hybrid and multi-cloud management. If I search or type in our search bar Azure Arc, you will see there is a special service which is free. You don't need to install anything. But with Azure Arc, you have option to see all Azure Arc resources. You can add your resources, add infrastructure, or deploy services. If I go to Azure Arc resources, you can see there is a to manage resources from all environments, from on-prem, other clouds, and edge services. First, you need to choose a resource type, for example, virtual machine, Windows or Linux, physical servers. Then you have Kubernetes clusters, and then you have these host environments, vSphere, System Center VM, or Azure Stack HCI. Then, if you go to Azure resource, Arc resource, you can see all machines, Kubernetes service, one by one. You can see also host environments, data services like SQL servers, PostgreSQL, managed instance, Internet of Things, and application services. It really depends for what will this service be used. Also, there is an application service, container apps, app service, and so on. In the licenses, there is some SQL license that you can use, and then this is our management and DevOps tools for templates. If you go to our machines, I can add or create a new machine. Simply click to add a machine or create a machine in a connected host environment. Let's choose our existing server, for example. You can add a simple single server, add a multiple servers, add a Windows server with installer, add servers from Amazon Web Services, or add servers from Update Management. I already told you in our theoretical part. If you, for example, choose a single server, there will be something called generate script. And this generate script in PowerShell is a PowerShell script that you can copy to your single server, for example, in on-premise, on your local machine. Simply click on generate script, and then you need to add some details. Your subscription, you can create a new resource group, choose your region, operating system of your machine, and then an agent package will be generated to the selected service type. Then connectivity method, you can choose from public endpoint, public proxy server, or private endpoint. And in the next option, you need to choose your physical location tag, like data center, city, state, district, country, region. This is not optional. You need to start with these options for the physical location types, and then there will be final run to download and run the script. I already told you this is PowerShell script that you will run on your local machine. So this is how can you add a server with Azure Arc. It really isn't that difficult as it might seem on the first look. So Azure Arc is very convenient service, and it's very easy to work with this Azure Arc. Also, you can create this for a multiple server. The steps is exactly the same, but this download script will be different, and then you will need to install this on multiple VMs. If I go to Kubernetes cluster, exactly the same thing. I can create a cluster with Azure Arc, or I can add cluster from my laptop, from my on-premise environment. As you can see, it's really easy. You need to add some names, some details for your cluster, primary node, pool, and finally you will create this Kubernetes cluster. Thank you for watching. Infrastructure as a code is the management and provisioning of infrastructure through code instead of manual process. With infrastructure as a code, configuration files are created that contain your infrastructure specification, make it easy to edit and distribute configuration. It also ensures that you provide the same environment every time by codifying and documenting your configuration specification. Infrastructure as a code helps manage configuration and helps you avoid undocumented ad hoc configuration changes. Version control is an important part of infrastructure as a code, and your configuration files should be under source control like any other software source code file. Implementing your infrastructure as a code also means that you can divide your infrastructure into modular components that can be combined in different ways through automation. Automating infrastructure provisioning with infrastructure as a code means that developers or administrators don't have to manually provision and manage servers, operating system, storage, and other infrastructure components every time they develop or deploy an application. There are two ways of approach of infrastructure as a code: declarative and imperative. The declarative approach defines the desired state of the system, including the resources you need and all the properties they should have, and the infrastructure code tool will configure it for you. The declarative approach also keeps a list of the current state of your system objects, making it easier to manage infrastructure removals. The imperative approach instead defines the specific commands needed to achieve the desired configuration, and those commands should be executed in the correct order. Many infrastructure as a code use the declarative approach and will automatically provide the desired infrastructure. If you make changes to the desired state, the declarative infrastructure as a code tool will apply those changes for you, and imperative tool will require you to understand how these changes should be implemented. Infrastructure as a code tools can often work in both approaches, but they tend to prefer one approach the other. Securing infrastructures has historically been a time-consuming and costly manual process. As virtualization, containers, and cloud computing have become the norm, infrastructure management has moved away from physical hardware in data center, providing many benefits but also creating some new challenges. With cloud computing, the number of infrastructure components has grown. More and more applications are being put into production on a daily basis, and infrastructure must be able to evolve, scale, and frequently be removed. Without established infrastructure as a code practices, it is becoming increasingly difficult to manage the scale of today's infrastructure. Infrastructure as a code help your organization manage IT infrastructure need while improving consistency and reducing errors and manual configuration. Benefits of infrastructure as a code include reduced cost, increased deployment speed, reduce error, improve infrastructure consistency, and it eliminates configuration deviation. There are two methods of infrastructure as a code: pushing and pulling. The main difference is in the way the servers are told how to configure them. In pull method, the servers being configured with pull its configuration from the control server. In the push method, the control servers pushes the configuration to the destination system. There are many tools that met the capabilities of infrastructure automation and use infrastructure as a code. Generally speaking, any framework or tool that makes changes to or configures an infrastructure declaratively or imperatively based on a programming approach can be considered an infrastructure as a code. Traditionally, server and its life cycles, automation and configuration management tools have been used to achieve infrastructure as a code. Now, enterprises are also using tools to automate continuous configuration or standalone infrastructure as a code frameworks such as Microsoft PowerShell Desired State or DSC or AWS Cloud Formation. Infrastructure as a key can be a key attribute for enable best practices in DevOps, for example. Developers are becoming more and more involved in defining the configuration, and operation teams are involved earlier in the development process. Tools that use infrastructure as a code bring visibility into server health and configuration and ultimately provide visibility to users within the enterprise, with the goal of bringing teams together to maximize their efforts. Automation in general aims to take the confusion and error aspect of manual processes and make them more efficient and productive. It allows you to create better software and application with flexibility, less downtime, and overall cost-effective way of the company. Infrastructure as a code aims to reduce the complexity that kills the efficiency of manual configuration. Automation and collaboration are considered central points in DevOps. Infrastructure automation tools are often included as components of the DevOps toolchain. Azure Advisor is a cloud-based digital assistant that helps you keep track of best practices for optimizing your Azure deployment. It analyzes your resource configuration and usage telemetry and then recommends solutions that can help you improve the cost effectiveness, performance, reliability, and security of your Azure resources. With Advisor, you can get proactive, effective, and personalized recommendations and best practices. Improve the performance, security, and reliability of your resources while identifying opportunities to reduce overall consumption on Azure. Get recommendations and suggested actions. You can access the advisor through the Azure portal, log into your portal, find the advisor in the navigation panel, or search for it in the All Services menu. The advisor dashboard displays personalized recommendations for all your subscriptions, and the recommendations are divided into 5 categories. Reliability: ensure and improve continuity of your business critical application. Security: detect threats and vulnerabilities that can lead to security breaches. Performance: improve the speed of your apps. Price: optimize and reduce overall Azure consumption. And operational excellence: help you achieve process and workload efficiency, resource management, and application best practices. You can apply filters to show recommendations for specific subscriptions and resource types. Azure Advisor is one of many cloud-based business applications that can help you run your business more efficiently and achieve your key goals. Infrastructure as a service, such as Azure, are an important component of your overall strategy, but they're only one. To implement a comprehensive and effective cloud hosting strategy, you need to work with cloud hosting experts with the kind of knowledge and experience that best ensure your success. In your Azure portal, if you go to Advisor, you can see all of this that we already said in our theoretical part. In the overview option, you can see your score, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance. Also, there is an advisor to get option to get started with Advisor, and you can click on Get Started to see what can you do in Advisor. As I already told you, reliability helps you to improve the continuity of your business critical application. As you can see, we have 2 recommendations: why is high impact and why is medium impact. Security help us to search threats and vulnerabilities that can lead to secure breaches. We have 7 recommendations now. Operation excellence help us to achieve process and workflow efficiency, resource management, and application best practices, and everything is okay. We have 100% score, and with our performance we need to improve speed of our apps and the price to optimize and reduce overall Azure consumptions. So our performance, cost, and operational excellence are 100%, but as you can see, in the security we have 0 score, 0%. There is 7 recommendations, and if I click on that link, you can see what we need to do to improve this security. You can see the list of description and impact: high, medium, or low. Description is, for example, Microsoft Defender CSPM should be enabled, Microsoft Defender for storage plan should be enabled, and we have impacted resources and when it's time, when we last update. There should be more than one owner assigned to our subscription. You can see this is description. There is a remediation step that you need to follow. You have manual remediation. You need to click add to add a role assignment, then choose a role as an owner role and select a user, and then click on save. Then you can see your affected resources. This is unhealthy resources, and this is our subscription. You can exempt this from a recommendation. You can view your policy definition or simply open a query to run a query against this security. If we go to our policy, this is a simple policy and you already know how to work with policy, Azure Policy. If you open a query, you can go to Azure Resource Graph Explorer and run this query right from our Graph Explorer. You can create a new query, but there is one already added by default. Also, you can check all other recommendations, and if you go for every of these 7, you will have this option to add a remediation step. Then we have this reliability. We have 2 impacted resources, but we have 100% score for reliability. This ensures and improves the continuity of our business critical operation. If you go inside our reliability, we need 2 recommendations to create Azure Health Service Alert, or to enable soft delete to protect our data blob. And as you can see, you can impact resource and choose to group by subscription, resource group, or simply no grouping. In the active, this is our storage account, and you can postpone and dismiss this message. Also, you can download this as a CSV, as a PDF file, postpone this operation, dismissed, or simply create an alert. If you go to create an alert, this will trigger an action anytime that you have a new recommendation that meets criteria that you specified in this with this alert. This is Advisor alert. You can create a new action group name, choose add your alert name, enable rule upon creation, selecting existing resource group, and that's it. This is how can you enable this in your Advisor. If you go to Overview, our operational excellence is okay, performance is okay, and cost is okay. All of this from the Overview blade you can find in the Recommendations blade, as you can see. And we can go to our operational excellence. From here we need to click on the blade from the Recommendation blade to see, but there's nothing to see because everything, we have 100 score, and there is the sign that you are following all our cost recommendation, all our performance, and all our operational excellence recommendation. If you go to all recommendation, you will see all recommendation with recommendation by impact, high, medium, and low, and what is our impacted resources and what is category. In the monitoring option, there is alerts, so you can create a new Advisor alert directly from here, or go to settings and set up configuration. You can configure Advisor to process recommendation for your selected resources. We don't have any assessment for this subscription, but you can create a new one. If you click on assessment, choose your subscription, assessment type, and this is still in preview. So these 5 recommendations are the key of this Advisor. Azure Service Health notifies you of incidents with Azure Service and planned maintenance so that you can take action to reduce downtime. Configure customizable alert in the cloud and use your personalized dashboard to analyze health issues, track impact on cloud resources, get guidance and support, and share details and updates. Azure offers a set of experiences to help you stay informed about the health of your cloud resources. This information includes current and upcoming issues, such as events affecting the source, service, schedule maintenance, and other changes that may affect your availability. Azure Service Health is a combination of 3 separate smaller services. Azure Status notifies you of service outages in Azure on the Azure Status page. This page is a global view on the health of all Azure services in all Azure regions. The status page is a good reference for incidents with widespread impact, but I strongly recommend that current Azure customers take advantage of the health of Azure service to stay informed about Azure incidents and maintenance. Service Health provides a personal view of the health of Azure services and the regions you are using. This is the best place to look for services that affect communication about outages, planned maintenance activities, and other health advice, because Service Health proven experience knows what service and resource you are currently using. The best way to use Service Health is to set up Service Health alerts to notify you through your preferred communication channels when service issue, planned maintenance, or other changes may affect Azure service in the region you use. Resource Health provides information about the health of your individual cloud resources, such as specific virtual machine instance. By using Azure Monitor, you can also configure alert to notify you of changes in the availability of your cloud resource. Resource Health, along with Azure Monitor notifications, will help you be better informed about the minute-by-minute availability of your resource and quickly assess whether the issue is due to an issue on your end or it is related to event on the Azure platform. Together, this experience provide you a comprehensive view of the health of Azure in the granularity that is most relevant to you. This is a question we often hear. After all these are similar and related services. Azure Monitor helps you understand how your application is performing and proactively identify issues that affect them and the resource they depend on. Azure Service helps you stay informed and take action when the issue with Azure service such as outages and scheduled maintenance affect you. So what's the difference? Azure Monitor and Service Health are complementary services that you often use together when you're troubleshooting. Let's move for a typical scenario. For example, let's say your app has a problem and it's crashing. Your users complain or report a problem. What's wrong? You're starting to solve problems. Azure Service Help and Azure Monitor answer different parts of this question. Is it Azure or is it me? Service Help helps you assess the health of Azure, while Azure Monitor helps you determine if there are any issue on your end. Both services use the same alert platform to keep you informed about the availability and performance of your Azure workload. If you search for Service Health in our Azure portal, you will see this service. And then, if you click on Active Events and click on Service Issue, you will get these blue dots, and you can see these blue dots represent your healthy locations and affected location. Also, you can search Service Health from your search bar in your Azure portal. So, as I already told you, these blue dots help us to see healthy locations, and affected locations will have this triangle sign. Then you can choose your scope, your tenant, subscription, filter your subscription if you have more than one, choose your region, and choose your service. So you can go in more depth with your service issue. So it's very easy to set this up. Then in the planned maintenance, there will be information about planned maintenance events you can find here. Then you can create a service health alert right from here. And if we go to our health advisors, you will get a recommendation about your health advisory, but we don't have any advisor for now, any message, and in the security advisor there will be security advisor message. In the history, you can look at health history of your resources, and there is no events found. Then if you go to resource health blade and click on this resource health, you can add a resource health alert, or simply you can create a health alert right from here. there is no alert for now, of course. So all of these blades are part of the service health service. Let's go to our service issue and click on create a service health quick alert rule. You can choose your subscription, choose your services. You can see there is 239 services, and you can choose from various regions, from 52 selected regions. You can select as much as you want. Then from the event types, you need to choose service issues, planned maintenance, health advisories, or security advisory, or select all, or one by one. Then this is all of these event types. Then in the details, you need to specify your resource group and alert rule name. And then you can choose to various notifications by email. You need to add your email address, email Azure Resource Manager role, or Azure Mobile App notification. Then you can use existing action group. If you have action group, you can simply, I have one for budget, you can simply associate this group from here. There is also an advanced option, and if you click on create, there will be this quick health service rule will be created. Then you can create, and from resource health you can choose your scope, choose your resource. I don't have any resource right now. You can choose your resource group, choose your condition, and then you need to set up an action if you want to create a simple resource health alert rule. So this is, we already know how to create a rule. So this is how can you use this service health exactly the same thing you can do from your health alert. So this is how can you work with your service health resource. Azure Monitor is all-in-one monitoring solution for collecting, analyzing, and responding to tracking data from your cloud and on-premises environment. You can use Azure Monitor to maximize the availability and performance of your applications and services. You can use Azure Monitor to maximize the availability and performance of your applications and services. It also helps you understand how your applications work and allows you to manually and programmatically respond to system events. Azure Monitor collects and aggregates data from every layer and component of your system across multiple Azure and non-Azure subscription and tenants. It stores it in a shared data platform for use by a common set of tools that can correlate, analyze, visualize, and or react to the data. You can also integrate other Microsoft and other tools. Azure Monitor can perform these types of resources in Azure or other clouds or on-premise: application, virtual machines, virtual guest operating system, container including Prometheus metrics, database, security events combined with Azure Sentinel, networking events and health combined with Network Watch, custom sources that use APIs to get data in Azure Monitor, and you can also export monitoring data from Azure Monitor to other systems that you can integrate with other independent and open source tracking and visualization tools, integrate with ticketing and other ITSM systems. Azure Monitor receives data from target, such as applications, operating systems, Azure resources, Azure subscriptions, and Azure tenants. The nature of the resource determines what types of data are available. The data type will be metric, record, or both, metric and record. This data can be further processed to perform various functions such as analysis, visualization, alerting, automation, and integration. The focus of metric-based data types is time-sensitive values that represent some aspect of the target source or resource. The focus of record-based data type is to examine content data that is stored in structured record-based log files that are relevant to the target resource. Let's talk about metrics. Metrics are measured of certain characteristics of a resource over a given period of time. For example, CPU usage, disk input-output or IOPS, number of connections, etc. They are usually real-time, and since they are stored as values with a standard collection interval, they are ideally suited to viewed as graphs to help you see the result over time. Metrics are numerical values that describe an aspect of a system at any given time. Azure Monitor can record metric in a near real time. Indicators are collected at regular intervals and are useful for warning due to frequent sampling. You can use a variety of algorithms to compare a metric with other metrics and observe trends over time. Metrics are stored in a real series database, in time series database. This data warehouse is the most efficient for timestamped data analysis. The metrics are suitable for alerting and quickly detecting problems. They can tell you about the performance of the system, and if necessary, you can combine them with logs to identify the root cause of the problem. Now that I mentioned logs, let's learn more about logs. Logs contain timestamped information about changes to resources. The type of information recorded depends on the source of the record. Log data is organized into records with different sets of properties for each record type. Logs can contain numeric values such as Azure Monitor metrics, but most include text data rather than numeric values. The most common type of journal entry is an event. Events can occur sporadically rather than at fixed intervals or on a schedule. Events are created by applications and services which provide context for events. You can store metric data in a record to combine with other tracking data for analysis. The data is logged from Azure Monitor in the Log Analytics workspace. Azure provides an analysis engine and a rich query language. The logs show the context of the problem and are useful for identifying and underlying causes. The log data can be obtained using their native query language called Custo Query Language or KQL. Users can then use these queries to create a useful visualization that can be pinned to dashboards. Data can be obtained for a number of sources through Azure Control. Users can choose to monitor data at different levels in the applications and operating systems and resources it depends on, including the platform itself. For each of the following levels, Azure Monitor collects data: app data, data related to your app custom code. This is data about the performance and functionality of the code you have written, regardless of its medium. Operating system data, data related to the operating system in which the application is running, like data from Windows or Linux VMs that host your application. It can run on Azure, another cloud, or on premises. Azure resource data, data related to the operations of an Azure resource, such as a web application or load balancer. Azure subscription monitoring data, data is related to the subscription and also include data about Azure status and availability. Azure tenant monitoring, data about organization level Azure services, such as Entra ID. Because Azure Monitor is an automated system, it starts collecting data from these sources as soon as you create a resource such as virtual machine or web application. You can extend the data that Azure Monitor collects in the following ways. Enable diagnostic. For some resources, such as Azure SQL Database, you can only get full information about the resource after you enable diagnostic logging for it. You can use the Azure portal, Azure CLI, or PowerShell to enable diagnostics. Add an agent for virtual machine. You can install the Log Analytics agent and configure it to send data to the Log Analytics workspace. This agent increases the amount of information sent to Azure Monitor. Cloud systems are highly distributed, which means that there are many channels that produce data at any given time. And not only that, but these systems are incredibly variable, which means, for example, if resources are containerized, you need to figure out a way to counter the dynamic complexity of the container so that you can continue with the data. In addition, even a small to medium-sized Azure environment produces a huge amount of data, and the scenario becomes even more complicated. The solution that Azure customers rely on to monitor and troubleshoot applications to resolve this issue must provide with the following simple capabilities. Like data aggregation, users must be able to seamlessly view and incorporate all data sources across their Azure environment, understand the data generated, whether it's records or measurement, and store this information in a centralized data warehouse. Data ingestion. Data pipelines are responsible for processing huge amount of data that can be experienced considerable pressure in certain situations, leading to component failure. Data centers must be built to be resilient enough to accept the vast and changing amounts of data, as well as the backend storage services to which they send the data. Then we have data warehousing. Data obtained from multiple Azure data sources must be stored in a consolidated data warehouse that can provide the necessary scale to support data growth and data burst. When you diagnose a production problem, the last thing you want to deal is a faulty data warehouse because you exceeded capacity. Data processing. If you can process the stored data, it would be more difficult for you to interpret it. An Azure monitoring solution, for example, needs to be able to process fields containing IP addresses and reinforce them with geographic information. It's easier to search for data and visualize if the data is properly parsed and analyzed. Data analytics. End users must be enabled to interpret Azure monitoring data effectively. The ability to search or query data is a basic prerequisite. With visualization and dashboards, the ability to view data from different perspectives is another key requirement. Ideally, in order to have trouble-free processing, users should be able to use advanced analysis capabilities such as anomaly detection and machine learning. Alerts. You need to be aware of issues with an Azure environment. The user must be able to trigger alerts that will update them in real time. This makes easier for consumer to be more involved and up to date on incidents when they occur. Insights and core solutions are viewed as part of Azure Monitor and meet the Azure support and service level agreements. Insights provide a personalized tracking experience for specific apps and services. They collect all the records and metrics and analyze them. Core solutions are based on log queries and view that are personalized for a given application or service. They only compile and review records and become obsolete over time in favor of insight. Azure services are resources offered by Azure Microsoft such as Entra ID, logical applications, and service bus queues and DEMs, event hubs, event networks, functional applications, etc. Then we need, as I already mentioned, you can see metrics. This is the service automatically collects metrics into Azure Metrics. Logs. The service supports diagnostic settings by collecting platforms logs and metrics in Azure Monitor logs, and Insight is available for services with a personal tracking experience. Azure Monitor, in conclusion, is a great service that offers a large number of options for monitoring the performance of resources in our Azure environment. It is important to note that in addition to the mentioned options, there is also activity logs that are here for 90 days, and with help of them we can see all activities we have done with our resources. Before we do anything, I will create a new Cosmos DB. So we already know how to create Azure Cosmos DB, and let's choose our Cosmos DB for NoSQL. I will create my new resource group, or you can simply use the existing one if you want. Then we need to add a name and fill out all instance details that is required, like account name, location, capacity mode, and so on. I will choose my North Europe. For location, Capacity mode is provision throughput. I will not apply this free tier. And let's go to global distribution. Go to networking. Connectivity method is all networks. Backup encryption with tags, review and create. And finally, I will create this option. And finally, click on create. So we are creating our database. And I will open a new window. In the new window, we have option to go to monitor. This is comprehensive. You can service and you can go directly from your favorite options. As you can see in the monitor options, in the overview option, you have inside blade, and then there is an Azure Cosmos DB amongst other services. And as I already mentioned, monitor is extremely important in planning, but also in the operation of this service. So it is recommended to use another important service. This is our Azure Monitor, in which we can view metrics and insight. While in Cosmos DB itself, we will see option for metrics, alerts, diagnostic settings, and logs. If you go to Azure Cosmos DB in Monitor option, you can see that we have our subscription. You can choose between various subscriptions. You can also choose your Azure Cosmos DB, choose your time range, and so on. Also, this is a special Azure Cosmos DB blade, and you can track all active Cosmos DB bases that we create while working in our portal. Also, you can choose from this drop-down menu the subscription, the number of Cosmos DB, together or individually, as well as choose the time we want to look at in this time range. In addition to the list of all Cosmos databases, we also have tabs for overview, failures, capacity and operations, request, not failures. So by clicking on them, we can additionally look at what we're interested in. In order to see what it looks like to be able to monitor the work of our database, a larger number of data and activities are needed, which we do not have right now, and we are not in position to show what this looks like. Finally, we can see that the data can be exported as CSV file. You can create a dashboard. If you look at the top of our page, we also see that it's possible to customize the metrics and add additional options. But I will not do that, so I will leave everything as it is. So, as you can see, using monitor service in Azure portal is very useful for all services. And if you go to alerts, in the monitor section you have option to work with workbooks. You can also create a new one, but let's go to our metrics, where we can see all the options that we have to select the scope and the service we want, and then based on what we can look at the resource we want, we have already learned something similar in our Azure SQL Database. But let's repeat, after selecting a resource, we can select various options for viewing metrics, create a new alert, view all events in a certain period of time, save this dashboard. But as I said, this is a test base, so we don't have many activities, which is not now that we'll not have in our production environment. All this can give us a pretty clear picture on how is happening and what is happening and how to work in our resource. Everything depends on our needs and desires, what we want to do and what we want to monitor in our Azure Monitor. And in the next chapter we'll look at monitoring options in the resource itself. But for now, if you want to create an alert rule, you have to add this condition. For example, you can see you can select your signal, various signals from log search, restores, and so on. And you can set up a condition, for example, data usage, threshold value is 80, and then if you there is a need to create an action group, you need to add a name for your action group and specify your email address when this condition is, when your usage, database usage go to 80%, you will get notified in your email that this rule will this alert rule will notify you when this data usage go to 80%. Then in the logs we have all these queries that you can work with your Azure Cosmos DB. And finally, as you can see in our subscription, in the Azure Cosmos DB blade in our site, you can see all other activities such as subscription, database, or collection. This is we have 2 Cosmos DB. Our second DB is created. And if we go to, for example, in our Data Explorer and try to connect new database, a new container, all these activities will be visible here. So you can track your request units, number of requests, request timeline, documents, data usage, index usage, and so on. So you can choose one or both of these Azure Cosmos DB. Then you can specify your time range that you want to see, from last 5 minutes to 7 days, or add some custom time. For example, you can choose your from day to another day, and then you can track all activities in your databases, like request units, request timeline. There is a graphic, as you can see, documents, how much is data usage, provision throughput, and that's it. It's very easy to monitor the work of your Azure Cosmos DB with the help of this Azure Cosmos DB option in Monitor. Also, you can export this to Excel. You can collapse this grid or pin to dashboard. And then if you pin to dashboard, this will be pinned on your front page, on your main page, on your Azure portal. If you check, for example, last hour, you can see, if you go to request, that we have 2 total requests. You can track in your subscription, we have our 2 databases, Cosmos databases, total request time. There is a 2000 response, which is good. And as you can see, we don't have any other response. 20 response, 200 is always good. In the storage option, you can track how much documents you have, if there is some container, on the container level and on database level. Also, you can track documents in your subscription level. In the operation options, you can see this request and request timeline. As I already mentioned, we don't have any activity on our databases because this is just development databases. So if you have some in production databases, if you check that stats, there will be much more request timeline and request and provision throughput. Also, you can customize this page. If you go to customize, you can create your own workbook, or simply you can see everything is here. You can edit this page, save this page, create a workbook, create a new workbook, use one of these provision workbook and check all parameters, and you can add also this when you create a new workbook or choose whatever you want. There is a predefined workbook for every important resource. So if we scroll down, there is an Azure Cosmos DB overview. Here it is. If I click here, we will see this same page, just like if you click on Azure Cosmos DB Blade inside Blade. And that's it. This is how can you monitor your Azure Cosmos DB in your monitor. Also, if you go back to metrics, you can now specify all your DBs, and you can select a scope. For example, I will choose my new DB, metric namespace. I will select some metric and then add aggregation, minimum or maximum or average, and there will be some of the result that we can see here. Also, you can see set this time to see all the metric activities from last 30 minutes to some custom time. Thank you for watching, and I hope this was helpful. Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS-based traffic load balancer. This service allows you to distribute traffic to your public applications across global Azure regions. Traffic Manager also provides you public endpoints with high availability and fast response. Traffic Manager uses DNS to route client requests to the appropriate service endpoint based on the traffic routing method. The Traffic Manager also provides status monitoring for each endpoint, and endpoint can be any different or interfacing service located inside or outside of Azure. Traffic Manager provides a variety of methods for routing traffic and endpoint monitoring options to meet the needs of various applications and models of automatic failover. Traffic management is resilient to failure, including the failure of an entire Azure region. Traffic Manager provides a high availability for your mission-critical applications by monitoring your endpoint and ensuring automatic failover when endpoint goes down. Traffic Manager supports non-Azure external endpoints, allowing it to be used with hybrid cloud and on-premises deployments, including burst to cloud, migrate to cloud, and failover to cloud scenarios. When you use nested Traffic Manager profiles, multiple traffic routing methods can be combined to create sophisticated and flexible rules that adapt to the needs of larger, more complex deployments. Azure Traffic Manager allows you to control the distribution of traffic to the endpoints of your application, and the endpoint is an internet-facing service located inside the Azure. There is two key benefits that this service provides, like traffic distribution according to one of the several methods of traffic routing, and continuous endpoint health monitoring and automatic fault rollover when endpoints fail. When a client tries to connect to a service, it must first resolve the DNS name of the service to an IP address. The client then connects to an IP address to access the service. The most important thing to understand is that the Traffic Manager works as the DNS level located at the application layer 7. Traffic Manager uses DNS to direct client to specific service endpoints based on traffic routing method rules, and customers are directly connected to the selected endpoint. Traffic Manager is not a proxy or gateway. The Traffic Manager does not see the traffic passing between the client and the service. Traffic Manager uses profiles to control traffic to your cloud services or website endpoints. Traffic Manager supports a variety of traffic routing methods, including priority, route traffic to the highest priority endpoint, weighted, distributes traffic among endpoints to the user location based on configure weights, geographic route traffic to the endpoint closest to user location, performance route traffic to endpoint with the best performance indicators, multicast distribute copies of traffic to multiple endpoints simultaneously. The traffic manager actively monitors the health of your application endpoint. It performs periodic health check to identify any issues and automatically removes unhealthy endpoints from the traffic routing process. If the primary endpoint goes down or becomes unavailable, Traffic Manager automatically shifts traffic to the secondary endpoint, minimizing downtime and ensuring continuity of service. Traffic Manager provides detailed metrics and analytics that allow you to monitor traffic patterns, identity trends, and optimize traffic routing configuration for better performance. Traffic Manager integrates seamlessly with other Azure services, making it easy to deploy and manage within your Azure environment. Traffic Manager billing is based on the number of DNS queries received, which a discount for services that receives than 1 billion queries per month. Microsoft also charges for each monitor endpoint. The rate depends on whether it's Azure or an external service. Azure Front Door is a modern cloud-based content delivery network or CDN service that provides high performance, scalability, and secure user experience for your content and applications, cloud native and DevOps tools to automate and simplify deployments. Azure Front Door delivers your content using Microsoft Global Edge Network with hundreds of global local points of presence or POP, distributed around the world near your business and end users and customers. Azure Front Door allows an interfacing application to build and manage modern internet architectures that have dynamic, high-quality digital experiences with highly automated, secure, and trusted platforms. Accelerate and deliver your app and content globally to your customers whenever they create opportunities for you to compete, change the weather, and quickly adapt the new demand and markets. Intelligently protect your digital estate from known and emerging threats with intelligent security that encompass the Zero Trust framework. The standard, premium, and classic tiers of Azure Front Door are available in Microsoft Azure Commercial and Microsoft Azure Government in US. For a better and more consistent experience, businesses can use Content Delivery Network or CDN with multiple distribution points and deliver content quickly to consumers due to optimized connections and proximity. Azure Front Door uses an Anycast protocol that goes beyond providing traditional CDN capabilities and offers advanced security capabilities including DDoS attack prevention. The infrastructure for this globally distributed multi-tenant service is shared by all of its customers. Creating a front door profile will define a specific configuration according to the requirements of the application. Changes made to the front door do not affect other front door configurations. The following are the basic capabilities of Azure Front Door. Accelerate application and API through the implementation of Anycast to optimize connectivity to Azure application services and reduce latency for end users. SSL release eliminates the costly calculation of decryption by endpoints and move the function higher in the stack. Global HTTP load balancing enables the development of geo-distributed services by developers and administrators and allow Azure to determine endpoint availability and intelligently route to local and available endpoints. Web Application Firewall or AWF or YAF at the edge. Web application filtering protects against DDoS attacks or malicious user to the end without interfering with backend services. The key features of Azure Front Door are accelerated application performance with the help of the split TCP-based Anycast protocol, hosting multiple websites for efficient application infrastructure, cookie-based session affinity, intelligent health probe tracking for background resources, routing request based on URL path, SSL uploading certificate management. You can define a custom domain, application security with integrated WAF or Web Application Firewall, the use of URL redirects like HTTP traffic to HTTPS, custom forwarding path with URL rewrite, native support for end-to-end IPv6 connectivity and HTTP and HTTP2 protocol. And now it's time to understand the Azure front-door routing architecture. When it receives client requests, it will either respond to them if caching is enabled or pass them to the right application backend as a reversed proxy. Creating an Azure front-door architecture involves creating a front-end host. This acts as a global endpoint for the application, and then we have a backend set is then required to configure backend services such as Web Application Service. Finally, you need to establish routing rule to route traffic from the front-end host configuration to the backend set. In addition, load balancing functions send periodic bits to the backend set. This helps to discover the online status of the endpoints. If the endpoint is not available, an alternate endpoint will be used to route traffic. Azure Front Door helps provide fast, secure, and scalable access to web applications. It also helps protect cloud-based applications and provides high bandwidth content. So, how does it work exactly? Optimize the time it takes to access content. Then, as you can see in our image, then use a link to content host on a custom domain. Azure Front Door are used in several Azure locations. Its CDN features optimize access to backend content with access security provided by firewall. Then, the routing performed by Azure Front Door depends on the routing method chosen at the backend health. It supports 4 routing methods: latency, ensure that requests are sent back to end networks with the lowest latency within an acceptable sensitivity range; priority, implements administrator assigned priorities to backend systems whenever the primary backend needs to be configured to handle all traffic; weighted, uses the weights assigned by the administrator to the backend systems when traffic needs to be distributed to a set of backend systems; session affinity, makes it easy to configure session affinity for front-end host or domains, ensuring that requests from the same end user are sent to the same backend. Azure Front Door performs backend health monitoring by periodically assessing the health of all configured backends. The responses of the backend system determine the most responsive backend resource to route customer requests. Application Front Door Web Application Firewall capabilities protect web application from exploitation and vulnerabilities. Managing application security can be quite challenging because web applications are often targeted. It runs at the edge of the network where it is close to potential attacks to prevent them from entering the network. The firewall is based on policies that can be connected to multiple instances on Azure Front Door. This firewall policy consists of managed rule sets, a collection of pre-configured rules, and custom rules that can be added. The rule consists of conditions for determining whether the rule applies to traffic, priority for determining the order of the rules being processed, and actions such as allow, block, write, or redirect, and mode of the following two is detection, where web application firewall only monitors and logs without any action, and prevention, where the AWF takes a defined action. If there are no requirements to host global scalable web application, an enterprise may not benefit from it. However, if an enterprise is involved in building, operating, and scaling dynamic web application and static content, it could be Azure Front Door SKU. You can consider Azure Front Door when defining, managing, and monitoring global routing of web traffic, optimization for superior end-user performance and reliability through fast global fault switching. One of the primary benefits of using Azure Front Door is taking advantage of Microsoft's dedicated global network from the point of presence to the application. Traffic goes through this network, providing much greater network reliability. Even if the application isn't hosted on Azure, it's still routed to the nearest point. This results in a dedicated end-user network that increases network reliability and performance. For the exam, It's very important just to understand what is Azure Front Door, what is Azure Traffic Manager, what is Load Balancer, and what is Application Gateway. Then you need to just understand the part of these resources and know the definition. Thank you for watching and listening. Azure DevOps provide end-to-end tracking, allowing developers to track work throughout the entire lifecycle from request to deployment. Azure Pipelines to manage delivery, integration, and deployment. Azure Pipelines can automatically build and test code in major languages, including, for example, Node.js. Microsoft Azure DevOps is a comprehensive set of tools and services that helps teams collaborate on software development and delivery faster and more efficiently. It is a powerful platform that handles a variety of tasks, including planning, project management, CI/CD pipeline deployment, testing, and monitoring. By using DevOps on Azure, you can establish automated testing mechanism to identify bugs before they reach the production stage. In addition, the deployment of your code across multiple environments become easy with just a few clicks, and you can monitor your application performance in real time. What's more, Azure offers and areas for improvement. You can track everything from code changes and deployments to speed and team performance metrics. The journey began back in 2002, when Microsoft introduced the Visual Studio Team system. This toolkit was intended to equip development teams with a comprehensive set of resources to manage the entire software development lifecycle. As time went on, Microsoft recognized the shifting landscape towards cloud computing. In 2005, they responded with the launch of Team Foundation Server, or TFS, a local version of Visual Studio Team system. TFS provided a centralized platform for source control, bug tracking, project management, and testing, allowing teams to stay organized and efficient. However, the world has continued to embrace the cloud, and Microsoft has adapted to it. In 2013, they introduced Visual Studio Online, a cloud-based iteration of TFS, or Team Foundation Server. The move brought convenience and availability of the cloud to TFS customers, allowing for easier collaboration and flexibility in software development. Building on this cloud-based foundation, Microsoft took another step forward in 2015 with the introduction of Visual Studio Team Services, or VSTS. VSTS was a complete overhaul of Visual Studio Online, offering a number of exciting features. This cloud-based platform has become a hub for collaboration and software delivery, empowering teams with features such as source control, continuous integration, and continuous deployment, or CI/CD, and agile project management. The story reached a significant milestone in 2018 when Microsoft rebranded Visual Studio Team Services to Azure DevOps. This new name reflected their commitment to supporting teams in delivering software with greater speed and quality. Since then, Azure DevOps has continued to evolve, with the Microsoft team consistently introducing new features and improvements to enhance the development experience. While DevOps and Azure DevOps are related, they are not the same thing. DevOps is a software development methodology, and Azure DevOps, on the other hand, is a set of services provided by Microsoft that support this methodology. It includes a wide range of tools that help developers and operations teams collaborate more efficiently, automate the development process, and deliver high-quality software faster. Azure DevOps is like a group of superheroes working together to help software development team plans, build, test, and deploy their application with ease. With Azure brands or boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, and artifacts, developers can focus on writing code while Azure handles the rest. Let's talk about Azure Board first. When it comes to planning and tracking work items, it allows you to create and manage backlogs, sprints, and work items. When developers are working on a project that has dozens of tasks and requirements, and it's almost impossible to keep track of everything, Azure Board saves the day by providing a centralized platform on which we could manage and track everything from start to finish. The next important Microsoft DevOps Azure service is Azure Repos, and this is a set of versions and control tools that will help you store and manage source code, track changes, and collaborate with your team. Working on a project with a team of developers and manually tracking every code change is a nightmare. But with Azure Repos, developers are able to collaborate more efficiently and avoid code conflicts. This service refers to continuous integration and continuous deployment, or CI/CD. It allows you to automatically create, test, and deploy your code. At a time when deployment or development teams had to manually deploy code, Azure DevOps pipelines allow them to automate the entire development and deployment process, which saves us a lot of time and headaches. Azure test plans allow teams to test and validate their application using a variety of test tools and techniques. Because it's a tedious and time-consuming manual code testing, this service can help you create and run manual and automated tests, track test results, and generate reports to identify and fix issues in your application. As a result, you can catch bugs earlier and save a lot of time. Finally, Azure Artifacts are scalable and reliable package management tools for storage and package management, such as NuGet packages, npm packages, and Maven artifacts. This particular Microsoft Azure DevOps service also offers security and access control features so you can protect your code and restrict access to only authorized personnel. When it comes to choosing between Azure DevOps services and Azure DevOps servers, there are a few things to consider. As I mentioned earlier, Azure DevOps is a cloud-based service that is fully managed by Microsoft, which means you don't have to worry about maintaining any infrastructure. Microsoft does all the updates and maintenance tasks for you. On the other hand, Azure DevOps Server is an on-premises service. It requires you to set up and maintain your own infrastructure, which can be a daunting task for some organization. Another thing to consider is the cost. Azure DevOps services are a subscription-based service, which means you pay a monthly or annual fee to the service. Azure DevOps on-premise solution, on the other hand, are one-time purchase, which means you pay for the license in advance. The most common difference between Azure DevOps and GitHub is that Azure DevOps is used for cloud source project, while GitHub is used for open source project. GitHub is a distributed version control system and web-based platform that is revolutionizing the way software development teams collaborate and manage their code. At its core, GitHub serves as a centralized repository where developers can store, share, and track changes to their projects. It harnesses the power of Git and widely adopted version control system to provide a seamless and efficient workflow for developers. GitHub even provides a number of new features that optimize the development process. Problems and withdrawal requests facilitate effective communication among team members, so allowing them to report bugs, suggest improvements, and review code changes. What's more, the platform integration capabilities allow for seamless incorporation of other development tools and services. This could be continuous integration and deployment pipelines, testing frameworks, and project management systems. Such flexibility allows teams to customize their development workflow and leverage best-in-class tools to maximize productivity and code quality. Understanding GitHub terms is key to effective collaboration, version control, and code management. They form the basis of how developers contribute, suggest changes, integrate modifications, and track the evolution of the project at GitHub. Fork. Forking a repository on GitHub generates a private copy of the real repository under your personal GitHub account. It allows you to freely experiment, make changes, and contribute to the original repository by sending a pull request. Pull request, or PR, are logical process of proposing changes to the repository. It is a formal request to the repository owner or maintenance to evaluate the changes and merge them into the primary code base. Merge. Developers use the term merge when they need to integrate changes from one branch to another. In the context of GitHub, a merge usually refers to combining changes made to a branch to a target main branch. Push. Pushing, as the name implies, refers to uploading files or local modifications to a remote repository. This ensures that changes are available for collaboration and can be downloaded or rolled back by others. GitHub Pages. It is a feature that allows developers to host static web pages directly from the GitHub repository. It simplifies the process of setting up websites and presenting project documentation or personal portfolios. Issues are used to track bugs, set requests, and perform other project-related tasks. Developers can create, comment, and assign issues to team members, facilitating collaboration and follow-up processes. GitHub works as a web-based platform that provides a collaborative environment for developers to manage and collaborate on software projects. Developers can start by creating a repository, which often is referred to as a repo. It serves as a central location to store their project files, source code, and related resources. A repository can be created from scratch or by forking an existing repository. Git keeps track of change made to files, allowing developers to work on different branches, make changes, and keep a record of all modifications over time. Developers can clone a repository by creating a local copy of their system projects. This allows them to work on code, make changes, and contribute back to the repository. Multiple developers can clone the same repository, allowing collaboration. Developers can create branches with a repository to work on specific features or bug fixes on their own. Each branch is a solid representation of an individual or a different line of development. As developers make changes, they create commits, which are snapshots or changes made to a file. Once developers have completed their work on the branch, they can submit a rollback request to suggest their changes to a repository owner or maintenance. With pull requests, developers get a podium for conversation, feedback, and code review before integrating the changes into the main branch. When the pull request is approved, the changes made to the branch are merged into the target branch, usually main branch. In the event of conflicting changes, developers resolve conflict manually, ensuring smooth integration and changes. GitHub offers an issue tracking system allowing developers to create and manage tasks, bug reports, feature requests, and other project-related discussions. Problems provide a way to collaborate, assign tasks, track progress, and keep a record of project-related discussions. Many companies have recently been using GitHub and Azure DevOps to speed up software development and improve productivity. Therefore, assessing the capabilities and strength of these two platforms is essential to meet specific requirements. The main difference between Azure DevOps and GitHub is that Azure DevOps is an all-in-one SDLC management suite, while GitHub is a platform for hosting and managing Git repositories and version control with additional project management and CI/CD features. Azure DevOps offers a number of features, including planning, building, testing, and deployment, while GitHub is suitable for code management and collaboration. Azure DevOps offers robust project management tools like Azure Board for agile planning, tracking, and reporting, while GitHub comes with the basic project management features. In terms of security, Azure DevOps offers advanced security such as Microsoft Entra ID integration, role-based access control, and detail auditing, while GitHub offers several security features such as branch protection policies, Depend-a-Bot for dependency management, and code scanning. Azure is a cloud computing platform that offers multiple services such as networking, storage, and computing, while GitHub is a popular code storage platform used by developers. GitHub focuses on collaboration with features such as pull requests, code reviews, and GitHub discussions to engage the community, while Azure DevOps offers mainly and many collaboration tools including Wiki for documentation and built-in support for pull requests and code reviews. In terms of pricing, the pricing of Azure DevOps is based on a user, service usage, and pipelines, while GitHub comes with a free model with free public and private repositories and paid feature-based plans. GitHub is suitable for smaller open-source projects and collaboration, while Azure DevOps is better suited for large-scale enterprise development. Both platforms have their own similarities and differences. Depending on the needs of the development team, you can choose either Azure DevOps or GitHub, or even use both in combination for different aspects of their software development process. Organizations are elevating their development game by hiring DevOps developers who excel in Azure DevOps and GitHub. The decision between Azure DevOps and GitHub depends on a variety of factors and your specific requirements. Both platforms have their own advantages that facilitate different aspects of the software development lifecycle. While Azure DevOps meets the needs of project management and CI/CD pipelines, GitHub focuses on version control and collaboration. In the end, the choice is in your hands, driven by the complexity of your development project and your business vision. Azure Machine Learning is an all-in-one machine learning platform that supports fine-tuning and language model deployment. Using the Azure Machine Learning Model Catalog, users can create an endpoint for Azure OpenAI service and use the REST APIs to integrate the model into applications. Azure Machine Learning, or Azure ML, is all-in-one cloud service designed for life cycle of a machine learning project, serving data scientists, machine learning professionals, and engineers. It integrates seamlessly with the Azure ecosystem, providing a robust platform for building, deploying, and managing learning models. Machine learning accelerates the machine learning lifecycle by offering tools for model training, deployment, and management. It supports collaboration, allowing users to share and find assets, resources, and metrics for projects through the Machine Learning Studio user interface. The platform is open and interoperable, supporting common Python frameworks such as PyTorch, TensorFlow, scikit-learn, and more, as well as support for R and .NET languages. Azure Machine Learning excels at providing enterprise-level security, including integration with Azure Virtual Networks, Azure Key Vault, and Azure Container Registry, ensuring that machine learning projects are secure and collaborative. Azure Machine Learning is designed for individual teams focused on MLOps integration to efficiently deploy machine learning models in secure, auditable production settings. Data scientists and ML engineers have access to a set of tools to streamline and improve workflows, allowing them to focus on innovation rather than routine tasks. Application developers benefit from comprehensive tools that facilitate the seamless integration of machine learning models into application or services, improving functionality and user experience. For organizations operating with the Microsoft Azure cloud ecosystem, there is an added benefit of using familiar Azure security frameworks and role-based access controls. Still, it remains robust enough for complex workloads, offering functionalities such as automated ML or AutoML and ML Designer for more controlled custom pipeline constructions. ML Studio or Machine Learning Studio also integrates seamlessly with the Azure ecosystem, providing tools for monitoring applications and services, securely storing secrets, and managing computing resources. It supports collaboration through shared notebooks and experiments, improving teams' ability to work effectively together on machine learning projects. For data scientists who prefer coding, ML Studio offers an Azure SDK which allows Python code to interact with ML Studio resources and experiment, offering a bridge between a no-code or a low-code machine learning approach and a code-centric approach. This flexibility ensures that ML Studio can meet a wide range of needs and preferences, from those who prefer visual programming and drag-and-drop simplicity to those who prefer the control and customizability that coding offers. Automated ML or AutoML is one of the key components of Azure Machine Learning. It is known for its ability to automate the selection of algorithms and hyperparameters, simplifying the model training process. Users simply specify a dataset, a machine learning task like classification or regression, and some optional parameters, and ML Studio handles the rest, delivering the best performing model based on the given criteria. While Azure ML's no-code drag-and-drop interface is a major advantage for many, it's not always enough for every scenario. For cases that require more customization and control, Azure ML supports development through its SDK, primarily using Python. This allows data scientists and programmers to programmatically construct and manage their machine learning workflows, offering the flexibility to integrate with existing code bases and use advanced machine learning techniques. Through the SDK, users can automate tasks such as data preparation, model training, hyperparameter setup and deployment, aligning with the more complex requirements of the project. When using the Azure ML SDK, users can develop and evaluate machine learning modules using standard ML code directly in their own premises development environment, such as VS Code. Azure Machine Learning stands out for its capacity to simplify the life cycle of a machine learning project, offering a wide range of features from model training to deployment. It caters to a wide audience, from the data scientists to application developers, providing tools that improve productivity and innovation. With its integration into Azure ecosystem, Azure ML ensures that projects are not only advanced but also secure. The platform balance between accessibility with depth, offering both a user-friendly interface in Machine Learning Studio and comprehensive coding capabilities through the SDK, solidifying its position as a cornerstone in the field of machine learning. Azure AI Services helps developers and organizations quickly create intelligent, state-of-the-art, market-ready and responsive applications with out-of-the-box and pre-built and customizable APIs and models. Examples of applications include natural language processing or NLP for conversations, search, tracking, translation, speed, vision, and decision making. Most Azure Artificial Intelligence or AI services are available through REST API and client library software development suite in popular development languages like Azure AI Search. Azure AI Search bring AI-power cloud search to your mobile web apps. Azure OpenAI perform a wide range of tasks in natural language. Bot service create bots and connect them across channels. Content security is an artificial intelligence service that detects unwanted content. Custom vision customize image recognition for your business. Document intelligence turn documents into intelligent data-driven solutions. Face discovers and identify people and emotion and images. Immersive Riddle help users to read and understand text. Language build apps with industry-leading natural language understanding capabilities and speech-to-text translation and speaker recognitions. User AI-based translation technology to translate more than 100 languages and dialects in use, both risky and endangered language with dialects. Video indexer extract useful insight from your videos. Vision analyze content in images and videos. Price tier and the amount you are charged based on the number of transactions you are sending your authentication credentials. Each price level state as maximum number of allowed transactions per seconds or TPS. Service function enabled within the price level, for a predefined number of transactions. Many Azure AI services have free tier that you can use to try the service. To use the free tier, use F0 at the SKU for your resource. The tools you can use to customize and configure models are different from the tools you use to call Azure AI services. Out of the box, most Azure AI services allow you to send data and receive insight without any customization. Like you can send an image to Azure AI Vision to reveal image or words and phrases or count the number of people in the frame. You can send an audio file to the speech service and get transcriptions and translate speech to text at the same time. Azure offers a wide range of tools that are designed for different types of users, many of which can be used in Azure AI services. Designer-driven tools are the easiest to use, quick to set up and automate, but they can have limitations when it comes to customization. Azure REST APIs and client libraries give users more control and flexibility, but they need more effort, time and expertise to build a solution. If you use REST API and client libraries, You are expected to be comfortable working with modern programming languages such as C#, Java, Python, and JavaScript, or any other unpopular programming language. Understanding language and speech services offer solutions for continuous integration and continuous deployment that are powered by Azure DevOps and GitHub Actions. These tools are used for automated training, testing, and management of custom model releases. Many Azure AI services can be deployed in containers for on-premises access and usage. You can use these containers, and these containers give you the flexibility to bring Azure AI services closer to your data for compliance, security, or other operational reasons. Some services allow you to enter your data and then train the model. Trained custom models allow you to extend the model using the data and service algorithm with your own data. The output suits your needs, and when you bring your data, you may need to label the data in a service-specific manner. For example, if you are training a model to identify flowers, you can provide a catalog of images of flowers along with the location of the flower in each image to train the model. With Azure and Azure AI Services, you can access to a broad ecosystem such as automation and integration tools such as Logic Apps and Power Automate, deployment options such as Azure Functions and App Service, Azure AI Service like Docker containers for secure access, and tools such Apache Spark, Azure Databricks, Azure Synapse Analytics, and Azure Kubernetes Service for big data scenarios. APIs in Azure AI Services resides on growing network of Microsoft-operated data centers. You can find the regional availability for each API in the list of Azure regions. Azure Artificial Intelligence or AI Services provide a layered security model, including authentication with Microsoft Entra credentials, a valid resource key, and Azure Virtual Networks. Azure AI Studio is a trusted platform that enables developers to drive innovations and shape the future with AI in a safe, secure, and responsible way. The all-in-one platform accelerates the deployment of the production-ready Copilot to support enterprise chat, content generation, data analysis, and more. Developers can explore state-of-the-art APIs models for their use cases. You can build and test solutions with shared and responsible AI tools, safeguards, and best practices. You can also apply AI innovations for use in websites, applications, and other production environments, and manage solutions with continuous monitoring and management in productions. If you want to get acquainted with the offer of AI service in Azure, these are special learning and certification paths that you can see on the official Microsoft website. You can use Azure Batch to efficiently run large-scale, high-performance or HPC group jobs on Azure. Azure Batch creates and manages a set of computing nodes or virtual machine, install the application that you want to run, and schedule the job that will run on the nodes. There is no software for a cluster job or scheduler to install, manage or scale. Instead, you can use Batch API and tools, command line scripts, or the Azure portal to configure, manage, and monitor your jobs. Developers or administrators can use Batch as a platform service to build SaaS application or client applications where large-scale execution is required. For example, you can create a service with a package to run a Monte Carlo risk simulation for a financial service company or a multi-image processing service. There is no additional charge for the use of the package. You only pay for a basic resource consumed such as a virtual machine, storage, and networking. Batch works very well with intrinsically parallel, also known as shamefully parallel workloads. These workloads have applications that run independently, with each instance completing some of the work. When applications are executed, they can access some common data, but they do not communicate with other instances of the application. Intrinsically parallel workloads can therefore run on a large scale, determined by amount of computing resources available to run applications at the same time. You can also use Batch to run tightly coupled workloads, where the application you are running needs to communicate with each other instead of running independently. Tightly coupled applications typically use the message transfer interface or MPI API. You can run your tightly knit workload using Batch, Microsoft MPI or Intel MPI model. Improve application performance with specialized VM size optimized for HPC and GPU. Batch support heavy rendering workloads using rendering tools including Autodesk Maya, 3ds Max, Arnold, and V-Ray. You can also run batch job as part of a larger Azure data transformation workflow, which is managed by tools such as Azure Data Factory. We can see how Azure Batch Service work in an example from the Azure official website. Number 1, you can upload the input files and application to process those files to your Azure storage account. Input files can be any data that your application processes, such as financial and modeling data, or video files that need to be transcoded. Application files can include scripts or applications that process data, such as media transcoder. Then, the second job is to create a batch set of computer nodes in your batch account, a job to run workload on the set and task in a job. Computer nodes are VMs that perform your task. You can specify properties for your set, such as the number of size of nodes, Windows or Linux VM images, and application to install when nodes join the group. You can manage the cost and size of the set by using Azure Spot VM or by automatically scaling the number of nodes as the workload changes. The third step is to download the input files and applications in batch. Before each task is executed, it can download the input data to be processed by the assigned code. If the app isn't already installed on the node pools, it can be downloaded here instead. When downloads from Azure storage are complete, the task is executed on the assigned node. The fourth step is to monitor task execution while tasks are running. You can set a batch query to track the progress of the job and its task. Your client application or service communicates with the batch service over HTTPS. Since you may be overseeing thousands of tasks running on thousands of computer nodes, be sure to query the packet service efficiently. Then the fifth step is to upload task output. Once the tasks are completed, they can upload their results to Azure storage. You can also download files directly from the file system on your computer node. And the sixth is to download output file. When you're monitoring the task in your business have been completed, your client application or service can download the output data for further processing. Please note that the workflow described above is just one way to use the package, and then there are many other features and options. For example, you can perform multiple tasks in parallel on each computer node, or you can use job prep and finish job to prepare the nodes for your jobs and then clean up them. Azure Batch doesn't move or store customer data outside of the region in which it is deployed. Another important thing about this service is that you have to contact support if you want to create more than one node pool, which makes a significant difference from the former multi-pool pool. Why this is so? It's only known to Microsoft. But it is probably some kind of abuse, so for the protection of infrastructure it was decided to send a request, and then it's up to support if they want to create more than one node pool. The Internet of Things, or IoT, is a network of physical devices that connect and exchange data with other devices and services over the Internet or another network. Currently, there are over 10 billion connected devices in the world, and more are being added every year. Anything that can be installed with the necessary sensors and software can be connected over the Internet. Azure IoT Hub is a cloud-hosted managed service that acts as a central messaging hub for communication between an IoT application and its connected devices. You can connect millions of devices and their backend solution reliably and securely. Almost any device can be connected to an IoT hub. Several messaging patterns are supported, including device-to-cloud messaging, uploading files from the device, and methods of responding to a device control request from the cloud. IoT Hub also supports tracking to help you track device creation, device connection, and device failures. IoT Hubs adapts to millions of simultaneously connected devices and millions of events per second to support your IoT workload. You can integrate IoT Hub with the Azure services to build end-to-end complete solutions. For example, you can use Azure Event Grid, which enables your business to respond quickly to critical events in a reliable, scalable, and secure manner. Azure Logic Apps to automate business processes, Azure Machine Learning to add machine learning and AI models to your solution, or Azure Stream Analytics to run real analytical calculations to stream the data from your devices. Each IoT Hub has identity registry that store information about the device and modules that are allowed to connect to it. Before a device or module can be connected, there must be an entry for the device or a module in the IoT Hub identity registry. The device or module is authenticated using an IoT Hub based on the credentials stored in the identity registry. Microsoft or Azure support two methods of authentication between the device and the IoT Hub. You can use SAS token-based authentication or X.509 certificate authentication. The SAS token method provides authentication for every call that the device makes to an IoT Hub by associating a symmetric key with each call. X.509 authentication enables authentication IoT devices at the physical level as part of establish a standard connection for transport layer security, or TLS. The choice between these two methods depends on how secure the device authentication needs to be and the ability to keep private key securely on the device. The internet connection between IoT devices and IoT Hub is provided using the Transport Layer Security or TLS standard. Azure IoT supports TLS 1.2, 1.1 and 1.0 respectively. Support for TLS 1.0 is provided only for backward compatibility. You can check TLS support on IoT Hub to see how to configure your hub. Use the TLS 1.2, which provides the highest security. Typically, IoT devices send data from sensors to back-to-end cloud services. However, other types of communications are also possible, such as backend service that send commands to your device. Examples of telemetry received from a device may include sensor data such as speed or temperature, and error message such as a missed event or an informational message indicating that the device is in a good condition. IoT devices send events to the application to gain insight. Application may require specific subset of events to be processed or stored on different endpoints. Properties can be read or set from IoT hubs and can be used to send a notification when an action is complete. An example of a specific feature on the devices is temperature. Temperature can be a write property that can be updated on the device or read from a temperature sensor connected to the device. The data also may be routed to various services for further processing. As the IoT solution increases, the number of devices, the scope of events, and the variety of events and the different services also vary. A flexible, scalable, consistent, and reliable method for every routing is necessary to serve this pattern. IoT Hub supports setting up custom endpoints for Azure services, including storage containers, event hubs, service bus queues, service bus topics, and Cosmos DB database. Once the endpoint is set up, you can route your IoT Hub data to any of these endpoints to perform downstream data operations. IoT Hub also integrates with Event Grid, allowing you to extend data to multiple subscribers. And Event Network is a fully managed event service that allows you to easily manage events across many different Azure services and applications, and Event Network simplifies the construction of event-driven applications and serverless architectures. Azure Key Vault is a cloud-based service for secure storage and access to secrets. The secret is everything you want to strictly control access to, such as API keys, password, certificates, or cryptographic keys. Key Vault supports two types of containers, Vault and Managed Hardware Security Module, or HSM groups. The Vault supports the storage of software and keys, secrets, and certificates supported by HSM. Managed HSM sets only support HSM keys. To perform any operation with Key Vault, you must first authenticate to it. There are three ways to authenticate for Key Vault. Manage identities for Azure resource. When you deploy an application to a virtual machine in Azure, you can assign an identity to your virtual machine that has access to Key Vault. You can also assign identities to other resources. The advantage of this approach is that the application or service does not manage the rotation of the first secret. Azure automatically rotates the identity. I recommend this approach as a best practice. Then we have service principal and certificates. You can use a service principal and an associated certificate that has access to Key Vault. This is the approach that is not recommended because the application owner or developer must rotate the certificate. And the third one is service principal and secret. While you can use the service principal and secret for authentication in Key Vault, it's not recommended. It is difficult to automatically rotate the startup secret used for authentication in Key Vault. Azure Key Vault implements the transport layer security to protect data as it travels between Azure Key Vault and clients. Clients negotiate a TLS connection to Azure Key Vault, and TLS provides strong authentication, privacy and message integrity, enable the detection of unauthorized message, interception and forgery, interoperability, algorithm flexibility and ease of deployment and use. Perfect forward secrecy or PFS protects connection between client systems and Microsoft Cloud Services using unique keys. The connection also used RSA-based 2048-bit key lengths for encryption. This combination makes it difficult for someone to intercept and access data that is in transit. Anyone with an Azure subscription can create and use Key Vaults. Although Key Vault is useful for developers and security administrators, it can be deployed and managed by an organization administrator who manage other Azure services. You can reduce exposure of your vaults by specifying which IP addresses have access to them. Virtual network endpoints for Azure Key Vault allows you to restrict access to a specific virtual network. Endpoints also allow you to restrict access to a list of IPv4 Internet Protection version 4 addresses. Any users who connects to your Key Vault outside of these sources is denied access. Once the firewall policy is in effect, users can only read data from the Key Vault when their requests originate from allowed virtual networks or IPv version 4 address range. This also applies to accessing Key Vault from the Azure portal. Although users can search to the Key Vault from the Azure portal, they may not be able to provide keys, secrets, or certificates if their client machine is not on the allow list. Azure Private Link allows you to access Azure Key Vault and Azure hosted customer partner services through a private endpoint in your virtual network. Azure Private Endpoint is a network interface that connects you privately and securely to a service powered by Azure Private Link. The Private Link endpoint uses a private IP address from your VNet, effectively bringing the service to your VNet. All traffic to the service can be routed through a private endpoint, so there is no need for gateways, net devices, express routes, or VPN connections or public IP addresses. Traffic between your virtual networks and the service travels to the Microsoft backbone, eliminating exposure to the public internet. You can connect to the instance of an Azure resource, giving you the highest level of granularity and access control. Key Vault provides support for Microsoft Entra conditional access policies, and by using conditional access policies, you can apply the right access control to Key Vault when needed to keep your organization secure and stay away from the user path when it's not needed. You can integrate Key Vault with an event network and to be notified when the status of a key, certificate or secret stored in the Key Vault changes. It's also important to monitor the health of your Key Vault to make sure your service is working as intended. Azure Key Vault soft delete and cleanup protection allows you to recover deleted vaults and vaults object. You should also regularly backup your vault when updating, deleting, creating object with the same vault. Private subnet is from the next lecture. Again, we are logged in our SQL server, and with the help of our Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. As you can see, we are using the same table as in previous chapters. I will right click on customer table, go to encrypt column, and then the new window will pop up. I will choose always encrypted, click on next. I need to sign in to my Microsoft Azure account. I will choose my username. Authentication is complete, and I can go back to my SQL Server Management Studio. Then, once that we are logged in, I will click on next. I will choose this is my email address. I will choose my table that I want to encrypt. And for example, you can choose one or more table. Let's, for example, choose this email address. I will choose my type, deterministic or randomized. And you can see column encryption key. And finally, if I open a new tab in my browser, if I go to Marketplace, I can create my Key Vault to store this key, secret or certificate. I will add existing resource group, add a name for my Key Vault, choose my region, pricing tier, I will choose my standard pricing tier. This needs to be in the same, this resource needs to be in the same region as our database. This is OS tier 2. I will choose, for example, 7 days to retain deleted vaults if I want, and then you can choose permission model. I will choose my vault access policy for this demo, and in the networking section I will choose all networks that was chosen by default. And finally, I will create this vault, this resource. Let's go to our resource. In the access configuration option, I can choose between permission models, as you can see. And if I go to access policy, if I check and edit my name, I can add some additional privileges to myself. I will select everything, click on save, and I have all permissions for key, secret and certificate. Then if you go back to our SQL Server Management Studio, we need to choose our encryption type. This time I will choose deterministic, click on next, and then I will choose my Azure Key Vault to store this secret or key. Automatically there is subscription and the name of my Key Vault. Let's click on next, next, and then again next, and we need to verify the choices that we made, and finally click on finished. And we need to authenticate once again. I will sign in with my credentials, with my Azure portal credentials. Click on next, add my password, and again sign in. Then I can use one of these identity to verify my identity. You can choose Microsoft app or SMS or email. I will choose my email, and then I need to add this code that I received in my email. Just a second to open my Gmail. and then I will add my code here, 589808, and finally we are waiting to finish this encryption operation. And as you can see, for the first two, status is passed and the third one is in progress. We are performing encryption operation, and after that our table will be encrypted. After some time, you can see that we are successfully use this always encrypted option. And now if I refresh my SQL server and right click on this customer table, select 1000 top rows, you can see that we are successfully always encrypt our email column. If you go back to our portal and go back to our Key Vault, if I click on secret, you can see that if I click on certificates, but in the keys we have this always encrypted auto one that we used in this encryption process. So this is how can you work with Azure SQL Database and always encrypted option. As we had pointed out many times so far, there are several deployment options available to us, which we'll choose depends solely on our needs and the needs of the company that we work for. The first option is a single database, and each database has its own guaranteed computing memory and storage space. The second option we can choose is Elastic Pool. It has fixed resources which can be shared with other databases located in the pool. And the last option is Managed Instance. Each managed instance has its own guaranteed resources. In the continuation of this chapter, we will get the content in detail with our single database, and I will now show you how can you create a single SQL database in the Azure chapter. I will show you a demo and the complete process of creating a database and how to connect, but this time we will use Azure Single Database. I'm in my Azure portal. As you can see, there is SQL Database. Also, I can create this SQL Database right from this favorite menu and click on SQL Database, then click on Create, and there is some kind of form that we can fill up to create our SQL database. First, I will choose my existing resource group, choose my subscription. I will add a name for our database. The name must be unique, as you already know. Then we need to create a server, or if you have a server, you can select from drop-down menu. I will click on Create a new server. Then we need to add a server name, and after that we need to provide a location. And as you can see, this server will be created in the same subscription and resource group as your database. Then I will choose my North Europe. For the authentication method, I will choose Use SQL Authentication. I will add my server login and finally add my password, and then I will confirm my password. Then when I click on OK, our server is ready to be complete. Then if you want to use your Elastic Pool, simply check on yes. If you don't want to use this Elastic Pool, simply leave this at no. For the workload environment, I will choose development because this is just a demo. And then in the compute and storage, you can choose your service tier. There is two service tier. First one is data transaction unit based purchasing model, and we have vCore based purchasing model. In the DTU model, you have basic, standard, and premium offer, and in the vCore model, general purpose, hyperscale, and business. I will make it simple and choose my basic offer for less demanding workloads. In the later part of this course, I will explain in detail about service tiers. Then you can see that this is the cost-effective offer. If you choose standard, you can see that estimated price is up, but you can select data transaction unit number and data max size in gigabytes, and when you slide to the right, our estimated monthly cost are also increase and goes up. That's it, but I will choose our basic offer because this is just a simple demo. And for the backup storage redundancy, I will choose my locally redundant backup storage. Then, or simply leave this geo-redundant backup storage. I won't do any backup for now, but let's make it more simpler. Let's go to networking, and in the networking tab you can choose connectivity method from no access, private endpoint, or public endpoint. For the firewall rules, I will allow Azure services and resources to access to this server, and then I will also add my current client IP address. And for the connection policy, I will leave for default, and minimum TLS version is 1.2. In the security option, I will choose not now for Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and in the data source I will choose this AdventureWork LT famous database for our sample, and that's it. We go to tags, review and create. Let me click on create, and finally we are creating our first SQL database. This is a PaaS offer, as you know. You can check your notifications and track this deployment, and after some time our deployment will be completed and we will go to our SQL database. Our deployment is complete. I will now go to my resource. Let's click on go to resource, and in this overview window or blade you can see additional information just like in our VM. There is the name for our resource group, status is online, location is North Europe, our subscription ID, what is our server name. There is no elastic pool. You can choose your connection string if you want. Pricing tier is basic, and we don't have any restore point for now. Also, there is an option to copy, restore, or export, or set server firewall, or simply delete this database. If I click on server, we are now in our SQL server, as you can see, and from there you can create a new database, create new elastic pool, or new dedicated SQL pool, formerly known as SQL Data Warehouse. Also, you can move your server, delete, or reset password. Let's go to our database. I will now go to query editor, and then I will log into our server. We need to add our login username and our password, which we specified when we setting up our server. If you remember, we choose SQL Server Authentication, and then I will add my password. And if I click on OK, you can see that we are logging into our server. And if you go to our tables, there is an Adventure LT sample table that we added during the creation of the SQL database. I will click on these three dots, select top 1000 row, for this customer address, and you can see that this query is already run by automatic, and this is the result we get. This is our table with columns and rows, and that's it. You can check the name of your columns and check the rows. Also, you can run various queries against this database, and that's it. Also, you can choose another table. This is our customer table. If you click on run, you can run this query against this table. Select top 1000 row, start from sales LT customer. Azure Cosmos DB is considered multimodal because data can be stored in different ways. APIs can be used for each of these models, and their supported API in Azure Cosmos DB include key value pair data using Azure Cosmos DB for a table, column family data using Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Cassandra, document data uses Azure Cosmos DB for MongoDB, and graphic data uses Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Gremlin. Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL is the main API for interacting with Azure Cosmos DB, which is used to query JSON objects. When features are introduced, it's the first API to see updates. This chapter uses the SQL API. Although the SQL API may suggest the relational data could work in Azure Cosmos DB, the database platform was built with NoSQL in mind. The SQL flavor with this API is designed for querying JSON data and structures. Document DB or MongoDB both works with document databases. SQL API works with DB document protocols, and MongoDB works with Mongo APIs. You can store data in JSON or similar format, and any of those APIs allow you to interact with those documents in the database. It's easiest to use the SQL API if you are starting from scratch, because it's the most natural version of working with Cosmos. If you have a Mongo database solution and want to make it globally aware or extend it, you can move it directly to Cosmos DB and then use MongoDB API to interact with the data. Graph database, similar to what you use with the Facebook. This is the Gremlin API. Similar to what you use with Facebook to understand how data is related and works together. Microsoft decided to use Gremlin API from Apache Tinkerpop so they can use an open source API that already exists, allowing you to interact with a globally scaled graph database with all the features of Cosmos in Apache. Key value pair, another way to store your data with a key value and value associated with it. This solution is supported on the standard Azure Table API, which follows the same schema and design as Azure Table Storage. And the fourth option is wide column or column family. In this scenario, Microsoft used the Cassandra API. If you have a Cassandra implementation, you can move it to Cosmos DB and use the wide column format used in Cassandra. Note that choice of API is not the end all. The data is stored there, so API gives you the opportunity to choose how you interact with the data and how data is optimized in the backend database. If you have workloads that run around one of these models, it's a great option to look at as you progress on Azure journey. As the name suggests, the SQL API supports querying JSON data through SQL, so there is no steep learning curve needed to make things work. Also, the SQL API is a great choice if you are starting a project from scratch, because it supports server-side programming, which is a big plus compared to other API. Cosmos DB not only supports database creation with the MongoDB API, but also supports migration of existing MongoDB applications to Cosmos DB with minimal changes. You could just change the connection string from MongoDB to Cosmos in the most trivial cases. Like MongoDB API, the Cassandra API can be used to create a new database or to migrate an existing one with minimal changes. This is a problem better suited to graph database. In graph databases, relationships are physically stored for each record or entity. In graph terms, we call them edges or entities and vertices relations. If you use the graph database, we can easily and efficiently traverse multiple levels of connections. Cosmos DB provides a Gremlin API for creating and querying graph databases. In fact, we can use SQL to query graph databases. The Gremlin API has advantages over other graph database in that it comes under the umbrella of Cosmos DB and inherits all of its capabilities along with seamless integration with all other Azure services. The Table API provides more cost-effective storage than other NoSQL options in Cosmos DB. Also, applications that already use table storage can be easily migrated to Cosmos DB. In fact, Microsoft plans to eventually migrate all of its table storage database to the Cosmos DB Table API. Azure Cosmos DB provides multi-model database for storing different types of data for multiple business use cases. Regardless of the model, it stores the data as an ARS, Atom Record Sequence, under the hood. Each API has its own set of benefits it brings on the table, but Cosmos DB premium features such as georeplication and multi-master data retrieval are common to all. What we have to mention is that when you create a Cosmos DB service, there is also the possibility to create a PostgreSQL database. So I will say a few words about it, but without details. Azure Cosmos DB for PostgreSQL is a managed service for PostgreSQL extended by Citus distributed table superpower. This superpower allows you to build highly scalable relational applications. You can start building applications on a single node cluster in the same way as with PostgreSQL. As your application scalability and performance requirements grow, you can seamlessly scale to multiple cluster nodes by transparently distributing your tables. Real-world customers built on Azure Cosmos DB for PostgreSQL include a software as a service applications and real-time operational analytics applications and high-throughput transactional applications. These applications span different verticals such as sales and marketing automation, healthcare, Internet of Things or IoT data, finance, logistics and search. At the end of all that has been said, it is important to know that all offers we have seen, the multi-models you can choose depend solely on your needs and the requirements of your company, and therefore the choice you make will be such that once you choose a model, you will not be able to change it. This is why it is important to carefully study all options when creating an order, know well the needs and what the requirements are. So for example, if you select the SQL API and compare it with Mongo API, you will see that that there are some differences. For example, in the SQL API you can choose JSON, while in Mongo Bison documents. The former support the server-side programming model and is original from Microsoft DB model, while Mongo is fully compatible with Mongo application code and can be migrated to the service itself without any issues, etc. Also, when choosing a model, it is necessary to be familiar with all advantages offered by the application with the record itself, but it is important to analyze according to the criteria. So for example, if you want to start from scratch, to start a new project, you need to choose SQL API, and if you want to use existing one, then it will migrate them and continue in the same environment. Another example is the use of relational analysis between data, so you can opt for the Gremlin API. It is important to point out that for all other scenarios, the SQL API is used, which is the core of the service, the default offering of Microsoft model. Of course, there is much more that can be said about Cosmos DB multi-model, but this is quite enough to familiarize yourself with the basic offer of this service, as well as the way that is requirement for working environment. In this chapter, I will show you how can you create Azure Cosmos DB account. Let's create our resource and explain the process of creating our first Cosmos DB. As you can see, I'm in my Microsoft portal. As you already know, we will see that in Azure Tour de Azure lecture. I will go to my search option and type Azure Cosmos DB. I will choose this service, or you can go to this hamburger menu, choose from favorites. This is our Azure Cosmos DB shortcut, or go to create a service, and from marketplace you have to type and search services from here, and if you type Azure Cosmos DB, there will be link and click on Azure Cosmos DB, and you will need to choose this Microsoft Publisher and simply click on Create. And we are now in our Azure Cosmos DB account. As you can see, recommended APIs is Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL and Azure Cosmos DB for Mongo. You can see all explanations beyond this names, and if we go to others, you have Azure Cosmos DB for Table, Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Gremlin, Azure Cosmos DB for Apache Cassandra, and Azure Cosmos DB for PostgreSQL. But for now, let's stick with the basics and most used API, and that is Cosmos DB for NoSQL. As you can see, Cosmos DB, Azure Cosmos DB is core or native API for working with documents. It supports fast, flexible development with familiar SQL query language and client libraries for .NET, JavaScript, Python, and Java. We already mentioned all of this, so if we click on Create, we will be able to create our Cosmos DB for NoSQL. If you go to Learn More, you can find out more or find out everything about Azure Cosmos DB, and you can see that is referring to all of these APIs. Let's click on Create. And as you can see, we are now have to fill this form, and after that we will be able to create our first resource. The first thing we need to do is to choose our subscription. I have only one active subscription, so from this drop down menu, if you have more, you choose your subscription, and then we need to create a resource group, or simply, if you have, this is my subscription, as you can see, if you have more resource group, you can select from this drop down menu, but I will create a new resource group, add a name, and simply click on OK. Then for the instance details, I will give a name for this Cosmos DB account. The name must be unique, as you already know, just like in SQL Database, or for example storage account or Key Vault and something like that. Services like that. Then if you want to configure availability zone, you need to enable this feature, and you cannot change these settings when the account is created. I will not enable this feature, so let's leave at disable. Then we need to choose our location. You can choose from various locations all around the world, and you can see that I will use, for example, I usually picked North Europe because this is the most used location from this part of the world. And then in capacity mode, you can choose from serverless or provision throughput. Later in this course, I will explain what is a throughput. Then if you want to apply this discount, you can choose to apply this tier, and you can enable free tier for one account per subscription. I will not use this account now. And then in global distribution, you can choose something called geo-redundancy or multi-region rights. You can enable this, and global distribution regional settings for my account. You can change this if you need after our account is created. Then I will go to networking. You can choose your connectivity method. All networks. You can add a public endpoint. Choose to configure firewall. Access allow from portal. Then you can allow to add your public IP address you can choose or create a new virtual network, and so on. And then we have private endpoint, where you can allow public network access, to allow or deny, and then you will create something called private endpoint. But let's keep it simple and select all networks for now. And then in the backup policy, you can choose your backup policy, which can be periodic, which is default option, continuous for 7 days, and continuous for 30 days. I will explain more about later. Then you can choose your backup interval, backup retention, how many days do you want to keep your copy of your backup, and then backup storage redundancy. You can choose this redundancy option for locally, zone redundant, or G-redundant storage. In the encryption key, you can choose your service managed key. Data will be managed, these keys will be managed by Microsoft, or you can choose customer managed key, where it can be, this key will be managed by you. And then you need to store this key from the Key Vault or some managed HCSM and so on. But let's make it simple and use service managed key. Personally, I use service managed key, but there is companies, if you work in some company that want to use customer managed key, you can use that option. As you can see, Azure Cosmos DB encryption protects your data at rest by seamlessly encrypting your data as it's written to Microsoft Data Center and automatically decrypting for you as you access to it. By default, Cosmos DB is encrypted at rest using Microsoft Managed Key, and you can also read all these options, but let's stick to our service managed key. Then if you go to tags, review and create, we will wait for our validation to pass, and after validation, if validation is successful, I will simply click on create to create our first Cosmos DB account, DB for NoSQL. And finally, let's click on create. Validation is succeeded. You can see all information that we managed through our tabs. And finally, let's click on create to create this Azure SQL database. As you can see, our deployment is in progress, and after that we will go to our resource. Let's go to our resource. Our deployment is complete. Our deployment is succeeded, as you can see in the notification bar. Let's go to our resource. By default, you will be redirected to this quick start page, and you can see there is Azure Cosmos DB. If I click on overview page, blade, you can see that we have our online status. This is the name of our resource group. This is my subscription. This is my subscription ID. Total throughput limits, you can set this limit. Read location and write location is in North Europe. This is our URI. Free tier discount, I'm not using this free disk account, and capacity is provision throughput, as you remember. And then we have some graphics here, like for request and estimated cost by hour. This is our graphic, and if I, for example, go to our Data Explorer, you can work with your database Azure Cosmos DB account, create containers database right from your portal. Let me click on X. You can also expand this or simply work from here, or you can connect. If I click open full screen and go to open, you have this option to sign in and work with on full page with this, but I usually work, you can choose your subscription, choose your Cosmos DB account, for example, and log in to this page. But this is just a full screen for our, let's go back to Data Explorer. This is just a full screen for our Data Explorer, and you can work directly from here, and the most part of this course I will work from here. If I go to new container, I can create a new container, first database, then container. But later in this course I will go more further, and for now let's stick on how to create our first Cosmos DB account. In Azure, VMs are created in a virtual network without an explicit egress method defined and assign a default public IP address that allows internet connectivity. On September 30, 2025, the default outbound access connectivity for VMs in Azure will be retired. You may rely on this default egress approach for pool groups created using simplified compute node communication without public IP addresses. If you have already configured an explicit output access mechanism for these pool groups, you can ignore this notification. From now until the September 30, 2025, you can continue to use simplified group communication computing nodes without public IP addresses with default egress access to the internet. After the date, if you rely on this egress mechanism, your pool group compute nodes, jobs, and tasks may stop working after the date. If you currently rely on the default outbound access to the internet, you will need to add an explicit outbound access mechanism for your pool groups without public IP address before 30 September 2025. In a pool with no public IP address, your virtual machine will not be able to access the public internet unless you configure your network setup appropriately, such as using virtual network or NET. NET only allows outbound access to internet from virtual machine in a virtual network. Group created compute nodes will be publicly accessible because they do not have associated public IP addresses. Another way to provide outbound connectivity is to a user-defined route or UDR. This method allows you to direct traffic to a proxy machine that has public access to the internet, such as Azure Firewall. If I go to Azure portal and go to virtual networks, I can create a virtual network. I will choose my subscription, choose my resource group name, add a name for my virtual network, and choose my region. As we already know, and then let's go to next. You can, this option that you already know, you can use with Bastion, Firewall, and so on. And in these IP addresses, I will leave everything as it is. Click on Review and Create, go to Tags, Review and Create, and finally I will click on Create to create a new VNet. Finally, our deployment is in progress, and after that we will go inside our resource, and then let's go to our resource, and then you can see that we have our address space 10.0.0.0/16, and if you go to our subnet, we have our default subnet 10.0.0.0/24. I will now create a new subnet. You can choose subnet purpose. I will choose default. Then for the name I will use default 2. This is our IPv range address. Starting address is 10.0.1.0, and if I scroll down, you can check this box to enable private subnet with no default outbound access. As you can see, private subnet enhances security by not providing default outbound access, and to enable this outbound connectivity to virtual machine to access the internet, it is necessary to explicitly grant outbound access. And for that, you can choose NAT gateway is the recommended way to provide outbound connectivity to the virtual machine in the subnet. NAT gateway is separate resource, and if you want to learn more about NAT gateway and how to deploy and create this resource, simply go to my AZ700 course, which is dedicated to networking in Azure. But for now, let's just make it simple. Check this box to enable private subnet and click on Add to create a private subnet. Also, you can add your private endpoint or remove private service endpoint. We already know how to work with private endpoint, with public with service endpoint, sorry. And let's click on Add, and we are saving our subnet, and this is our private subnet. So as you can see, it's very easy to create a private subnet. If you go inside our private subnet, you can also uncheck this option and click on Save, and that's it. This is how you can create a private subnet. It's very easy. If I go to our first default subnet, you can also check this box to enable private subnet, click on Save, and this our default subnet will have also private subnet enabled. Thank you for watching, and getting to know Azure is a very interesting and comprehensive job that requires weeks of learning and practicing, and then taking and preparing for exams. If you've gone through all the chapters in this course, I congratulate you on your patience and perseverance. But this is only part of what awaits you in your journey through the cloud and Azure. While I explained in detail most of the services you'll be using, once you are ready to work in Azure, it's likely that this course will help you prepare for and pass even more difficult exams. So the following courses will seem like a logical continuation of what you learned here. Perhaps most of these services and demos will not require you to take the AZ900 certificate. Many chapters will prepare you for the next step, which is the AZ104 course, so I recommend you to buy it and start learning further. Also, in the continuation of this course, you have some questions and quizzes that you can use to check your knowledge or learn something new. Thank you for your attention, and enjoy of the rest of your day, and I hope you will pass this exam. Have a nice day.